Kapitel 15 aus Briefe, die ihn nicht erreichten, von Elisabeth von Hiking. Read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapitel 15 aus Briefe, die ihn nicht erreichten, von Elisabeth von Hiking. New York, den 25. Dezember 1899. Es ist wieder Weihnachten geworden, lieber Freund. Weihnachten in einem Lande, wo ich das Fest noch nie erlebt habe, wo es mir darum besonders fremd vorkommt. Warum haben wir nur diesen rührenden und zugleich etwas komischen Zug, an bestimmten Jahrestagen so besonders zu hängen? Was wissen wir eigentlich von dem Tag der Geburt Christi, und was ist uns dieser Tag? Und doch, so wenig Bedeutung er für viele unter uns heute noch in der Hast des Lebens hat, und so wenig wir von Frieden auf Erden wissen, an diesem Jahrestage scheint es uns, als hätte jeder Mensch ein besonderes Recht auf Freude, und wir stecken viel Lichtchen an, um doch ja die Freude sehen zu können, falls sie wirklich mal zu uns käme. Aber bei uns Einsamen, die wir in fremden Welten leben, pocht gerade an dem Abend selten die Freude an die Tür. Andere Gäste sind es, die uns besuchen. Vor allem die alte Frau Erinnerung, deren Bilderbuch mit jedem Jahr dicker wird. Als ich gestern Nachmittag die Kerzen am Bäumchen in unserem Wohnzimmer angezündet hatte und meinen Bruder hereinrief, huschte die alte Frau doch gleich durch die offene Tür ins Zimmer herein. Den ganzen Tag schon hatte ich gefühlt, dass sie draußen stand und nur auf den Moment wartete, hereinzuschlüpfen, und den ganzen Tag hatte ich ihr immer die Tür vor der Nase zugeschlagen, denn ich fürchte mich ein bisschen vor der alten Frau und ihrem großen Bilderbuch. Aber nun stand sie neben uns. Da dem auch aufgebaut wurde, hatte sie wohl eingelassen. Und wie es raschelte und knisterte in den Blättern des großen Bilderbuchs, wie es darin lebendig ward und längst verstummte Stimmen wieder klangen in vergessenem Lachen und verhalltem Schluchzen. Lauter Dinge, die einst gewesen, füllten das Zimmer und umwogten uns. Kleine graue Geisterchen saßen lichtbeschienen in den Zweigen des Weihnachtsbaumes und flüsterten leise von Vergangenem. Und auch all das, was nie gewesen, was nur gewünscht und ersehnt worden, nun lebte es für den einen Abend wieder auf. Am längsten verweilte ich bei den letzten Blättern des Bilderbuches. Die Weihnachten in Peking waren wieder vor meinen Augen. Erinnern Sie sich des einen Jahres, als der arme junge McIntyre krank war und wir ihm ein Bäumchen brachten? Ich saß in der Sänfte und hielt die winzig kleine geschmückte Tanne auf dem Schoß, und Sie gingen nebenher und ermahnten die Kulis, mich behutsam durch die holprigen, hartgefrorenen Straßen zu tragen. Erinnern Sie sich der Freude des armen Jungen, als wir dann bei ihm eintraten und unser glänzendes Bäumchen auf den Tisch vor ihm aufbauten, zwischen den Fotografien seiner fern in Schottland lebenden Eltern und Geschwister, die er sich für diesen Abend recht nah an sein Bett hatte heranrücken lassen. Und erinnern Sie sich der Bescherungen in unserem lieben chinesischen Häuschen, zu denen Sie und ein paar Freunde meines Bruders jedesmal kamen. Tagelang vorher war große Aufregung, um für jeden eine Überraschung in den Kuriositätenläden aufzutreiben, und als erst die Bahn eröffnet war, fuhren unternehmungslustige Leute nach Tientsin, um zu schauen, was etwa die dortigen europäischen Magazine böten. Sie, lieber Freund, entdeckten aber immer die reizendsten Dinge. Vor mir steht heute die kleine altfranzösische Bronzeuhr, die einst in der Direktoirzeit nach China kam und die sie von Pekinger Palastbeamten erstanden und mir unter dem Weihnachtsbaum aufbauten. Das Piedestal ist noch ganz im Stile Ludwig des 15. mit Delphinen und feinen Girlanden geschmückt. Darüber erheben sich 4 Drachen, die die Uhr tragen, kuriose Geschöpfe, in denen der französische Künstler möglichst dem nahe zu kommen suchte, was ihm als chinesisch vorschwebte. Über der Uhr, auf einer kleinen Weltkugel, steht ein gallischer Hahn, der offenbar nach Freiheit kräht, aber ein so skeptisches Gesicht macht, als glaubte er schon längst nicht mehr daran. Als Sie mir diese Uhr schenkten, sagten Sie, die passt so gut zu Ihnen. Ein Fundament altererbten Geschmacks, der von vielen Generationen herstammt. Die Drachen, der Hang zum Absonderlichen, der Zug zum Unbegreiflichen, Mystischen, der in uns erwacht, je mehr wir sehen, dass das Exakte, Vernünftige, Realistische doch nichts erklärt und schließlich immer wieder alles mit einem großen Fragezeichen endet. Und als Spitze des ganzen Gebäudes der kleine tapfere Hahn, der nach Aufklärung und Freiheit quand même ruft, der viele graue, trübe Tage erlebt hat und zu sagen scheint, nach all dem Krähen müsste die Sonne doch endlich aufgehen. Ja, das alles und noch so vieles mehr steht auf den letzten Blättern des großen Bilderbuches. Mein Bruder und ich saßen in dem New Yorker Boardinghauszimmer unter dem Weihnachtsbaum, hielten uns schweigend an der Hand und dachten vergangener Zeiten. Da löschte eins nach dem andern die Lichtchen aus, die herabgebrannt waren, ganz wie an andern Weihnachtsabenden. Manchmal fingen ein paar grüne Tannennadeln Feuer, knisterten und glühten, und ein harziger Waldduft zog durchs Zimmer. Ja, ganz wie an allen Weihnachtsabenden. Ende von Kapitel 15 aus Briefe, die ihn nicht erreichten, von Elisabeth von Heyking. Gelesen von Hokus Pokus.
The arraignment, conviction, and imprisonment of Christmas on St. Thomas' Day last, and how he broke out of prison in the holidays and got away, only left his hoary hair and grey beard sticking between 2 iron bars of a window, with a hue and cry after Christmas, and a letter from Mr. Woodcock, a fellow in Oxford, to a malignant lady in London, and divers passages between the lady and the crier about old Christmas, and what shift he was fain to make to save his life, and great stir to fetch him back again, with divers other witty passages. Prepared by Simon Minced Pie for Sicily Plum Porridge, and are to be sold by Ralph Fiddler, Chandler, at the sign of the Pack of Cards in Mustard Alley in Braun Street, 1645. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Algie Pug, Perth, Western Australia.
Lady, I beseech you, for the love of Oxford, hire a crier. I will see him paid for his pains, to cry old Father Christmas, and keep him with you, if you can meet with him and stay him, till we come to London, for we expect to be there shortly, and then we will have all things as they were wont, I warrant you. Hold up your spirits, and let not your old friends be lost out of your favour for his sake, who is your ever servant, Joe Woodcock.
Lady.
Honest crier, I knew thou knewest old Father Christmas. I am sent to thee from an honest scholar of Oxford, that hath given me many a hug and kiss in Christmas time, when we have been merry, to cry Christmas, for they hear he is gone from hence, and that we have lost the poor old man. You know what marks he hath, and how to cry him.
Crier. Who shall pay me for my pains?
Lady. Your old friend, Mr. Woodcock of Oxford. Wilt thou take his word?
Crier. I will cry him, I warrant you, through the city and country, and it shall go hard but I will find him out. I can partly guess who can tell some news of him, if any people in England can, for I am acquainted with all his familiar friends. Trust me in this business, I will bring you word within few days." "Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, yes!" Any man or woman, whether Popish or prelatical, superstitious or Judaical, or what person soever, of any tribe or trullybub, that can give any knowledge or tell any tidings of an old, very old grey bearded gentleman called Christmas, who was wont to be a very familiar guest and visit all sorts of people, both rich and poor, and used to appear in glittering gold, silk, and silver in the court, and in all shapes in the theatre in Whitehall, and had ringing feasts and jollity in all places, both in the city and country for his coming. If you went to the Temple, you might have found him there at inn and inn, till many a gentleman had outed all the money from his pocket, and after all the butlers found him locked up in their boxes. And in almost every house you might have found him at cards and dice. The very boys and children could have traced him, and the beggars have followed him from place to place, and seen him walking up and down, and in every house roast beef and mutton, pies and plum porridge, and all manner of delicates round about him, and everyone saluting Merry Christmas. If you had gone to the Queen's Chapel, you might have found him standing against the wall, and the Papists weeping and beating themselves before him, and kissing his hoary head with superstitious tears, in a theatre exceeding all the plays of the Bull, the Fortune, and the Cockpit. For age this hoary-headed man was of great years, and as white as snow. He entered the Romish calendar time out of mind, is old or very fleer, as Father Methusalem was, one that looked fresh in the bishop's time, though their fall made him pine away ever since. He was full and fat as any dumb doctor of them all. He looked under the consecrated lawn sleeves as big as bull beef, just like Bacchus upon a tun of wine, when the grapes hang shaking about his ears. But since the catalyc liquor is taken away from him, he is much wasted, so that he hath looked very thin and ill of late. But the wanton women that are so mad after him do not know how he is metamorphized, so that he is not now like himself, but rather like Jack a Lent. But yet some other marks that you may know him by is that the wanton women dote after him. He helped them to so many new gowns, hats, and handkerchiefs, and other fine knacks, of which he hath a pack on his back, in which is good store of all sorts, besides the fine knacks that he got out of their husbands' pockets for household provisions for him. He got prentices, servants, and scholars many play days, and therefore was well beloved by them also, and made all merry with bagpipes, fiddles, and other musics, gigs, dances, and mummings. Yea, the young people had more merry days and hours before him whilst he stayed, which was in some houses 12 days, in some 20, in some more, in some less, than in all the year again. All you, therefore, that by your diligent enquiry can tell me any tidings of this old man called Christmas, and tell me where he may be met withal, whether in any of your streets or elsewhere, though in never so straitened a place, in an apple-woman's stall or grocer's curran tub, in a cook's oven or the maid's porridge pot, or crept into some corner of a translator's shop, where the cobbler was wont so merrily to chaunt his carols. Whosoever can tell what is become of him, or where he may be found, let them bring him again into England to the crier, and they shall have a benediction from the Pope, 100 oaths from the Cavaliers, 40 kisses from the wanton wenches, and be made pursuivant to the next Archbishop. Malignants will send him a piece of brawn, and every prentice boy will give him his point of wine next Holy Thursday. the good wives will keep him in some corner of their mince pies, and the new Nuncio Island will return him to be canonised the next reformation of the calendar. And so, Pope, save Christmas. Crier. Lady, I am come to tell you what return I can make of the crying of old Father Christmas, which I have done, and am now here to give you an answer. Lady.
Well said, honest crier. Mr. Woodcock will remember you for it.
Crier. The poor old man upon St. Thomas his day was arraigned, condemned, and after conviction cast into prison amongst the king's soldiers, fearing to be hanged or some other execution to be done upon him, and got out at so narrow a passage between two iron bars of a window, that nothing but onely his old grey beard and hoary hair of his head stuck there, but nothing else to be seen of him. And if you will have that, compound for it, lest it be sold among the sequestered goods, or burnt with the next popish pictures by the hand of the hangman.
Lady. But is good old Christmas gone? Nothing but the hair of his good grave old head and beard left? Well, I will have that, seeing I cannot have more of him, one lock whereof will serve Mr. Woodcock for a token. But what is the event of his departure?
Crier. The poor are sorry for it, for they go to every door a begging as they were wont to do. Good missus, somewhat against this good time. But time was transformed. Away, be gone. Here is not for you. And so they, instead of going to the alehouse to be drunk, were fain to work all the holidays. The scholars came into the hall, where their hungry stomachs had thought to have found good brawn and Christmas pies, roast beef and plum porridge, but no such matter. Away, ye profane! These are superstitious meats. Your stomachs must be fed with wholesome doctrine. Alas! Poor tallow-faced chandlers, I met them mourning through the streets, and complaining that they could get no vent for their mustard for want of brawn.
Lady. Well, if ever the Catholics or bishops rule again in England, they will set the church doors open on Christmas Day, and we shall have mass at the high altar, as was used when the day was first instituted, and not have the Holy Eucharist barred out of school, as schoolboys do their masters against the festival. What! Shall we have our mouths shut to welcome old Christmas? No, no, bid him come by night over the Thames, and we will have a back door open to let him in. I will myself give him his diet for 1 year, to try his fortune this time 12-month. It may prove better.
Notes. Note 1. Trillybubs. This word has an indefinite meaning. Sometimes it is synonymous with entrails, as tripes and trullybubs. Sometimes it is meant for something very trifling, and then is occasionally spelt trillybubs. Why introduced here, no one can tell. Note 2. This Saturnalia of barring out the schoolmaster at Christmas, just before breaking up, was in use certainly as late as 1888. End of the arraignment of Christmas.
Babushka by Caroline S. Bailey. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was the night the dear Christ child came to Bethlehem. In a country far away from him, an old woman named Babushka sat in her snug little house by her warm fire. The wind was drifting the snow outside and howling down the chimney, but it only made Babushka's fire burn more brightly. "How glad I am that I may stay indoors," said Babushka, holding her hands out to the bright blaze. But suddenly she heard a loud rap at her door. She opened it, and her candle shone on 3 old men standing outside in the snow. Their beards were as white as the snow, and so long that they reached the ground. Their eyes shone kindly in the light of Babushka's candle, and their arms were full of precious things. boxes of jewels and sweet-smelling oils and ointments. "We have travelled far, Babushka," said they, "and we stopped to tell you of the baby prince born this night in Bethlehem. He comes to rule the world and teach all men to be loving and true. We carry him gifts. Come with us, Babushka." But Babushka looked at the driving snow, and then inside at her cosy room and the crackling fire. "It is too late for me to go with you, good sirs," she said. "The weather is too cold." She went inside again and shut the door, and the old men journeyed on to Bethlehem without her. But as Babushka sat by her fire, rocking, she began to think about the little Christ child, for she loved all babies. "Tomorrow I will go to find him," she said. "Tomorrow when it is light, and I will carry him some toys." So when it was morning, Babushka put on her long cloak and took her staff, and filled a basket with the pretty things a baby would like: gold balls and wooden toys, and strings of silver cobwebs. And she set out to find the Christ child. But oh, Babushka had forgotten to ask the 3 old men the road to Bethlehem, and they had travelled so far through the night that she could not overtake them. Up and down the roads she hurried, through woods and fields and towns, saying to whomsoever she met, "I go to find the Christ child. Where does he lie? I bring some pretty toys for his sake." But no one could tell her the way to go, and they all said, "Farther on, Babushka, farther on." So she travelled on and on, and on for years and years, but she never found the little Christ child. They say that old Babushka is travelling still, looking for him. When it comes Christmas Eve and the children are lying fast asleep, Babushka comes softly through the snowy fields and towns, wrapped in her long cloak and carrying her basket on her arm. With her staff she raps gently at the doors, and goes inside and holds her candle close to the little children's faces. "Is he here?" she asks. "Is the little Christ child here?" And then she turns sorrowfully away again, crying, "Farther on, farther on." But before she leaves she takes a toy from her basket and lays it beside the pillow for a Christmas gift. "For his sake," she says softly, and then hurries on through the years and forever in search of the little Christ child. End of Babushka.
Bertie's Christmas Eve by Saki, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was Christmas Eve, and the family circle of Luke Steffink, Esquire, was aglow with the amiability and random mirth which the occasion demanded. A long and lavish dinner had been partaken of, waits had been round and sung carols, the house-party had regaled itself with more carolling on its own account, and there had been romping which, even in a pulpit reference, could not have been condemned as ragging. In the midst of the general glow, however, there was one black, unkindled cinder. Bertie Steffink, nephew of the aforementioned Luke, had early in life adopted the profession of ne'er-do-well. His father had been something of the kind before him. At the age of 18, Bertie had commenced that round of visits to our colonial possessions, so seemly and desirable in the case of a prince of the blood, so suggestive of insincerity in a young man of the middle class. He had gone to grow tea in Ceylon and fruit in British Columbia, and to help sheep to grow wool in Australia. At the age of 20, he had just returned from some similar errand in Canada, from which it may be gathered that the trial he gave to these various experiments was of the summary drumhead nature. Luke Steffink, who fulfilled the troubled rôle of guardian and deputy parent to Bertie, deplored the persistent manifestation of the homing instinct on his nephew's part, and his solemn thanks earlier in the day for the blessing of reporting a united family had no reference to Bertie's return. Arrangements had been promptly made for packing the youth off to a distant corner of Rhodesia, whence return would be a difficult matter. The journey to this uninviting destination was imminent. In fact, a more careful and willing traveller would have already begun to think about his packing. Hence Bertie was in no mood to share in the festive spirit which displayed itself around him, and resentment smouldered within him at the eager, self-absorbed discussion of social plans for the coming months, which he heard on all sides. Beyond depressing his uncle and the family circle generally by singing "Say au revoir and not good-bye," he had taken no part in the evening's conviviality. 11 o'clock had struck some half-hour ago, and the elder Steffinks began to throw out suggestions leading up to that process which they called retiring for the night. "Come, Teddy, it's time you were in your little bed, you know," said Luke Steffink to his 13-year-old son. "That's where we all ought to be," said Mrs. Steffink. "There wouldn't be room," said Bertie. The remark was considered to border on the scandalous. Everybody ate raisins and almonds with the nervous industry of sheep feeding during threatening weather. "In Russia," said Horace Bordenby, who was staying in the house as a Christmas guest, "I've read that the peasants believe that if you go into a cow-house or stable at midnight on Christmas Eve, you will hear the animals talk. They're supposed to have the gift of speech at that one moment of the year." "Oh, do let's all go down to the cow-house and listen to what they've got to say!" exclaimed Beryl, to whom anything was thrilling and amusing if you did it in a troop. Mrs. Steffink made a laughing protest, but gave a virtual consent by saying, "We must all wrap up well, then." The idea seemed a scatterbrained one to her, and almost heathenish, but it afforded an opportunity for throwing the young people together, and as such she welcomed it. Mr. Horace Bordenby was a young man with quite substantial prospects, and he had danced with Beryl at a local subscription ball a sufficient number of times to warrant the authorized inquiry on the part of the neighbours whether there was anything in it. Though Mrs. Steffink would not have put it in so many words, she shared the idea of the Russian peasantry that on this night the beast might speak. The cow-house stood at the junction of the garden with a small paddock, an isolated survival in a suburban neighbourhood of what had once been a small farm. Luke Steffink was complacently proud of his cow-house and his 2 cows. He felt that they gave him a stamp of solidity which no number of Wyandottes or Orpingtons could impart. They even seemed to link him in a sort of inconsequent way with those patriarchs who derived importance from their floating capital of flocks and herds, he-asses and she-asses. It had been an anxious and momentous occasion when he had had to decide definitely between the buyer and the ranch for the naming of his villa residence. A December midnight was hardly the moment he would have chosen for showing his farm building to visitors, but since it was a fine night, and the young people were anxious for an excuse for a mild frolic, Luke consented to chaperone the expedition. The servants had long since gone to bed, so the house was left in charge of Bertie, who scornfully declined to stir out on the pretext of listening to bovine conversation. "We must go quietly," said Luke, as he headed the procession of giggling young folk, brought up in the rear by the shawled and hooded figure of Mrs. Steffink. I've always laid stress on keeping this a quiet and orderly neighbourhood." It was a few minutes to midnight when the party reached the cowhouse, and made its way in by the light of Luke's stable lantern. For a moment everyone stood in silence, almost with a feeling of being in church. "Daisy, the one lying down, is by a shorthorn bull out of a Guernsey cow," announced Luke in a hushed voice, which was in keeping with the foregoing impression. "Is she?" asked Bordenby, rather as if he had expected her to be by Rembrandt. "Myrtle is—" Myrtle's family history was cut short by a little scream from the women of the party. The cow-house door had closed noiselessly behind them, and the key had turned gratingly in the lock. Then they heard Bertie's voice pleasantly wishing them good night, and his footsteps retreating along the garden path. Luke Steffink strode to the window. It was a small, square opening of the old-fashioned sort, with iron bars let into the stonework. "Unlock the door this instant!" he shouted, with as much air of menacing authority as a hen might assume when screaming through the bars of a coop at a marauding hawk. In reply to his summons, the hall door closed with a defiant bang. A neighbouring clock struck the hour of midnight. If the cows had received the gift of human speech at that moment, they would not have been able to make themselves heard. 7 or 8 other voices were engaged in describing Bertie's present conduct and his general character, at a high pressure of excitement and indignation. In the course of half an hour or so, everything that it was permissible to say about Bertie had been said some dozens of times, and other topics began to come to the front: the extreme mustiness of the cowhouse, the possibility of it catching fire, and the probability of it being a Rowton house for the vagrant rats of the neighbourhood. And still no sign of deliverance came to the unwilling vigil-keepers. Towards 1 o'clock the sound of rather boisterous and undisciplined carol-singing approached rapidly, and came to a sudden anchorage, apparently just outside the garden gate. A motor-load of youthful bloods in a high state of conviviality had made a temporary halt for repairs. The stoppage, however, did not extend to the vocal efforts of the party, and the watchers in the cowshed were treated to a highly unauthorized rendering of Good King Wenceslas, in which the adjective good appeared to be very carelessly applied. The noise had the effect of bringing Bertie out into the garden, but he utterly ignored the pale, angry faces peering out at the cowhouse window, and concentrated his attention on the revellers outside the gate. "Wassail, you chaps!" he shouted. "Wassail, old sport!" they shouted back. "We'd jolly well drink your health, only we've nothing to drink it in." "Come and wassail inside," said Bertie hospitably. "I'm all alone, and there's heaps of wet." They were total strangers, but his touch of kindness made them instantly his kin. In another moment the unauthorized version of King Wenceslas, which, like many other scandals, grew worse on repetition, went echoing up the garden path. 2 of the revellers gave an impromptu performance on the way by executing the staircase waltz up the terraces of what Luke Steffink, hitherto with some justification, called his rock garden. The rock part of it was still there when the waltz had been accorded its 3rd encore. Luke, more than ever like a cooped hen behind the cowhouse bars, was in a position to realize the feelings of concert-goers unable to countermand the call for an encore which they neither desire nor deserve. The hall door closed with a bang on Bertie's guests, and the sounds of merriment became faint and muffled to the weary watchers at the other end of the garden. Presently 2 ominous pops in quick succession made themselves distinctly heard. "They've got at the champagne!" exclaimed Mrs. Steffink. "Perhaps it's the sparkling Moselle," said Luke hopefully. 3 or 4 more pops were heard. "The champagne and the sparkling Moselle," said Mrs. Steffink. Luke uncorked an expletive which, like brandy in a temperance household, was only used on rare emergencies. Mr. Horace Bordenby had been making use of similar expressions under his breath for a considerable time past. The experiment of throwing the young people together had been prolonged beyond a point when it was likely to produce any romantic result. Some 40 minutes later the hall door opened and disgorged a crowd that had thrown off any restraint of shyness that might have influenced its earlier actions. Its vocal efforts in the direction of carol singing were now supplemented by instrumental music. A Christmas tree that had been prepared for the children of the gardener and other household retainers had yielded a rich spoil of tin trumpets, rattles, and drums. The life story of King Wenceslas had been dropped, Luke was thankful to notice, but it was intensely irritating for the chilled prisoners in the cowhouse to be told that it was a hot time in the old town to-night, together with some accurate but entirely superfluous information as to the imminence of Christmas morning. Judging by the protests which began to be shouted from the upper windows of neighbouring houses, the sentiments prevailing in the cowhouse were heartily echoed in other quarters. The revellers found their car, and, what was more remarkable, managed to drive off in it with a parting fanfare of tin trumpets. The lively beat of a drum disclosed the fact that the master of the revels remained on the scene. "Bertie!" came in an angry, imploring chorus of shouts and screams from the cowhouse window. "Hello!" cried the owner of the name, turning his rather errant steps in the direction of the summons. "Are you people still there? Must have heard everything cow's got to say by this time. If you haven't, no use waiting. After all, it's a Russian legend, and Russian Christmas Eve not due for another fortnight. Better come out." After 1 or 2 ineffectual attempts, he managed to pitch the key of the cowhouse door in through the window. Then, lifting his voice in the strains of "I'm afraid to go home in the dark," with a lusty drum accompaniment, he led the way back to the house. The hurried procession of the released that followed in his steps came in for a good deal of the adverse comment that his exuberant display had evoked. It was the happiest Christmas Eve he had ever spent. To quote his own words, he had a rotten Christmas. End of Bertie's Christmas Eve by Saki. Read by Ruth Golding. Christmas 2010.
The Child's Story by Charles Dickens. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Child's Story. Once upon a time, a good many years ago, there was a traveller, and he set out upon a journey. It was a magic journey, and it would seem very long when he began it, and very short when he got halfway through. He travelled along a rather dark path for some little time without meeting anything, until at last he came to a beautiful child. So he said to the child, "What do you do here?" And the child said, "I am always at play. Come and play with me." So he played with the child the whole day long, and they were very merry. The sky was so blue, the sun was so bright, the water was so sparkling, the leaves were so green, and they had heard such singing birds and saw so many butterflies that everything was beautiful. This was in fine weather. When it rained, they loved to watch the falling drops and to smell the fresh scents. When it blew, it was delightful to listen to the wind and fancy what it said as it came rushing from its home. Where was that, they wondered? Whistling and howling, driving the clouds before it, bending the trees, rumbling in the chimneys, shaking the house, and making the sea roar in fury. But when it snowed, that was the best of all, for they liked nothing so well as to look up at the white flakes falling fast and thick, like down from the breasts of millions of white birds, and to see how smooth and deep the drift was, and to listen to the hush upon the paths and roads. They had plenty of the finest toys in the world, and the most astonishing picture books, all about scimitars and slippers and turbans, and dwarfs and giants and genii and fairies, and bluebeards and beanstalks, and riches and caverns and forests and valentines and orsons, and all new and all true. But one day, all of a sudden, the traveler lost the child. He called him over and over again, but got no answer. So he went upon his road, and went on for a little while without meeting anything, until at last he came to a handsome boy. So he said to the boy, "What do you do here?" And the boy said, "I'm always learning. Come and learn with me." So he learned with that boy about Jupiter and Juno, and the Greeks and the Romans, and I don't know what, and learned more than I could tell, or he either, for he soon forgot a great deal of it. But they were not always learning. They had the merriest of games that ever were played. They rode upon the river in the summer, and skated on the ice in the winter. They were active afoot, and active on horseback, at cricket, and all games at ball, at prisoner's base, hare and hounds, follow my leader, and more sports than I can think of. Nobody could beat them. They had holidays too, and twelfth cakes, and parties, where they danced till midnight, and real theatres, where they saw palaces of real gold and silver rise out of the real earth, and saw all the wonders of the world at once. As to friends, they had such dear friends, and so many of them, that I want to reckon them up. They were all so young, like the handsome boy, and were never to be strange to one another all their lives through. Still, one day, in the midst of all these pleasures, the traveler lost the boy as he had lost the child, and after calling him in vain, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while without seeing anything, until at last he came to a young man. So he said to the young man, "What do you do here?" And the young man said, "I am always in love. Come and love with me." So he went away with that young man, and presently they came to one of the prettiest girls that was ever seen, just like Fanny in the corner over there. And she had eyes like Fanny, and hair like Fanny, and dimples like Fanny's, and she laughed and colored just as Fanny does when I'm talking about her. So the young man fell in love directly, just as somebody I won't mention, the first time he came here, did with Fanny. Well, he was teased sometimes, just as somebody used to be by Fanny, and they quarreled sometimes, just as somebody and Fanny used to quarrel, and they made it up, and sat in the dark, and wrote letters every day, and never were happy asunder, and were always looking out for one another and pretending not to. They were engaged at Christmas time, and sat close to one another by the fire, and were going to be married very soon. All exactly like somebody I won't mention, and Fanny. But the traveler lost them one day, as he had lost the rest of his friends. and after calling them to come back, which they never did, went on upon his journey. So he went on for a little while without seeing anything, until at last he came to a middle-aged gentleman. So he said to the gentleman, "What are you doing here?" And his answer was, "I'm always busy. Come and be busy with me." So he began to be very busy with that gentleman, and they went on through the wood together. The whole journey was through a wood, only it had been open and green at first, like a wood in spring, and now began to be thick and dark, like a wood in summer. Some of the little trees that had come out earliest were even turning brown. The gentleman was not alone, but had a lady of about the same age with him, who was his wife, and they had children, who were with them too. So they all went on together through the wood, cutting down the trees, and making a path through the branches and the fallen leaves, and carrying burdens and working hard. Sometimes they came to a long green avenue that opened into deeper woods. Then they would hear another very little distant voice crying, "Father, father, I am another child, stop for me." And presently they would see a very little figure, growing larger as it came along, running to join them. When it came up, they all crowded round it, kissed and welcomed it, and then they all went on together. Sometimes they came to several avenues at once, and then they all stood still, and one of the children said, "Father, I am going to sea." And another said, "Father, I am going to India." And another, "Father, I am going to seek my fortune where I can." And another, "Father, I am going to heaven." So, with many tears at parting, they went, solitary, down those avenues, each child upon its way, and the child who went to heaven rose into the golden air and vanished. Whenever these partings happened, the traveler looked at the gentleman and saw him glance up at the sky above the trees, where the day was beginning to decline and the sunset come on. He saw, too, that his hair was turning gray. But they could never rest long, for they had their journey to perform, and it was necessary for them to be always busy. At last there had been so many partings that there were no children left, and only the traveler, the gentleman, and the lady went upon their way in company. And now the wood was yellow, not brown, and the leaves, even of the forest trees, began to fall. So they came to an avenue that was darker than the rest, and were pressing forward on their journey without looking down it, when the lady stopped. "My husband," said the lady, "I am called." They listened, and they heard a voice a long way down the avenue say, "Mother, mother!" It was the voice of the first child who had said, "I am going to heaven." And the father said, "I pray not yet. The sunset is very near. I pray not yet." But the voice cried, "Mother, mother," without minding him, though his hair was now quite white, and tears were on his face. Then the mother, who was already drawn into the shade of the dark avenue, moving away with her arms still round his neck, kissed him and said, "My dearest, I am summoned, and I go." And she was gone, and the traveler and he were left alone together. And they went on and on together, until they came very near the end of the wood, so near that they could see the sunset shining red before them through the trees. Yet once more, while he broke his way among the branches, the traveler lost his friend. He called and called, but there was no reply. When he passed out of the wood and saw the peaceful sun going down upon a wide purple prospect, he came to an old man sitting on a fallen tree. So he said to the old man, "What do you do here?" And the old man said with a calm smile, "I am always remembering. Come and remember with me." So the traveler sat down by the side of the old man, face to face with the serene sunset, and all of his friends came softly back and stood around him. The beautiful child, the handsome boy, the young man in love, the father, mother, and children. Every one of them was there, and he had lost nothing. So he loved them all, and was kind and forbearing with them all, and was always pleased to watch them all, and they all honored and loved him. And I think the traveler must be yourself, dear grandfather, because this is what you do to us, and what we do to you. End of The Child's Story by Charles Dickens. Read by Lauren Sauer.
Christmas Storms and Sunshine by Mrs. Gaskell. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the town of no matter where, there circulated 2 local newspapers, no matter when. Now the Flying Post was long established and respectable, alias bigoted and Tory. The Examiner was spirited and intelligent, alias new-fangled and democratic. Every week these newspapers contained articles abusing each other, as cross and peppery as articles could be, and evidently the production of irritated minds, although they seemed to have one stereotyped commencement. Though the article appearing in last week's Post, or Examiner, is below contempt, yet we have been induced, etc., etc. And every Saturday the Radical shopkeepers shook hands together, and agreed that the Post was done for by the slashing, clever Examiner, while the more dignified Tories began by regretting that Johnson should think that low paper, only read by a few of the vulgar, worth wasting his wit upon, however the Examiner was at its last gasp. It was not, though. It lived and flourished, at least it paid its way, as one of the heroes of my story could tell. He was chief compositor, or whatever title may be given to the head man of the mechanical part of a newspaper. He hardly confined himself to that department. Once or twice, unknown to the editor, when the manuscript had fallen short, he had filled up the vacant space by compositions of his own. Announcements of a forthcoming crop of green peas in December, a grey thrush having been seen, or a white hare, or such interesting phenomena. Invented for the occasion, I must confess, but what of that? His wife always knew when to expect a little specimen of her husband's literary talent by a peculiar cough, which served as prelude. And judging from this encouraging sign, and the high-pitched and emphatic voice in which he read them, she was inclined to think that an Ode to an Early Rosebud in the corner devoted to original poetry, and a letter in the correspondence department signed Pro Bono Publico, were her husband's writing, and to hold up her head accordingly. I never could find out what it was that occasioned the Hodgsons to lodge in the same house as the Jenkinses. Jenkins held the same office in the Tory paper as Hodgson did in the Examiner, and, as I said before, I leave you to give it a name. But Jenkins had a proper sense of his position, and a proper reverence for all in authority, from the King down to the editor and sub-editor. He would as soon have thought of borrowing the King's crown for a nightcap, or the King's sceptre for a walking-stick, as he would have thought of filling up any spare corner with any production of his own. And I think it would have even added to his contempt of Hodgson, if that were possible, had he known of the productions of his brain, as the latter fondly alluded to the paragraphs he inserted when speaking to his wife. Jenkins had his wife too. Wives were wanting to finish the completeness of the quarrel which existed one memorable Christmas week, some dozen years ago, between the two neighbours, the two compositors. And with wives it was a very pretty, a very complete quarrel. To make the opposing parties still more equal, still more well matched, if the Hodgsons had a baby, such a baby, a poor puny little thing. Mrs. Jenkins had a cat, such a cat, a great nasty meowling tom-cat, that was always stealing the milk put by for little Angel's supper. And now, having matched Greek with Greek, I must proceed to the tug-of-war. It was the day before Christmas. Such a cold east wind, such an inky sky, such a blue-black look in people's faces, as they were driven out more than usual to complete their purchases for the next day's festival. Before leaving home that morning, Jenkins had given some money to his wife to buy the next day's dinner. "My dear, I wish for turkey and sausages. It may be a weakness, but I own I am partial to sausages. My deceased mother was. Such tastes are hereditary. As to the sweets, whether plum pudding or mince pies, I leave such considerations to you. I only beg you not to mind expense. Christmas comes but once a year." And again he had called out from the bottom of the first flight of stairs, just close to the Hodgsons' door. "Such ostentatiousness," as Mrs. Hodgson observed. "You will not forget the sausages, my dear?" "I should have liked to have had something above common, Mary," said Hodgson, as they too made their plans for the next day. "But I think roast beef must do for us. You see, love, we've a family." "Only one, Jem. I don't want more than roast beef, though, I'm sure. Before I went to service, mother and me would have thought roast beef a very fine dinner." "Well, let's settle it, then. Roast beef and a plum pudding. And now, good-bye. Mind and take care of little Tom. I thought he was a bit hoarse this morning." And off he went to his work. Now it was a good while since Mrs. Jenkins and Mrs. Hodgson had spoken to each other, although they were quite as much in possession of the knowledge of events and opinions as though they did. Mary knew that Mrs. Jenkins despised her for not having a real lace cap, which Mrs. Jenkins had, and for having been a servant, which Mrs. Jenkins had not, and the little occasional pinchings which the Hodgsons were obliged to resort to make both ends meet would have been very patiently endured by Mary if she had not winced under Mrs. Jenkins' knowledge of such economy. But she had her revenge. She had a child, and Mrs. Jenkins had none. To have had a child, even such a puny baby as little Tom, Mrs. Jenkins would have worn commonest caps, and cleaned grates, and drudged her fingers to the bone. The great unspoken disappointment of her life soured her temper, and turned her thoughts inward, and made her morbid and selfish. "Hang that cat! He's been stealing again! He's gnawed the cold mutton in his nasty mouth till it's not fit to set before a Christian, and I've nothing else for Jem's dinner. But I'll give it him now I've caught him, that I will." So saying, Mary Hodgson caught up her husband's Sunday cane, and despite Pussy's cries and scratches, she gave him such a beating as she hoped might cure him of his thievish propensities, when, lo and behold, Mrs. Jenkins stood at the door with a face of bitter wrath. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, ma'am, to abuse a poor dumb animal, ma'am, as knows no better than to take food when he sees it, ma'am? He only follows the nature which God has given, ma'am. and it's a pity your nature, ma'am, which I've heard is of the stingy, saving species, does not make you shut your cupboard door a little closer. There is such a thing as law for brute animals. I'll ask Mr. Jenkins, but I don't think them Radicals has done away with that law yet, for all their Reform Bill, ma'am. My poor precious love of a Tommy, is he hurt? And is his leg broke for taking a mouthful of scraps, as most people would give away to a beggar, if he'd take 'em?" wound up Mrs. Jenkins, casting a contemptuous look on the remnant of a scrag-end of mutton. Mary felt very angry and very guilty, for she really pitied the poor limping animal as he crept up to his mistress, and there lay down to bemoan himself. She wished she had not beaten him so hard, for it certainly was her own careless way of never shutting the cupboard door that had tempted him to his fault. But the sneer at her little bit of mutton turned her penitence to fresh wrath, and she shut the door in Mrs. Jenkins's face, as she stood caressing her cat in the lobby, with such a bang that it wakened little Tom, and he began to cry. Everything was to go wrong with Mary to-day. Now baby was awake, who was to take her husband's dinner to the office? She took the child in her arms and tried to hush him off to sleep again, and as she sung, she cried, she could hardly tell why, a sort of reaction from her violent angry feelings. She wished she had never beaten the poor cat. She wondered if his leg was really broken. What would her mother say if she knew how cross and cruel her little Mary was getting? If she should live to beat her child in one of her angry fits? It was of no use lullabying while she sobbed, so it must be given up, and she must carry her baby in her arms and take him with her to the office, for it was long past dinner-time. So she pared the mutton carefully, although by so doing she reduced the meat to an infinitesimal quantity, and taking the baked potatoes out of the oven, she popped them piping hot into her basket, with the et ceteras of plate, butter, salt, and knife and fork. It was indeed a bitter wind. She bent against it as she ran, and the flakes of snow were sharp and cutting as ice. Baby cried all the way, though she cuddled him up in her shawl. Then her husband had made his appetite up for a potato pie, and, literary man as he was, his body got so much the better of his mind that he looked rather black at the cold mutton. Mary had no appetite for her own dinner when she arrived at home again. So, after she had tried to feed baby, and he had fretfully refused to take his bread and milk, she laid him down as usual on his quilt, surrounded by playthings, while she sided away and chopped suet for the next day's pudding. Early in the afternoon a parcel came, done up first in brown paper, then in such a white, grass-bleached, sweet-smelling towel, and a note from her dear, dear mother, in which quaint writing she endeavoured to tell her daughter that she was not forgotten at Christmas-time, but that, learning that Farmer Burton was killing his pig, she had made interest for some of his famous pork, out of which she had manufactured some sausages, and flavoured them just as Mary used to like when she lived at home. "Dear, dear mother," said Mary to herself, "there never was any one like her for remembering other folk. What rare sausages she used to make! Home things have a smack with 'em no bought things can ever have. Set them up with their sausages! I've a notion if Mrs. Jenkins had ever tasted mother's, she'd have no fancy for them town-made things Fanny took in just now." And so she went on thinking about home, till the smiles and the dimples came out again at the remembrance of that pretty cottage, which would look green even now in the depth of winter, with its pyracanthus and its holly bushes, and the great Portugal laurel that was her mother's pride. And the back path through the orchard to Farmer Burton's. How well she remembered it! The bushels of unripe apples she had picked up there and distributed among his pigs, till he had scolded her for giving them so much green trash. She was interrupted. Her baby (I call him a baby because his father and mother did, and because he was so little of his age, but I rather think he was 18 months old) had fallen asleep some time before among his playthings. An uneasy, restless sleep, but of which Mary had been thankful, as his morning's nap had been too short, and as she was so busy. But now he began to make such a strange crowing noise, just like a chair drawn heavily and gratingly along a kitchen floor. His eyes were open, but expressive of nothing but pain. "Mother's darling!" said Mary, in terror, lifting him up. "Baby, try not to make that noise! Hush, hush, darling! What hurts him?" But the noise came worse and worse. "Fanny! Fanny!" Mary called in mortal fright, for her baby was almost black with his gasping breath, and she had no one to ask for aid or sympathy but her landlady's daughter, a little girl of 12 or 13, who attended to the house in her mother's absence, as daily cook in gentlemen's families. Fanny was more especially considered the attendant of the upstairs lodgers, who paid for the use of the kitchen, for Jenkins could not abide the smell of meat cooking. But just now she was fortunately sitting at her afternoon's work of darning stockings, and hearing Mrs. Hodgson's cry of terror, she ran to her sitting-room, and understood the case at a glance. "He's got the croup! Oh, Mrs. Hodgson, he'll die as sure as fate! Little brother had it, and he died in no time. The doctor said he could do nothing for him, it had gone too far. He said if we'd put him in a warm bath at first it might have saved him, but bless you, he was never half so bad as your baby." Unconsciously there mingled in her statement some of a child's love of producing an effect, but the increasing danger was clear enough. "Oh, my baby, my baby! Oh, love, love, don't look so ill! I cannot bear it! And my fire so low! There, I was thinking of home, and picking currants, and never minding the fire. Oh, Fanny, what is the fire like in the kitchen? Speak!" "Mother told me to screw it up and throw some slack on as soon as Mrs. Jenkins had done with it, and so I did. It's very low and black. But oh, Mrs. Hodgson, let me run for the doctor. I cannot bear to hear him, it's so like little brother." Through her streaming tears Mary motioned her to go, and trembling, sinking, sick at heart, she laid her boy in his cradle, and ran to fill her kettle. Mrs. Jenkins, having cooked her husband's snug little dinner, to which he came home, having told him her story of Pussy's beating, at which he was justly and dignifiedly indignant, saying it was all of a piece with that abusive examiner, having received the sausages and turkey and mince pies which her husband had ordered, and cleaned up the room and prepared everything for tea, and coaxed and duly bemoaned her cat, who had pretty nearly forgotten his beating but very much enjoyed the petting. Having done all these and many other things, Mrs. Jenkins sat down to get up the real lace cap. Every thread was pulled out separately and carefully stretched, when what was that? Outside in the street a chorus of piping children's voices sang the old carol she had heard 100 times in the days of her youth. As Joseph was a-walking, he heard an angel sing, "This night shall be born our heavenly King. He neither shall be born in housen nor in hall, nor in the place of paradise, but in an ox's stall. He neither shall be clothed in purple nor in pall, but all in fair linen, as were babies all. He neither shall be rocked in silver nor in gold, but in a wooden cradle that rocks on the mould. She got up and went to the window. There below stood the group of grey-black little figures, relieved against the snow, which now enveloped everything. For old sake's sake, as she phrased it, she counted out a halfpenny apiece for the singers out of the copper bag, and threw them down below. The room had become chilly while she had been counting out and throwing down her money, so she stirred her already glowing fire and sat down right before it, but not to stretch her lace. Like Mary Hodgson, she began to think over long-past days, on softening remembrances of the dead and gone, on words long forgotten, on holy stories heard at her mother's knee. "I cannot think what's come over me to-night," said she half aloud, recovering herself by the sound of her own voice from her train of thought. "My head goes wandering on them old times. I'm sure more texts have come into my head with thinking on my mother within this last half-hour than I've thought on for years and years. I hope I'm not going to die. Folks say thinking too much on the dead betokens we're going to join 'em. I should be loath to go just yet. Such a fine turkey as we've got for dinner to-morrow, too." Knock, knock, knock at the door, as fast as knuckles could go. And then, as if the comer could not wait, the door was opened, and Mary Hodgson stood there as white as death. "Mrs. Jenkins! Oh, your kettle is boiling, thank God! Let me have the water for my baby, for the love of God! He's got croup and is dying." Mrs. Jenkins turned on her chair with a wooden, inflexible look on her face that, between ourselves, her husband knew and dreaded for all his pompous dignity. "I'm sorry I can't oblige you, ma'am. My kettle is wanted for my husband's tea. Don't be afeard, Tommy. Mrs. Hodgson won't venture to intrude herself where she's not desired. You'd better send for the doctor, ma'am, instead of wasting your time in wringing your hands, ma'am. My kettle is engaged." Mary clasped her hands together with passionate force, but spoke no word of entreaty to that wooden face, that sharp, determined voice. But as she turned away, she prayed for strength to bear the coming trial, and strength to forgive Mrs. Jenkins. Mrs. Jenkins watched her go away meekly, as one who has no hope. And then she turned upon herself as sharply as she ever did on any one else. "What a brute I am! Lord forgive me! What's my husband's tea to a baby's life? In croup, too, where time is everything! You crabbed old vixen, you! Any one may know you never had a child." She was downstairs, kettle in hand, before she had finished her self-upbraiding, and when in Mrs. Hodgson's room she rejected all thanks, Mary had not the voice for many words, saying stiffly, "I do it for the poor babby's sake, ma'am, hoping he may live to have mercy to poor dumb beasts, if he does forget to lock his cupboards." But she did everything, and more than Mary, with her young inexperience, could have thought of. She prepared the warm bath, and tried it with her husband's own thermometer. Mr. Jenkins was as punctual as clockwork in noting down the temperature of every day. She let his mother place her baby in the tub, still preserving the same rigid, affronted aspect, and then she went upstairs without a word. Mary longed to ask her to stay, but dared not, though when she left the room the tears chased each other down her cheeks faster than ever. Poor young mother! How she counted the minutes till the doctor should come! But before he came, down again stalked Mrs. Jenkins, with something in her hand. "I've seen many of these croup fits, which I take it you've not, ma'am. Mustard plasters is very sovereign put on the throat. I've been up and made one, ma'am, and by your leave I'll put it on the poor little fellow." Mary could not speak, but she signed her grateful assent. It began to smart, while they still kept silence, and he looked up to his mother as if seeking courage from her looks to bear the stinging pain, but she was softly crying to see him suffer, and her want of courage reacted upon him, and he began to sob aloud. Instantly Mrs. Jenkins' apron was up, hiding her face. "Pippo, baby," said she, as merrily as she could. His little face brightened, and his mother having once got the cue, the two women kept the little fellow amused until his plaster had taken effect. "He's better! Oh, Mrs. Jenkins, look at his eyes! How different! And he breathes quite softly." As Mary spoke thus, the doctor entered. He examined his patient. Baby was really better. "It has been a sharp attack, but the remedies you have applied have been worth all the pharmacopoeia an hour later. I shall send a powder," etc., etc. Mrs. Jenkins stayed to hear this opinion, and, her heart wonderfully more easy, was going to leave the room, when Mary seized her hand and kissed it. She could not speak her gratitude. Mrs. Jenkins looked affronted and awkward, and as if she must go upstairs and wash her hand directly. But in spite of these sour looks, she came softly down an hour or so afterwards to see how baby was. The little gentleman slept well after the fright he had given his friends, and on Christmas morning, when Mary awoke and looked at the sweet little pale face lying on her arm, she could hardly realize the danger he had been in. When she came down, later than usual, she found the household in a commotion. What do you think had happened? Why, Pussy had been a traitor to his best friend, and eaten up some of Mr. Jenkins' own especial sausages, and gnawed and tumbled the rest so that they were not fit to be eaten. There were no bounds to that cat's appetite. He would have eaten his own father if he had been tender enough. And now Mrs. Jenkins stormed and cried, "Hang the cat!" Christmas Day, too, and all the shops shut. "What was turkey without sausages?" gruffly asked Mr. Jenkins. "Oh, Jem," whispered Mary, "hearken what a piece of work he's making about sausages. I should like to take Mrs. Jenkins up some of mother's. They're twice as good as bought sausages." "I see no objection, my dear. Sausages do not involve intimacies, else his politics are what I can no ways respect." "But, oh, Jem, if you had seen her last night about baby, I'm sure she may scold me for ever, and I'll not answer. I'd even make her cat welcome to the sausages." The tears gathered to Mary's eyes as she kissed her boy. "Better take 'em upstairs, my dear, and give 'em to the cat's mistress." And Jem chuckled at his saying. Mary put them on a plate, but still she loitered. "What must I say, Jem? I never know." Say, I hope you'll accept of these sausages as my mother— no, that's not grammar. Say what comes uppermost, Mary. It will be sure to be right." So Mary carried them upstairs and knocked at the door, and when told to come in, she looked very red, but went up to Mrs. Jenkins, saying, "Please take these. Mother made them," and was away before an answer could be given. Just as Hodgson was ready to go to church, Mrs. Jenkins came downstairs and called Fanny. In a minute the latter entered the Hodgsons' room, and delivered Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins' compliments, and they would be particular glad if Mr. and Mrs. Hodgson would eat their dinner with them. "And carry baby upstairs in a shawl, be sure," added Mrs. Jenkins' voice in the passage, close to the door, whither she had followed her messenger. There was no discussing the matter, with the certainty of every word being overheard. Mary looked anxiously at her husband. She remembered his saying he did not approve of Mr. Jenkins' politics. "Do you think it would do for baby?" asked he. "Oh, yes," answered she, eagerly. "I would wrap him up so warm. And I've got our room up to 65 already, for all it's so frosty," added the voice outside. Now, how do you think they settled the matter? The very best way in the world. Mr. and Mrs. Jenkins came down into the Hodgsons' room and dined there. Turkey at the top, roast beef at the bottom, sausages at one side, potatoes at the other. Second course, plum pudding at the top, and mince pies at the bottom. And after dinner Mrs. Jenkins would have baby on her knee, and he seemed quite to take to her. She declared he was admiring the real lace on her cap, but Mary thought, though she did not say so, that he was pleased by her kind looks and coaxing words. Then he was wrapped up and carried carefully upstairs to tea in Mrs. Jenkins' room. And after tea Mrs. Jenkins and Mary and her husband found out each other's mutual liking for music, and sat singing old glees and catches till I don't know what o'clock, without one word of politics or newspapers. Before they parted, Mary had coaxed Pussy on to her knee, for Mrs. Jenkins would not part with baby, who was sleeping on her lap. "When you're busy, bring him to me. Do now, it will be a real favour. I know you must have a deal to do with another coming. Let him come up to me. I'll take the greatest of cares of him. Pretty darling, how sweet he looks when he's asleep." When the couples were once more alone, the husbands unburdened their minds to their wives. Mr. Jenkins said to his, "Do you know, Burgess tried to make me believe Hodgson was such a fool as to put paragraphs into the Examiner now and then, but I see he knows his place and has got too much sense to do any such thing." Hodgson said, "Mary, love, I almost fancy from Jenkins' way of speaking, so much civiller than I expected, he guesses I wrote that pro bono and the Rosebud. At any rate, I've no objection to your naming it if the subject should come uppermost. I should like him to know I'm a literary man." Well, I've ended my tale. I hope you don't think it too long, but before I go, just let me say one thing. If any of you have any quarrels or misunderstandings, or coolnesses or cold shoulders, or shynesses, or tiffs or miffs or huffs with any one else, just make friends before Christmas. You will be so much merrier if you do. I ask it of you for the sake of that old angelic song, heard so many years ago by the shepherds, keeping watch by night on Bethlehem Heights. End of Christmas Storms and Sunshine by Mrs. Gaskell. Recording by Ruth Golding. Christmas 2010.
Christmas Weather in Scotland by David Gray. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A winter day. The feather-silent snow thickens the air with strange delight, and lays a fairy carpet on the barren lea. No sun, yet all around that inward light which is in purity a soft moonshine, the silvery dimness of a happy dream. How beautiful! Afar on moorland ways, bosomed by mountains, darkened by huge glens, where the lone altar raised by druid hands stands like a mournful phantom. Hidden clouds let fall soft beauty, till each green fir branch is plumed and tasselled, till each heather stalk is delicately fringed. The sycamores, through all their mystical entanglement of boughs, are draped with silver, all the green of sweet leaves playing with the subtle air in dainty murmuring. The obstinate drone of limber bees that in the monk's hood bells house diligent. The imperishable glow of summer sunshine never more confessed the harmony of nature, the divine, diffusive spirit of the beautiful. Out in the snowy dimness, half revealed like ghosts in glimpsing moonlight, wildly run the children in bewildering delight. There is a living glory in the air, a glory in the hushed air, in the soul a palpitating wonder hushed in awe. Softly, with delicate softness, as the light quickens in the undawned east, and silently, with definite silence, as the stealing dawn dapples the floating clouds, slow fall, with indecisive motion eddying down the white-winged flakes, calm as the sleep of sound, dim as a dream, the silver-misted air shines with mild radiance, as when through a cloud of semi-lucent vapor shines the moon. I saw last evening, when the ruddy sun, enlarged and strange, sank low invisibly, spreading fierce orange o'er the west, a scene of winter in his milder mood. Green fields, which no kine cropped, lay damp, and naked trees threw skeleton shadows. Hedges, thickly grown, twined into compact firmness, with no leaves, trembled in jeweled fretwork as the sun to lustre touched the tremulous waterdrops. Alone, nor whistling as his fellows do in fabled poem and provincial song, the ploughboy shouted to his reeking train, and at the clamour from a neighbouring field arose with whir of wings a flock of rooks more clamorous, and through the frosted air, blown wildly here and there without a law, they flew low, grumbling out loquacious croaks. Red sunset brightened all things, streams ran red yet coldly, and before the unwholesome east, searching the bones and breathing ice, blew down the hill with a dry whistle. By the fire in chamber twilight rested I at home. But now what revelation of fair change, O giver of the seasons and the days, creator of all elements, pale mists, invisible great winds, and exact frost! How shall I speak the wonder of thy snow? What though we know its essence and its birth, can quick expound, in philosophic wise, the how, and whence, and manner of its fall? Yet, oh, the inner beauty and the life that is in snow, the virgin soft and utter purity of the downflake, falling upon its fellow with no sound. Unblown by vulgar winds, innumerous flakes fall gently, with the gentlest of love. The earth is cherished, for beneath the soft, pure uniformity is gently born warmth and rich mildness, fitting the dead roots for the resuscitation of the spring. Now while I write, the wonder clothes the vale, calmed every wind, and loaded every grove, and looking through the implicated boughs, I see a gleaming radiance. Sparkling snow, refined by morning-footed frost so still, mantles each bough, and such a windless hush breathes through the air, it seems the fairy glen about some phantom palace, pale abode of fabled sleeping beauty. Songless birds flit restlessly about the breathless wood, waiting the sudden breaking of the charm, and as they quickly spring on nimble wing from the white twig, a sparkling shower falls, starlike. It is not whiteness, but a clear outshining of all purity, which takes the winking eyes with such a silvery gleam. No sunshine, and the sky is all one cloud. The vale seems lonely, ghost-like, while aloud the housewife's voice is heard with doubled sound. I have not words to speak the perfect show, the ravishment of beauty, the delight of silent purity, the sanctity of inspiration which o'erflows the world, making it breathless with divinity. So thus with fair dilaption softly falls the sacred shower, and when the shortened day dejected dies in the low streaky west, the rising moon displays a cold blue night, and keen as steel the east wind sprinkles ice. Thicker than bees about the waxing moon gather the punctual stars. Huge whitened hills rise glimmering to the blue verge of the night, ghost-like, and striped with narrow glens of firs, black-waving, solemn. O'er the luggy stream gathers a veiny film of ice, and creeps with elfin feet round each stone and reed, working fine masonry, while o'er the dam, dashing, a noise of waters fills the clear and nitrous air. All the dark wintry hours, sharply the winds from the white level moors keen whistle. Timorous in his homely bed, the schoolboy listens, fearful lest gaunt wolves or beasts, whose uncouth forms in ancient books he has beheld, at creaking shutters pull, howling. And when at last the languid dawn in wind redness reillumes the east with ineffectual fire, an intense blue, severely vivid o'er the snowy hills, gleams chill, while hazy, half-transparent clouds slow range the freezing ether of the west. Along the woods the keenly vehement blasts wail, and disrobe the mantled boughs, and fling a snow-dust everywhere. Thus wears the day, while grandfather over the well-watched fire hangs cowering, with a cold drop at his nose. Now underneath the ice the luggy growls, and to the polished smoothness curlers come rudely ambitious. Then for happy hours the clinking stones are slid from wary hands, and barleycorn, best wine for surly airs, bites in the mouth, and ancient jokes are cracked. And oh, the journey homeward, when the sun, low rounding to the west, in ruddy glow sinks large, and all the amber-skirted clouds, his flaming retinue, with darkening glow diverge. The broom is brandished as the sign of conquest, and impetuously they boast of how this shot was played, with what a bend peculiar, the perfection of all art. That stone came rolling grandly to the tee, with victory crowned, and flinging wide the rest in lordly crash. Within the village inn they by the roaring chimney sit, and quaff the beaded Esguiba with sugar dashed. Oh, when the precious liquid fires the brain to joy, and every heart beats fast with mirth and ancient fellowship, what nervy grasps of horny hands o'er tables of rough oak! What singing of lang syne till teardrops shine, and friendships brighten as the evening wanes! End of Christmas Weather in Scotland, by David Gray. Read by David Lawrence, in Brampton, Ontario. Christmas 2010.
Colonel Crockett's Cooperative Christmas by Rupert Hughes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Colonel Crockett's Cooperative Christmas by Rupert Hughes. Forward. Of all the strange gatherings that have distinguished Madison Square Garden, the strangest was probably on the occasion last Christmas when the now well-known Colonel D.A. Crockett of Waco rented the vast auditorium for $1,000 and threw it open to the public. As he is going to do it again this coming Christmas, on account of the con, in, and reception of his scheme, may interest some of the thousands who find themselves every Christmas in the Colonel's plight. My plan to describe it was frustrated by the receipt from his wife of 3 letters he wrote her. It seems only fair, then, that the author of an achievement which is likely to become an institution should be allowed to be the author of its history. I shall, therefore, content myself with publishing verbatim 2 of the Colonel's own letters. Rupert Hughes. Letter 1. New York, New York, December 26th, 1904. Friend wife, the miserablest night I ever spent in all my born days, the solitariest, with no seconds, was sure this identical Christmas night in New York City. And I've been some lonesome too, in my time. I've told you how, as a boy, I shipped before the mast, the wrong mast, and how the old tub bumped a reef and went down with all hands and feet, except mine. You remember me telling how I grabbed a hold of a large wooden box and floated on to a dry spot? It knocked the wind out of my stomach considerable, but I hung on kind of unconscious till the tide went out. When I come to, I looked round to see where in Sam Hill I was at, and found I was on a little pinhead of an island about the size a freckle would be on the moon. All round was mostly sky, except for what was water, and me with nothing to drink it with. I sat down hard on the box and felt as blue as all the swear words ever swore. There was nothing in sight to eat, and that made me so hungry that me and the box fell over backward. As I laid there sprawled out with my feet up on the box, I looked between my knees and read them beautiful words, "Eat Buggins' biscuit," in plain sight before me on the end of the box. Well, me and friend Buggins inhabited that place, about as big as one of Man Friday's footprints, for going on 4 weeks. When tide was in, I held the box on my head to keep my powder dry. Long toward the end of my visit, just before the ship that saved me hove in sight, I began to feel a mite tired of that place. I kind of felt as if I'd saw about all that was interesting on that there island. I thought I was unhappy, and I had a sneaking idea I was lonesome. But I see I was mistaken. I hadn't spent a Christmas night alone in a big city then. Then once, when I was prospecting for our mine, I was snowed up in a pass. I reckon I've told you how I got typhoid fever and wrestled it out all day by my lonesome, unparalleled thirst, Boston-baked brains, red flannel tongue, delirium tremens, and self-acting emetic, down to the final blissful, "Where am I at?" and on through the nice long convalescence, till my limbs changed from twine strings to human members. 6 weeks doing time as doctor, patient, trained nurse, and fellow mason all in one was being alone right smart, but it wasn't a patch on the little metropolis of Manhattan on Santa Claus Day. Then once I had a rather unrestful evening out in the western part of Texas. A fellow sold me a horse right cheap, and later a crowd of gentlemen accused me of stealing it, and I was put in jail with a promise of being lynched before breakfast. That was being uncomfortable some, too. But I wished last night that my friend Judge Watson hadn't come along that night and identified me. It would have saved me from New York-itis. Then there was the night when I proposed for your hand and you sent me to your pa, and he said if I ever come near again he'd sick the dogs on me. I spent that night at a safe distance from the dogs, leaning on a fence, and not noticing it was barbed wire till I looked at my clothes and my hide next day. I watched your windows till the light went out and all my hope with it. And on after that till, as the poet says, till daylight doth appear. Then there's the time I told you about when, but there's no use of making a catalog of every time I've been lonesome. I have taken my pen in hand to inform you that last night beat everything else on my private list of troubles. My other lonely times was when I was alone, but the lonesomest of all was in the heart of the biggest crowd on this here continent. There was people aplenty, but I didn't know one gall dern galoot. I had plenty of money, but nobody to spend it on, except tip-takers. I was stopping at this big hotel with luxury spread over everything, thicker than sorghum on corn pone, but lonely. Why, honey, I was so lonely that as I walked along the streets, I felt as if I'd like to break into some of the homes and compel them at the point of my gun to let me set in and dine with them. I felt like asking one of the bellboys to take me home and get his ma to give me a slice of goose and let her talk to me about her folks. There was some 4 million people in a space about the size of our ranch. There was theaters to go to, but who wants to go to the theater on Christmas? It's like going to church on the 4th of July. There were dime museums, penny vaudevilles, dance halls. There was a big dinner for newsboys. The Salvation Army and the volunteers gave feeds to the poor. But I couldn't qualify. I wasn't poor. I had no home, no friends, no nothing. The streets got deserteder and deserteder. A few other wretches was marooned like me in the hotel corridors. We looked at each other like sneak thieves patrolling the same street. Waiters glanced at us pitiful, as much as to say, if it wasn't for shrimps like you, I'd be home with my kids. The worst of it was, I knew there were thousands of people in town in just my fix. Perhaps some of them were old friends of mine that I'd have been tickled to death to foregather with, or, leastways, people from my state. Texas is a big place, but we'd have been brothers and sisters, or at least cousins once removed, for Christmas' sake. But they were scattered around at the St. Regis or the Mills Hotel, the Martha Washington, or somewhere, while I was at the Waldorf-Astoria. It was like the two men that Dickens, I believe it was Dickens, tells about. Somebody gives a concertina, but he can't play on it. Winter coming on and no overcoat. He can't wear the concertina any more than he can tootle it. A few blocks away is a fella, Mr. B. He can play a concertina something grand, but he hasn't got one and his fingers itch. He spends all his ready money on a brand new overcoat and just then his aunt sends him another one. He thinks he'll just swap one of them overcoats for a concertina, so he advertises in an exchange column. About the same time, A advertises that he'll trade one house-broken concertina for a nice overcoat. But does either A or B ever see B's or A's advertisements? Not on your beautiful daguerreotype. That was the way with us all in New York. The town was full of lonesome strangers, and we went moping around, stumbling over each other and not daring to speak. They call us transients here. Is like a common sailor that's lost at sea. He's only a casualty. So us poor homeless dogs in New York are only transients. Why, do you know, I was that lonely I could have stood out in the square like a lonely old cow in the rain and just mooed for somebody to take me in. I'd have telegraphed for you and the children to come to town, but Texas is so far away, and you'd have got here too late, and you couldn't come anyway, being sick, as you wrote me, and one of the kids having malaria. How is his blessed self today? I hope you're feeling better. Telegraph if you ain't, and I'll take the first train home. Well, last night I ate a horrible mockery of a Christmas dinner in a deserted restaurant, and it gave me heartburn, in addition to heartache, and a whole brood stable of nightmares. I went to bed early and stayed awake late. Gee, that was an awful night. I tried philosophy, the next station beyond despair. I said to myself, you old fool, why in the name of all that's sensible should you feel so excited about one day more than another? I wasn't so lonely the day before Christmas. I ain't so lonely today. But then, I was like a small boy with the mumps and the earache on the 4th of July. The firecrackers will pop just as lively another day, but, well, the universe was simply throwed all out of gear, like it must have been when Joshua held up the moon, or was it the sun? You remember reading me once about, I reckon it was Mr. Aldrich's pleasing idea of the last man on earth. Everybody killed off by a pestilence or something, and him sitting there by his lonely little lonesome, and what would he have done if he had heard his doorbell ring? Well, I reckon he'd have done what I'd have done if I'd met a friend, given one wild whoop, wrapped his arms round his neck, kissed him on both cheeks, and died with a faint gurgle of joy. I'd have been glad to have died so, too. Finally, I swore that if I ever foresaw myself being corralled again in a strange city on Christmas, I'd put on a sandwich board or something and march up and down the streets with a sign like this: I'm lonely, I'm homesick for a real Christmas, there must be others, let's get together. Meet me at the fountain in Union Square. We'll hang our stockings on the trees. Perhaps some snow will fall in 'em. Come one, come all, both great and small. I bet such a board would stir up a procession of exiles a mile and a half long, and we'd get together and have a good crying match on each other's shoulders, and wring each other's hands, while the band played Old Lang's Sign. But it's over now. I've lived through the game of Christmas solitaire in a big city, and I feel as relieved as a man just getting out of a dentist's office. He's minus a few molars and aches considerable, but he's full of a pleasing emptiness. But let me say right here, and put it in black and white, if I'm ever dragged away from home again on Christmas, I'll take laughing gas enough for a day and 2 nights, or I'll take some violent steps to get company if I have to hire a cayuse and a lariat and rustle Broadway, rounding up a herd of other unbranded stray cattle. Well, this is a long letter for me, honey, and I will close. Love and kisses to the sweet little kids, and to the best wife a fellow ever had. Your loving Austin. P.S. I pulled off the deal all right. The syndicate buys the mine. I get $500,000 in cash and $500,000 in stock, and I start for home in 3 days. We'll hang up our stockings on New Year's Day. Between letters. The fates accepted Colonel Crockett's challenge, and by an irresistible syndication of events, forced him to be alone in New York again the very next Christmas. After a series of masterly financial strokes, he had felt rich enough in his 2 millions to spend a year abroad with his family. A cablegram called him to America early in December to a directors' meeting. Expecting to return at once, he had left his family in Italy. A legal complication kept him postponing his trip from day to day, and finally an important hearing, in which he was a valued witness, was postponed by the referee, or deferee, till after the holidays. The colonel saw himself confronted with another Christmas far away from any of his people. The first 2 days he spent in violent profanity and in declining invitations which he received from business acquaintances to share their homes. Then he set out to make the occasion memorable. Once more we may leave the account to him. Letter 2. New York, New York, December 28th, 1905. Friend wife. Well, I've been and went and gone and done it, and golly, but it was fun, barring wishing you and the little ones had have been here too. Next year we'll arrange it so, for I'm going to do it again. You remember Artemus Ward's man who had been dead 3 weeks and liked it? Well, that's me. This camping out in New York is getting to be a habit. I'm sending you a bundle of newspaper clippings as big as a stovepipe, all about yours truly. As soon as I saw that circumstances had organized a pool to corner me and my Christmases, I spent a couple of days sending up rain-making language. Then I settled down to work like a bronco does to harness, after kicking off the dashboard and snapping a couple of traces. If I've got to be alone this Christmas, I says to myself, I'll make it the gall blamed as crowded as solitude ever heard of this side of the river. I looked for the biggest place in town under one roof. Madison Square Garden was it. You remember it. We was there to the horse show, so-called. You recollect, I reckon, that the garden holds right smart of people. At a political meeting, once they got 14,000 people into it, and there was still room for Grover Cleveland to stand and make a speech. Well, feeling kind of flush and reckless like, I decided to go and see the manager, or janitor, or whatever he is. And go I did. I says to him, could I rent your cute little shack for one evening, Christmas night? Certainly, sir, he says. There happens to be nothing doing this Christmas. How much would it set me back? I says, very polite. Only 1,000 plunks, says he, smiling. But, my dear Gaston, I says with a low bow, I don't want to buy your little Noah's Ark for the baby. I only want to borrow it for one evening. 1 thou is our bargain counter limit, he says. I couldn't make it less for the poor old Czar of Rushi. I kind of hesitated, remembering the time when $1,000 would have kept me comfortable for about 3 years. It's hard to get over the habit of counting your change. Then Mr. Janitor, seeing me kind of groggy, says, a little less polite, if that's more than you care to pay for a single room, you can get a cot for 5 cents on the Bowery. For a quarter, you can get a whole suite. That riled me. I flashed a wad of bills on him that made his eyes look like 2 automobile lamps. He could see it wasn't Confederate money either. Then I shifted my cigar to detract attention while I swallowed my Adam's apple, and I says, I was only hesitating, my boy, because I wondered if your nice little garden would be big enough. You haven't got a couple more to rent at the same price. He wilted and caved in like a box of ice cream does just before you get home with it. Then he began to bow lower, and we cut for a new deal. He took the lead. He says, what might I be wanting to use the garden for? Oh, I won't bulge the walls or strain the floor, I says. I only want it for a Christmas tree. I am going to invite my friends to a little party. Whoa, but you must be popular, he says. Who the dickens are you? Brother Teddy or Mother Eddie? I'm Colonel D. Austin Crockett of Waco, I says, as meek as I could. Pleased to meet you, Colonel, he says. What you running for, District Attorney? Or are you starting a new mutual benefit life assassination? Neither, I says. I'm a stranger in New York. But these friends of yours, he gasped, is all Waco coming up here on an excursion? Is the town going to move bodily? Mr. Prosecutor, I says, if you'll stop cross-examining a minute and let me tell how it all happened, it will save right smart of time. I'm a stranger here to about 4 million people. They are strangers to me. We ought to know each other. So I'm going to give a little Madison Square Garden warming and invite 'em in. What are you going to sell 'em? Prize poultry or physical culture? I've nothing to sell. I'm just going to entertain 'em. Well, I've heard of Southern hospitality, he says. But this beats me. How much are you going to charge a head? Nothing. Everything is to be free. Admission included. Not on your dear old lost cause, he exclaims. Leastways, not in our little doll's house. Not for $10,000. Why, man, do you realize that if you offered these New York, Brooklyn, Bronx, Hackensack, and Hoboken folks a free show, more than 2,000 women would get trampled to death? Did you ever see a bargain counter crowd on 23rd Street? Well, that's only for a chance to get something they don't want at a fish bait price. But if you offer them a free, take one chance, holy key whiz, I can just see it now. The garden ain't half big enough in the first place. There's enough take-oneers in these parts to fill the old Coliseum. And they'd make the wild animals look like a cage of rabbits or white mice. Well, the upshot of it was, he persuaded me to charge an admission, so we set it at $1 a head on the hoof. I wrote out a card and sent it to all the papers to print at advertising rates. It cost right smart, but it looked neat. To every stranger in New York and his lady, if you are not otherwise engaged on Christmas night, the honor of your presence at Madison Square Garden is requested by David Austin Crockett, Colonel, 5th Texas Cavalry, CSA. Music, dancing, refreshments, souvenirs. For the purpose of keeping out the undesirable element, a charge of $1 will be made. I knew that them magic words, refreshments and souvenirs, would hit him hard. In order to whet the public interest, I asked the papers where I advertised to give the thing some editorial or other reference. But they was very cold and said the best they could do was to send their dramatic critics to criticize the show afterward. A lot of good that would do me. So I took more space in advertising. In a day or two, I was visited at the hotel by one of the most imperent-looking fellows I ever met up with. He sent up a card. James J. James, publicity expert. I said to show him in, and he sort of oozed through the door. He was that oily. He looked about to see if we was alone, then winked slow and important and says, "What's your game, Colonel? It looks pretty slick, but I can't quite make it out. It's a new bunco all right, but slick as it looks, it ain't quite so slick as it ought to be." "Look here, you cub," I roared. "If you imply that I have any evil motives in this, I'll shoot you so full of holes you'll look like a mosquito net." He wasn't a bit scared. He simply winked the other eye and said in a kind of foreign-sounding language, "Forget it, Colonel. Cut it out. Back to the alfalfa with your Buffalo Bill vocabulary. If you are really on the level, you don't need to prove it with artillery. But it makes no diff to me about that. My business is producing fame, not merit. Once more I ask, what's your lay?" I overcame a desire to kick him through the ceiling and told him I proposed to entertain the strangers in New York. Strangers in New York? Why, that means everybody. There's been only one man born in New York since the war, and he's kept in alcohol at a dime museum. Your idea is really to give old New York a Christmas party, huh? Very pretty indeed. But if you insist on exploding money all over the place, I don't see why you shouldn't get a run for it. Besides, I need a bit of it myself. What you want is a press agent. You're starting all wrong. People in New York can't understand or believe anything except through the language of the press agent. You take one on your staff, and in 3 days you'll be so famous that if a child in a kindergarten is asked who is the Queen of Holland, it will answer Colonel Crockett of Waco. Well, he poured out the most remarkable string of talk I ever heard, and before I knew it, he had made me promise to trust my soul and my scheme to him, to be surprised at nothing that might appear in the papers, and to refer all reporters to him. The next morning I found my name on the front page of every journal, with my picture in most of them. It seems I had held at bay 200 angry Italians who were trying to mob a Chinese laundryman. The evening paper said that I had stopped a runaway coach and four on Fifth Avenue that morning by lassoing the leader. On the coach were Mrs. Astor, Mrs. Fitch, Reggie Vanderbilt, George Gould, Harry Lear, and a passel of other among those presents. That night I went to a music hall, according to the next morning's papers, and broke up the show by throwing a pocketful of solitaires to the chorus girls. The next day, 3 burglars got into my room. I held them up in a corner, took away their masks, spanked them, and gave them each a $100 bill to help them to avoid temptation. That afternoon, the 3 big life insurance companies asked me to be president. And so on. You can read for yourself in the clippings. Only for heaven's sake, don't believe any of it. In every article was a neat allusion to my Christmas party. I wanted to kill James J. James, and I scoured the town for him, but he dodged me. He kept his word, though. For the last few days, I've been the most talked of man in town. Looks like I'd been the only man in New York. And now to tell about my little party. For 2 days, a regiment of men was working in the garden, under my direction and at my expense. It was like paying the war appropriation of Russia, but it was worth it. At 6 o'clock Christmas night, the crowd began to line up at the garden doors. At 6:30, a platoon of police arrived. At 6:40, the line reached twice around the garden. At 6:45, they sent for more police. At 7:15, every street was solid with people. They called out the police reserves and clubbed about 400 innocent bystanders insensible. At 7:45, the fire department was called and played the hose on the crowd. This thinned them off a bit on the outskirts. Then the ambulances give out, and the fainting women was carried home in express wagons and wheelbarrows. The subway was the only line that could run cars. At 8:30, the doors opened. You should have seen the rush. The Galveston flood wasn't in it. At 8:45, the garden was so full they closed the doors. That sent some of the outside crowd home. The garden was a beautiful sight. On the tower outside, in big electric letters, was a sign, "Merry Christmas to you and yours." Inside, it was decorated with holly leaves and berries, tons and tons of it. At one end was built a big house with a chimney and an old-fashioned fireplace. The roof of the house was covered with snow, cotton, and the sky back of it was full of electric stars that twinkled something beautiful. And there was a moon that looked like the real thing. There was 4 bands in the balconies, and a chorus of angels with real wings and electric halos. They sang "Peace on Earth, Goodwill to Men," written for the occasion by Mr. de Koven. By and by, all the bands bust out gorgeous, and then Santa Claus appeared in a sleigh drawn by 6 real live stuffed reindeers. He run along the sky on unseen grooves and drove up to the roof of the house and slid down the chimney with a pack of presents. He filled all the stockings with candy, cornucopias, and toys, and a lot of attendants passed them out to the children. You should have heard them squeal with joy. Poor little tots, living in hotels and apartment places where Santa Claus would have had to come up the steam radiator or the gas log pipe to get in. Well, my Santa Claus had to make 16 trips to satisfy the children. The garden was divided into sections, one for every state and territory, with its own shield in electric lights and colors. There was a native of every state in charge, and every state had its own big Christmas tree and reception room and refreshments. Some of the people I noticed seemed to have been born in several states at once, the way they passed from one booth to another, filling up their pockets and stomachs. I reckon they paid for it the next day in doctor's bills. But there was nary a sign of rowdyism. That dollar admission was a regular sieve for straining out the toughs. Then there were policemen everywhere, and every other man nearly was a plainclothesman or a detective. Besides, after sober consideration and on advice from the gardeners, I cut out all drinks except soft stuff. So there were no jags except what some people brought with them from their Christmas dinners and loaded plum puddings. And then, of course, that peculiar something we get into us at Christmas time filled everybody with a sort of loving fellowship and a hankering to hug their neighbors and divvy up their funds like a mutual life insurance company prospectus says it's a-going to do someday. In the center of the hall there was a big sign in electric letters: "Everybody is hereby introduced to everybody else for tonight only." At every state booth you'd see people gathering, recognizing old friends, or introducing themselves to new ones. It was surprising how each state had its gathering. At the Texas booth there was a big, immense crowd. A lot of them turned out to be old friends of ours, school friends of yours, ranch friends of mine, people I had worked for, people who had worked me or for me. A lot of them sent their love and a Merry Christmas to you. I remember especially, here we omit a list of names somewhat lacking in universal interest. I had advertised that people who wanted to give each other Christmas presents could have them hung on the state trees. My attendants gave them checks for their gifts, and there wasn't many mix-ups. Old Miss Samanthy Clay got a box of cigars meant for Judge Randolph, and he got a pair of silver buckle garters meant for her. But most of them came out right, and several of them was so surprised at getting presents in New York that they bust out crying. Major Calhoun's whiskers was soaking wet with tears when he got a bottle of old bourbon from Judge Peyton. Rich folks who had been poor men met charter members of the I'm On to Your Origin Association. But the Christmas spirit made them forget to be snobs. You'd hear millionaires telling plain people how they used to play Halloween jokes, how they scraped up to buy their mother's little Christmas gifts, what ridiculous things they used to get and give. All evening, as fast as anybody went out, they'd let somebody else in. Along about 11 o'clock, a lot of the people began to go home. Then a new crowd came in. People who had taken their children home and put them to bed would come back for more fun. Others who had spent the evening dining began to dribble in. All the actor people and singers came. It was good to see them. Some of them told me what a godsend such a thing was to them, homeless by profession. A lot of them brought their wives and babies. One father was playing Romeo in Newark. His wife was playing Little Eva in Harlem, and their daughter was playing Camille on Broadway. You should have seen them rejoicing round the Kansas tree. About midnight, the big refreshment hall was opened, and everybody that could squeeze in sat down to long tables where I had supper served. I had some of the best after-dinner speakers in town come in, and you should have heard some of the funny stories. It would have brought back dear old childhood memories. Mayor McClellan gave us all a welcome, and then there was Chauncey Depew, of course, and Simeon Ford, and Augustus Thomas, and Wilton Lackey, and Job Hedges, and Lemuel Ely Quigg, and General Horace Porter, and a passel of others. They all made the most surprising allusions to your poor old husband. They called me Daddy, and sang about me being a jolly good fellow, and one of them christened me Santy Crockett. Why, my ears burned so hot I near set my collar on fire. It sure was worth all I spent, and I had a terrible time to keep from blubbering. I must have swallowed about 411 Adam's apples. Finally, they called on me for a speech. I just kind of gibbered, I don't know what. The papers say I said, "Merry Christmas, my children. This old world sure is some comfortable after all. The only trouble is that the right people can't seem to get together at the right time often enough. But this here Christmas supper tastes to me terrible much like more. I'm going to try it again. And I hereby invite you all that ain't in any better place or any better world to meet me here a year from tonight. And so God bless you all, and God bless everybody." Then after a lot of song singing and hand wringing, we all went home, tears in every eye and smiles on every mouth. The remnants of food and toys made more than the 12 baskets full of Scripture. I sent them round to the hospitals and orphan asylums. I've engaged the garden again for next Christmas and paid a deposit down. It ain't the extravagance it looks, either, for while the expenses was high, $12,000 odd, they took in at the door nearly $18,000. I sent the profit to the Salvation Army and the volunteers, and now I'm being prayed for and hallelujah'd for everywhere there's a bass drum. But I'd do it again if it cost me $20,000. It's worth that and more to have your heart nearly break wide open with joy and fellowship. It was broad daylight when I got to bed, all wore out with happiness. I cuddled up like I was a little boy once more in the days when I used to get up Christmas morning cold and early and look at my presents and then crawl back under the covers again with a double armful of toys to keep warm and sleep some more. If only you and the chicks had have been there. Next time you shall be. Your loving, Austin. End of Colonel Crockett's Cooperative Christmas by Rupert Hughes. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frelsburg, Texas, USA.
The Fairy Christmas by Ethelred B. Berry. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Christmas. It was Christmas Day, and Toddy and Tita were alone. Papa and Mamma had gone out west to see their big boy who was ill. They had promised to be home for Christmas, but a big snow had blocked the railroad track, and Nurse was afraid the train would be delayed until the day after Christmas. What a dull Christmas for the two little girls! All alone in the great city house with only the servants. They felt so lonely that Nurse let them play in the big drawing room instead of in the nursery, so they arranged all the chairs in a row and pretended it was a snowed-up train. Tita was the conductor, and Toddy was the passengers. Just as they were in the midst of it, they heard music in the street, and, running to the window, they saw a little boy outside, singing and beating a tambourine. "Why," said Tita, "his feet are all bare." "There's he hanged up both stockings and his shoes too," said Toddy. "Let's open the window and ask him." But the great window was too high to reach, so they took Papa's cane and pushed it tip. The little boys smiled, but they could not hear what he said, so they told him to come in. and ran to open the big front door. He was a little frightened at first, but the carpet felt warm to his poor bare feet. He told them that his name was Guido, and that he had come from Italy, which is a much warmer country than ours, and that he was very poor, so poor that he had no shoes and had to go singing from house to house for a few pennies to get some dinner. And he was so hungry. "Poor little boy," said Tita. "Our mamma is away, and we're having a pretty sad Christmas, but we'll try to make it nice for you." So they played games, and Guido sang to them. Then the folding doors rolled back, and there was the dining room and the table all set, and Thomas, the black waiter, smiling, just as if it had been a big dinner party instead of two very little girls. Nurse said, "Well, I never!" when she saw Guido, but she felt so sorry for the lonely little girls that she let him come to the table. And such a dinner as he ate! He had never had one like it before. "It's a fairy tale," he said. Just as dessert came on, the door opened, and in rushed Mamma and Papa. The train had gotten in, after all. They were so glad to see their darlings happy instead of moping, that they gave them each some extra kisses. You may be sure, little Guido never went hungry and barefoot after that. Long afterward he would say, "That was a fairy Christmas." That night, after Tita had said her prayers, she said, "Mamma, I know something. Whenever you feel sad and lonely, if you will just find somebody sadder and lonelier than yourself, and cheer them up, it will make you all right." And I think that that was the very best kind of a Christmas lesson of love. Don't you? End of A Fairy Christmas by Iseldred B. Berry. Read by Vanessa Steppen, Berlin, Germany.
The First Christmas Tree by Eugene Field. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Once upon a time, the forest was in a great commotion. Early in the evening, the wise old cedars had shaken their heads ominously and predicted strange things. They had lived in the forest many, many years, but never had they seen such marvelous sights as were to be seen now in the sky and upon the hills and in the distant village. "Pray tell us what you see," pleaded a little vine. "We who are not as tall as you can behold none of these wonderful things. Describe them to us, that we may enjoy them with you." "I am filled with such amazement," said one of the cedars, "that I can hardly speak. The whole sky seems to be aflame, and the stars appear to be dancing among the clouds. Angels walk down from heaven to the earth, and enter the village, or talk with the shepherds upon the hills." The vine listened in mute astonishment. Such things never before had happened. The vine trembled with excitement. Its nearest neighbor was a tiny tree, so small it scarcely ever was noticed. Yet it was a very beautiful little tree, and the vines and ferns and mosses and other humble residents of the forest loved it dearly. "How I should like to see the angels," sighed the little tree, "and how I should like to see the stars dancing among the clouds. It must be very beautiful." As the vine and the little tree talked of these things, the cedars watched with increasing interest the wonderful scenes over and beyond the confines of the forest. Presently they thought they heard music, and they were not mistaken, for soon the whole air was full of the sweetest harmonies ever heard upon earth. "What beautiful music!" cried the little tree. "I wonder whence it comes." "The angels are singing," said a cedar, "for none but angels could make such sweet music." "But the stars are singing too," said another cedar. "Yes, and the shepherds on the hills join in the song, and what a strangely glorious song it is." The trees listened to the singing, but they did not understand its meaning. It seemed to be an anthem, and it was of a child that had been born, but further than this they did not understand. The strange and glorious song continued all the night, and all that night the angels walked to and fro, and the shepherd folk talked with the angels, and the stars danced and caroled in high heaven, and it was nearly morning when the cedars cried out, "They are coming to the forest! The angels are coming to the forest!" And surely enough this was true. The vine and the little tree were very terrified, and they begged their older and stronger neighbors to protect them from harm. But the cedars were too busy with their own fears to pay any heed to the faint pleadings of the humble vine and the little tree. The angels came into the forest singing the same glorious anthem about the child, and the stars sang in chorus with them, until every part of the woods rang with echoes of that wondrous song. There was nothing in the appearance of this angel host to inspire fear. They were clad all in white, and there were crowns upon their fair heads, and golden harps in their hands. Love, hope, charity, compassion, and joy beamed from their beautiful faces, and their presence seemed to fill the forest with a divine peace. The angels came through the forest to where the little tree stood, and gathering round it, they touched it with their hands, and kissed its little branches, and sang even more sweetly than before. And their song was about the child, the child, the child that had been born. Then the stars came down from the skies and danced and hung upon the branches of the tree, and they too sang that song, the song of the child. And all the other trees and the vines and the ferns and the mosses beheld in wonder, nor could they understand why all these things were being done, and why this exceeding honor should be shown the little tree. When the morning came, the angels left the forest, all but one angel, who remained behind and lingered near the little tree. Then a cedar asked, "Why do you tarry with us, holy angel?" And the angel answered, "I stay to guard this little tree, for it is sacred, and no harm shall come to it." The little tree felt quite relieved by this assurance, and it held up its head more confidently than ever before. And how it thrived and grew and waxed in strength and beauty! The cedars said they never had seen the like. The sun seemed to lavish its choicest rays upon the little tree. Heaven dropped its sweetest dew upon it, and the winds never came to the forest that they did not forget their rude manners and linger to kiss the little tree and sing it their prettiest songs. No danger ever menaced it, no harm threatened, for the angel never slept. Through the day and through the night the angel watched the little tree and protected it from all evil. Oftentimes the trees talked with the angel, but of course they understood little of what he said, for he spoke always of the child who was to become the master. And always when thus he talked, he caressed the little tree, and stroked its branches and leaves, and moistened them with his tears. It all was so very strange that none in the forest could understand. So the years passed, the angel watching his blooming charge. Sometimes the beasts strayed toward the little tree and threatened to devour its tender foliage. Sometimes the woodman came with his axe, intent upon hewing down the straight and comely thing. Sometimes the hot, consuming breath of drought swept from the south and sought to blight the forest and all its verdure. The angel kept them from the little tree. Serene and beautiful it grew, until now it was no longer a little tree, but the pride and glory of the forest. One day the tree heard someone coming through the forest. Hitherto the angel had hastened to its side when men approached, but now the angel strode away and stood under the cedars yonder. "Dear angel," cried the tree, "can you not hear the footsteps of someone approaching? Why do you leave me?" "Have no fear," said the angel, "for he who comes is the master." The master came to the tree and beheld it. He placed his hands upon its smooth trunk and branches, and the tree was thrilled with a strange and glorious delight. Then he stooped and kissed the tree, and then he turned and went away. Many times after that the master came to the forest, and when he came it always was to where the tree stood. Many times he rested beneath the tree and enjoyed the shade of its foliage, and listened to the music of the wind as it swept through the rustling leaves. Many times he slept there, and the tree watched over him, and the forest was still, and all its voices were hushed. And the angel hovered near like a faithful sentinel. Ever and anon men came with the master to the forest, and sat with him in the shade of the tree, and talked with him of matters which the tree never could understand. Only it heard that the talk was of love and charity and gentleness, and it saw that the master was beloved and venerated by the others. It heard them tell of the master's goodness and humility, how he had healed the sick and raised the dead, and bestowed inestimable blessings wherever he walked. And the tree loved the master for his beauty and his goodness, and when he came to the forest it was full of joy, but when he came not, it was sad. And the other trees of the forest joined in its happiness and its sorrow, for they too loved the master, and the angel always hovered near. The master came one night alone into the forest, and his face was pale with anguish and wet with tears, and he fell upon his knees and prayed. The tree heard him, and all the forest was still as if it were standing in the presence of death. And when the morning came, lo, the angel had gone. Then there was a great confusion in the forest. There was a sound of rude voices, and a clashing of swords and staves. Strange men appeared, uttering loud oaths and cruel threats, and the tree was filled with terror. It called aloud for the angel, but the angel came not. "Alas!" cried the vine, "they have come to destroy the tree, the pride and glory of the forest." The forest was sorely agitated, but it was in vain. The strange men plied their axes with cruel vigor, and the tree was hewn to the ground. Its beautiful branches were cut away and cast aside, and its soft, thick foliage was strewn to the tenderer mercies of the winds. "They are killing me!" cried the tree. "Why is not the angel here to protect me?" But no one heard the piteous cry, none but the other trees of the forest, and they wept, and the little vine wept too. Then the cruel men dragged the despoiled and hewn tree from the forest, and the forest saw that beauteous thing no more. But the night wind that swept down from the city of the great king that night to ruffle the bosom of distant Galilee tarried in the forest a while to say that it had seen that day a cross upraised on Calvary, the tree on which was stretched the body of the dying master. End of the First Christmas Tree by Eugene Field. Read by Carol Stripling.
Hänsel und Gretel von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hänsel und Gretel von den Gebrüdern Grimm. Vor einem großen Walde wohnte ein armer Holzhacker mit seiner Frau und seinen 2 Kindern. Das Bübchen hieß Hänsel und das Mädchen Gretel. Er hatte wenig zu beißen und zu brechen, und einmal, als große Teuerung ins Land kam, konnte er das tägliche Brot nicht mehr schaffen. Wie er sich nun abends im Bette Gedanken machte und sich vor Sorgen herumwälzte, seufzte er und sprach zu seiner Frau: »Was soll aus uns werden? Wie können wir unsere armen Kinder ernähren, da wir für uns selbst nichts mehr haben?« »Weißt du was, Mann?« antwortete die Frau, wir wollen morgen in aller Frühe die Kinder hinaus in den Wald führen, wo er am dicksten ist. Da machen wir ihnen ein Feuer an und geben jedem noch ein Stückchen Brot. Dann gehen wir an unsere Arbeit und lassen sie allein. Sie finden den Weg nicht wieder nach Haus, und wir sind sie los. Nein, Frau, sagte der Mann, das tue ich nicht. Wie sollt ich's übers Herz bringen, meine Kinder im Walde allein zu lassen? Die wilden Tiere würden bald kommen und sie zerreißen. »O du Narr«, sagte sie, »dann müssen wir alle 4 Hungers sterben. Du kannst nur die Bretter für die Särge hobeln.« Und ließ ihm keine Ruhe, bis er einwilligte. »Aber die armen Kinder dauern mich doch«, sagte der Mann. Die 2 Kinder hatten vor Hunger auch nicht einschlafen können und hatten gehört, was die Stiefmutter zum Vater gesagt hatte. Gretel weinte bittere Tränen und sprach zu Hänsel, »Nun ist's uns geschehen.« »Still, Gretel«, sprach Hänsel, »gräm dich nicht, ich will uns schon helfen.« Und als die Alten eingeschlafen waren, stand er auf, zog sein Röcklein an, machte die Untertüre auf und schlich hinaus. Da schien der Mond ganz hell, und die weißen Kieselsteine, die vor dem Haus lagen, glänzten wie lauter Batzen. Hänsel bückte sich und steckte so viele in sein Rocktäschlein, als nur hineingehen wollten. Dann ging er wieder zurück und sprach zu Gretel, »Sei getrost, liebes Schwesterchen, und schlafe nur ruhig ein. Gott wird uns nicht verlassen«, und legte sich wieder in sein Bett. Als der Tag anbrach, noch ehe die Sonne aufgegangen war, kam schon die Frau und weckte die beiden Kinder. »Steht auf, ihr Faulenzer, wir wollen in den Wald gehen und Holz holen.« Dann gab sie jedem ein Stückchen Brot und sprach, »Da habt ihr etwas für den Mittag, aber eßt's nicht vorher auf, weiter kriegt ihr nichts.« Gretel nahm das Brot unter die Schürze, weil Hänsel die Steine in der Tasche hatte. Danach machten sich alle zusammen auf den Weg nach dem Wald. Als sie ein Weilchen gegangen waren, stand Hänsel still und guckte nach dem Haus zurück und tat das wieder und immer wieder. Der Vater sprach, »Hänsel, was guckst du da und bleibst zurück? Hab Acht und vergiß deine Beine nicht.« »Ach, Vater«, sagte Hänsel, »ich sehe nach meinem weißen Kätzchen, das sitzt oben auf dem Dach und will mir Ade sagen.« Die Frau sprach, »Narr, das ist dein Kätzchen nicht, das ist die Morgensonne, die auf den Schornstein scheint.« Hänsel aber hatte nicht nach dem Kätzchen gesehen, sondern immer einen von den blanken Kieselsteinen aus seiner Tasche auf den Weg geworfen. Als sie mitten in den Wald gekommen waren, sprach der Vater, »Nun sammelt Holz, ihr Kinder, ich will ein Feuer anmachen, damit ihr nicht friert.« Hänsel und Gretel trugen Reisig zusammen, einen kleinen Berg hoch. Das Reisig ward angezündet, und als die Flammen recht hoch brannten, sagte die Frau, »Nun legt euch ans Feuer, ihr Kinder, und ruht euch aus. Wir gehen in den Wald und hauen Holz. Wenn wir fertig sind, kommen wir wieder und holen euch ab.« Hänsel und Gretel saßen um das Feuer, und als der Mittag kam, aß jedes sein Stücklein Brot. Und weil sie die Schläge der Holzaxt hörten, so glaubten sie, ihr Vater wär in der Nähe. Es war aber nicht die Holzaxt, es war ein Ast, den er an einen dürren Baum gebunden hatte und den der Wind hin und her schlug. Und als sie so lange gesessen hatten, fielen ihnen die Augen vor Müdigkeit zu, und sie schliefen fest ein. Als sie endlich erwachten, war es schon finstere Nacht. Gretel fing an zu weinen und sprach, »Wie sollen wir nun aus dem Wald kommen?« Aber Hänsel tröstete sie, »Wart nur ein Weilchen, bis der Mond aufgeht, dann wollen wir den Weg schon finden.« Und als der volle Mond aufgestiegen war, so nahm Hänsel sein Schwesterchen an der Hand und ging den Kieselsteinen nach, die schimmerten wie neu geschlagene Batzen und zeigten ihnen den Weg. Sie gingen die ganze Nacht hindurch, und kamen bei anbrechendem Tag wieder zu ihres Vaters Haus. Sie klopften an die Tür, und als die Frau aufmachte und sah, dass es Hänsel und Gretel waren, sprach sie: »Ihr bösen Kinder, was habt ihr so lange im Walde geschlafen? Wir haben geglaubt, ihr wolltet gar nicht wiederkommen.« Der Vater aber freute sich, denn es war ihm zu Herzen gegangen, dass er sie so allein zurückgelassen hatte. Nicht lange danach war wieder Not in allen Ecken, und die Kinder hörten, wie die Mutter nachts im Bette zu ihrem Vater sprach: »Alles ist aufgezehrt, wir haben noch einen halben Laib Brot, danach hat das Lied ein Ende. Die Kinder müssen fort, wir wollen sie tiefer in den Wald hineinführen, damit sie den Weg nicht wieder herausfinden, es ist sonst keine Rettung für uns.« Dem Mann fiel's schwer aufs Herz, und er dachte: »Es wäre besser, daß du den letzten Bissen mit deinen Kindern teiltest.« Aber die Frau hörte auf nichts, was er sagte, schalt ihn und machte ihm Vorwürfe. Wer A sagt, muß auch B sagen. Und weil er das erste Mal nachgegeben hatte, so mußte er es auch zum zweiten Mal. Die Kinder waren aber noch wach gewesen und hatten das Gespräch mit angehört. Als die Alten schliefen, stand Hänsel wieder auf, wollte hinaus und die Kieselsteine auflesen, wie das vorige Mal. Aber die Frau hatte die Tür verschlossen, und Hänsel konnte nicht heraus. Aber er tröstete sein Schwesterchen und sprach: »Weine nicht, Gretel, und schlaf nur ruhig, der liebe Gott wird uns schon helfen.« Am frühen Morgen kam die Frau und holte die Kinder aus dem Bette. Sie erhielten ihr Stückchen Brot, das war aber noch kleiner als das vorige Mal. Auf dem Wege nach dem Wald bröckelte es Hänsel in der Tasche, stand oft still und warf ein Bröcklein auf die Erde. »Hänsel, was stehst du und guckst dich um?« sagte der Vater. »Geh deiner Wege.« »Ich sehe nach meinem Täubchen, das sitzt auf dem Dach und will mir Ade sagen«, antwortete Hänsel. »Narr«, sagte die Frau, »das ist dein Täubchen nicht, das ist die Morgensonne, die auf den Schornstein oben scheint.« Hänsel aber warf nach und nach alle Bröcklein auf den Weg. Die Frau führte die Kinder noch tiefer in den Wald, wo sie ihr Lebtag noch nicht gewesen waren. Da ward wieder ein großes Feuer angemacht, und die Mutter sagte: »Bleibt nur da sitzen, ihr Kinder, und wenn ihr müde seid, könnt ihr ein wenig schlafen. Wir gehen in den Wald und hauen Holz, und abends, wenn wir fertig sind, kommen wir und holen euch ab.« Als es Mittag war, teilte Gretel ihr Brot mit Hänsel, der sein Stück auf den Weg gestreut hatte. Dann schliefen sie ein, und der Abend verging, aber niemand kam zu den armen Kindern. Sie erwachten erst in der finstern Nacht, und Hänsel tröstete sein Schwesterchen und sagte: »Warte nur, Gretel, bis der Mond aufgeht, dann werden wir die Bröcklein sehen, die ich ausgestreut habe. Die zeigen uns den Weg nach Haus.« Als der Mond kam, machten sie sich auf, aber sie fanden keine Brotbröcklein mehr, denn die vielen tausend Vögel, die im Walde und im Felde umherfliegen, hatten sie alle weggepickt. Hänsel sagte zu Gretel: »Wir werden den Weg schon finden.« Aber sie fanden ihn nicht. Sie gingen die ganze Nacht und noch einen Tag von Morgen bis Abend, aber sie kamen nicht aus dem Wald heraus und waren so hungrig, denn sie hatten nichts als ein paar Beeren, die auf der Erde standen. Und weil sie so müde waren, daß die Beine sie nicht mehr tragen wollten, so legten sie sich unter einen Baum und schliefen ein. Nun war es schon der 3. Morgen, daß sie ihres Vaters Haus verlassen hatten. Sie fingen wieder an zu gehen, aber sie gerieten immer tiefer in den Wald, und wenn nicht bald Hilfe kam, mußten sie verschmachten. Als es Mittag war, sahen sie ein schönes schneeweißes Vögelein auf einem Ast sitzen. Das sang so schön, daß sie stehen blieben und ihm zuhörten. Und als es fertig war, schwang es seine Flügel und flog vor ihnen her, und sie gingen ihm nach, bis sie zu einem häuschen gelangten, auf dessen dach es sich setzte, und als sie ganz nahe herankamen, so sahen sie, daß das häuslein aus brot gebaut war und mit kuchen gedeckt, aber die fenster waren von hellem zucker. »Da wollen wir uns dran machen«, sprach Hänsel, »und eine gesegnete mahlzeit halten. Ich will ein Stück vom Dach essen, Gretel. Du kannst vom Fenster essen, das schmeckt süß.« Hänsel reichte in die höhe und brach sich ein wenig vom Dach ab, um zu versuchen, wie es schmeckte, und Gretel stellte sich an die Scheibe und knupperte daran. Da rief eine feine Stimme aus der Stube heraus: »Knupper, knupper, Kneißchen, wer knuppert an meinem Häuschen?« Die Kinder antworteten: »Der Wind, das himmlische Kind«, und aßen weiter, ohne sich irre machen zu lassen. Hänsel, dem das Dach sehr gut schmeckte, riß sich ein großes Stück davon herunter, und Gretel stieß eine ganze runde Fensterscheibe heraus, setzte sich nieder und tat sich wohl damit. Da ging auf einmal die türe auf, und eine steinalte Frau, die sich auf eine krücke stützte, kam herausgeschlichen. Hänsel und Gretel erschraken so gewaltig, daß sie fallen ließen, was sie in den Händen hielten. Die alte aber wackelte mit dem kopfe und sprach: »Ei, ihr lieben Kinder, wer hat euch denn hierher gebracht? Kommt nur herein und bleibt bei mir, es geschieht euch kein Leid.« Sie faßte beide an der Hand und führte sie in ihr Häuschen. Da ward ein gutes Essen aufgetragen, Milch und Pfannkuchen mit Zucker, Äpfel und Nüsse. Hernach wurden 2 schöne bettlein weiß gedeckt, und Hänsel und Gretel legten sich hinein und meinten, sie wären im Himmel. Die alte hatte sich nur freundlich gestellt. Sie war aber eine böse Hexe, die den Kindern auflauerte, und hatte das Brothäuslein bloß gebaut, um sie herbeizulocken. Wenn eins in ihre Gewalt kam, so machte sie es tot, kochte es und aß es, und das war ihr Festtag. Die Hexen haben rote Augen und können nicht weit sehen, aber sie haben eine feine Witterung für die Tiere und merken's, wenn Menschen herankommen. Als Hänsel und Gretel in ihre Nähe kamen, da lachte sie boshaft und sprach höhnisch: »Die habe ich, die sollen mir nicht wieder entwischen.« Frühmorgens, ehe die Kinder erwacht waren, stand sie schon auf, und als sie beide so lieblich ruhen sah, mit den vollen roten Backen, so murmelte sie vor sich hin: »Das wird ein guter Bissen werden.« Da packte sie Hänsel mit ihrer dürren Hand und trug ihn in einen kleinen stall und sperrte ihn mit einer gittertüre ein. Er mochte schreien, wie er wollte, es half ihm nichts. Dann ging sie zu Gretel, rüttelte sie wach und rief: »Steh auf, Faulenzerin, trag Wasser und koch deinem Bruder etwas Gutes. Der sitzt draußen im Stall und soll fett werden. Wenn er fett ist, so will ich ihn essen.« Gretel fing an, bitterlich zu weinen, aber es war alles vergeblich. Sie mußte tun, was die böse Hexe verlangte. Nun ward dem armen Hänsel das beste Essen gekocht, aber Gretel bekam nichts als Krebsschalen. Jeden Morgen schlich die Alte zu dem ställchen und rief: »Hänsel, streck deinen Finger heraus, damit ich fühle, ob du bald fett bist.« Hänsel streckte ihr aber ein Knöchlein heraus, und die Alte, die trübe Augen hatte, konnte es nicht sehen und meinte, es wäre Hänsels Finger, und wunderte sich, daß er gar nicht fett werden wollte. Als 4 Wochen herum waren und Hänsel immer mager blieb, da überkam sie die Ungeduld, und sie wollte nicht länger warten. »Heda, Gretel«, rief sie dem Mädchen zu, »sei flink und trag Wasser. Hänsel mag fett oder mager sein, morgen will ich ihn schlachten und kochen.« Ach, wie jammerte das arme Schwesterchen, als es das Wasser tragen mußte, und wie flossen ihm die Tränen über die Backen herunter. »Lieber Gott, hilf uns doch«, rief es, »hätten uns nur die wilden Tiere im Wald gefressen, so wären wir doch zusammen gestorben.« »Spar dein Geplärr«, sagte die Alte, es hilft dir alles nichts. Früh morgens mußte Gretel heraus, den Kessel mit Wasser aufhängen und Feuer anzünden. »Erst wollen wir backen«, sagte die Alte. »Ich habe den Backofen schon eingeheizt und den Teig geknetet.« Sie stieß das arme Gretel hinaus zu dem Backofen, aus dem die Feuerflammen schon herausschlugen. »Kriech hinein«, sagte die Hexe, »und sieh zu, ob recht eingeheizt ist, damit wir das Brot hineinschieben können.« Und wenn Gretel darin war, wollte sie den Ofen zumachen, und Gretel sollte darin braten, und dann wollte sie es aufessen. Aber Gretel merkte, was sie im Sinn hatte, und sprach, »Ich weiß nicht, wie ich's machen soll. Wie komme ich da hinein?« »Dumme Gans«, sagte die Alte, »die Öffnung ist groß genug. Siehst du wohl, ich könnte selbst hinein«, krabbelte heran und steckte den Kopf in den Backofen. Da gab ihr Gretel einen Stoß, daß sie weit hineinfuhr, machte die eiserne Tür zu und schob den Riegel vor. Da fing sie an zu heulen, ganz grauselig. Aber Gretel lief fort und ließ die gottlose Hexe ganz elendiglich verbrennen. Gretel aber lief schnurstracks zum Hänsel, öffnete sein ställchen und rief, »Hänsel, wir sind erlöst, die alte Hexe ist tot!« Da sprang Hänsel heraus wie ein Vogel aus dem Käfig, wenn ihm die Tür aufgemacht wird. Wie haben sie sich gefreut, sind sich um den Hals gefallen, sind herumgesprungen und haben sich geküßt. Und weil sie sich nicht mehr zu fürchten brauchten, gingen sie in das Haus der Hexe hinein. Da standen in allen Ecken Kasten mit Perlen und Edelsteinen. »Die sind noch besser als Kieselsteine«, sagte Hänsel und steckte in seine Taschen, was hinein wollte. Und Gretel sagte, »Ich will auch etwas mit nach Hause bringen«, und füllte sein Schürzchen voll. »Aber jetzt wollen wir fort«, sagte Hänsel, »damit wir aus dem Hexenwald herauskommen.« Als sie ein paar Stunden gegangen waren, gelangten sie an ein großes Wasser. »Wir können nicht hinüber«, sprach Hänsel, »ich sehe keinen Steg und keine Brücke.« »Hier fährt auch kein Schiffchen«, antwortete Gretel, »aber da schwimmt eine weiße Ente. Wenn ich die bitte, so hilft sie uns hinüber.« Da rief sie, »Entchen, Entchen, da steht Gretel und Hänsel, kein Steg und keine Brücke, nimm uns auf deinen weißen Rücken.« Das Entchen kam auch heran, und Hänsel setzte sich auf und bat sein Schwesterchen, sich zu ihm zu setzen. »Nein«, antwortete Gretel, »es wird dem Entchen zu schwer, es soll uns nacheinander hinüberbringen.« Das tat das gute Tierchen, und als sie glücklich drüben waren und ein Weilchen fortgingen, da kam ihnen der Wald immer bekannter und immer bekannter vor, und endlich erblickten sie von weitem ihres Vaters Haus. Da fingen sie an zu laufen, stürzten in die stube hinein und fielen ihrem Vater um den Hals. Der Mann hatte keine frohe Stunde gehabt, seitdem er die Kinder im Walde gelassen hatte. Die Frau aber war gestorben. Gretel schüttelte sein Schürzchen aus, daß die Perlen und Edelsteine in der Stube herumsprangen, und Hänsel warf eine Handvoll nach der andern aus seiner Tasche dazu. Da hatten alle Sorgen ein Ende, und sie lebten in lauter Freude zusammen. Mein Märchen ist aus. Dort läuft eine Maus, wer sie fängt, darf sich eine große Pelzkappe daraus machen. Ende von Hänsel und Gretel, von den Gebrüdern Grimm, gelesen von Hokus Pokus.
Indian Pete's Christmas Gift by Herbert W. Collingwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The moon was just peeping over the pines as Pete Shivershy slunk down the road from the lumber camp into the forest. Pete did not present a surpassingly dignified appearance as he skulked through the clearing, but he was not a very dignified person even at his best. Most persons would have said, I think, that Pete's method of departure was hardly appropriate for one who had been selected by the citizens of Carter's Camp to go on an important mission. But Pete had his own reasons for his actions. He crept along behind the stumps and logs till he reached the forest. Then, as if the shadow gave him fresh courage and dignity, he drew himself upright and started at a sharp trot down the road toward the village. We have said that Pete had reasons for his conduct. They were good ones. In the first place, he was an Indian. Not a noble son of the forest, such as Cooper loved to picture, but a mean, dirty, yellow-faced Injun. Lazy and worthless, picking up a living about the lumber camps, working as little as he could, and eating and drinking as much as possible, such was the messenger. The mission was worse yet. It was Christmas Eve. The snow covered the ground, and the ice had stilled for the time the mouth of the roaring river. It was Saturday night as well, and for some time past the lumbermen had been considering the advisability of keeping the good old holiday with some form of celebration suited to the occasion. The citizens of Carter's Camp were not remarkably fastidious. They knew but one form of celebration, and they had no thought of hunting out new ones. The one thing needful to make a celebration completely successful was liquor. This they must have in order to do justice to the day. The temperance laws of Carter's were very strict. Not that the moral sentiment of the place was particularly high, but it had been noticed that the amounts of labor and whiskey were in inverse proportion. The more whiskey, the less labor. It was a pure question of political economy. The foreman had often stated that he would prosecute to the fullest extent of the law the first man caught bringing whiskey into the camp. The foreman did not attempt, perhaps, to deny that his knowledge of the law was somewhat crude. He had forcibly stated, however, that should a case be brought before him, he would himself act as judge and jury, while his fist and foot would take the place of witness and counsel. There was something so terrible in this statement, coming as it did from the largest man in camp, that very little whiskey had thus far been brought in. Christmas had come, and the drinking element in Carter's Camp proposed that Pete Shivershy, the Injun, be sent to town for a quantity of the liquid poison, that the drinkers might enjoy themselves. Bill Gammon found Pete curled up by the stove. He took him out of doors and explained the business in hand. Bill prided himself somewhat on his ability to get work out of Injuns. Pete muttered only, "All right." He took the money Bill gave him and then slunk away down the road for the forest as we have seen him. Bill felt so confident of the success of his experiment that he did not hesitate to inform the boys that Pete was dead sure to return. He would stake his reputation on it. Pete was in a hard position. If he loved anything in this world, it was whiskey. If there was anything he feared, it was Bill's fist. The two were sure to go together. The money jingling in his pocket suggested unlimited pleasures, but over every one hung Bill's hard fist. He ran several miles through the forest, till, turning a corner of the road, he came upon a little clearing, in which stood a small log house. Pete knew the place well. Here lived Jeff Hunt with his wife, a French woman, and their troop of children. Jeff was a person of little importance by the side of his wife, though, like all lords of creation, he considered himself the legal and proper head of the family, as well as one of the mainstays of society. His part of the family government consisted, for the most part, in keeping the house supplied with wood and water, and in smoking his comfortable pipe in the corner, while his wife bent over her tub. Mrs. Hunt was the only woman near the camp, and so all the laundry work fell to her. Laundry work in the pine woods implies mending and darning, as well as washing and ironing, and the poor little woman had her hands full of work surely. It was rub, 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 day after day, over the steaming tub, with the children running about like little wolves, and Jeff kindly giving his advice from his comfortable corner. And even after the children were in bed at night, she must sit up and mend the clean clothes. What a pack of children there were! How rough and strong they seemed, running about all day, all but poor little Marie, the oldest. She had never been strong, and now at last she was dying of consumption. She could not sit up at all, but lay all day on the little bed in the corner, watching her mother with sad, beautiful eyes. The brave little Frenchwoman's heart almost failed her at times as she saw how day by day the little form grew thinner, the eyes more beautiful, the cheeks more flushed. She knew the signs too well, but there was nothing she could do. Pete was a regular visitor at Jeff's, and always a welcome one. His work was to carry the washing to and from camp. He came nearer to feeling like a man at Jeff's house than at any other place he knew of. Everyone but Mrs. Hunt and the little Marie called him only Injun, but they always said Mr. Shivershy. The Meester Shivershy of the little Frenchwoman was the nearest claim to respectability that Pete felt able to make. One night, while carrying home the clothes, he dropped them in the mud. He never minded the whipping Bill Gammon gave him half as much as he did poor Mrs. Hunt's tears, to think how her work had gone for nothing. As Pete came trotting down the road, Jeff stood in front of his house chopping stove wood from a great log. A lantern hung on a stump provided light for his purpose. Pete stopped from sheer force of habit in front of the house, and Jeff, glad of any chance to interrupt his work, paused to talk with him. "Walk in, Injun," said Jeff hospitably. "Yer clothes ain't quite ready, but the woman will hev 'em all up soon. Walk in." It suddenly came over Pete that this was his night for taking the clothes home, but his present errand was of far more importance than mere laundry work. "Me no stop. I goin' ter town. Great work. Large business." By which vague hints he meant no doubt to impress Jeff with a sense of the dignity of his mission, yet cunningly to keep its object concealed. "Going to town, be ye? Great doin's ter camp termorrer, I suppose. I'll be round if I can git away, but walk in, Injun, and get yer supper and see the women." And Jeff opened the door for Pete to pass in. The thought of supper was too much for Pete, and he slunk in after Jeff and stood in the corner by the door. The room was hardly an inviting one, and yet if Pete had been a white man, some thoughts of home, sweet home, must have passed through his mind. But he was only a despised Injun. A rough board table was laid for supper at one side of the room. In the corner little Marie lay with the firelight falling over her poor thin face. Pete must have felt, as he looked at her, like some hopeless convict gazing through his prison bars upon some fair saint passing before him. She seemed to be in another world than his. There seemed between them a gulf that could not be bridged. 3 of the larger children were sobbing in the corner, while the rest formed a sorrowful group about an old box in which were 2 or 3 simple plants, frozen and yellow. Mrs. Hunt was frying pork over the hot stove. As she looked up at Pete, he noticed that she had been crying. Jeff was the very prince of hosts. He made haste to make Pete feel at home. "Set by, Injun. So the boys is going to kinder celebrate tomorrer, be they?" But Pete felt that his mission must not be disclosed. "What matter is with kids?" he asked, to change the subject. "Oh, they're just a-yellin' about them flowers," explained Jeff. "You see, they have been a-trainin' some posies outdoors against tomorrer, you see. Tomorrer's Christmas, you see, and them kids, they had an idee they'd have some flowers fer to decorate that corner where the little gal is. Little gals, when they ain't well, like such things, you know." Pete nodded. He was not aware of this love of diminutive females, but it should not show very good breeding to appear ignorant. "Well, you see," continued Jeff, "they kep' the flowers away from the little gal, meanin' ter surprise her like. But jest this afternoon they got ketched by the frost, and now there they be stiffer'n steaks. It is kinder bad, ain't it? 'Specially as it's Christmas, too." "What Christmas?" put in Pete. "Oh, Christmas? Wal, it's sorter day, like, it's something like other days, and yet it ain't. But then, Injun, I don't suppose you would understand if I was to tell ye." And Jeff concealed his own ignorance, as many wiser and better men have done, by assuming a tone too lofty for his audience. But Mrs. Hunt could explain, even if Jeff could not. She paused on the way to the stove with a dish of pork in her hand. "It is the day of the good Lord, Mr. Shivershy. It is the day when the good Lord he was born, and when all the people should be glad." But the little woman belied her own creed as she thought of little Marie and the dead flowers. I hardly think Pete gained a very clear idea of the day even from Mrs. Hunt's explanation. It was, I fear, all Greek to him. "What flowers fer?" he asked, as in response to Jeff's polite invitation he sat by and began supper. "Wall, it's sorter idee of the women," explained Jeff. "Looks kinder pooty to see the flowers round, you see, kinder slicks up a room like. All these things has ter come inter keepin' house, you see, Injun." With which broad explanation Jeff helped himself to a piece of pork. But Mrs. Hunt was bound to explain too. Her explanation was certainly more poetic. "It is the way we show our love for the good Lord, Meester Shivershee. What is more beautiful than the flowers? We take the flowers, and with much love we place them upon the walls, and we make others happy with them, and the good Lord, who loves us all, he is pleased." But here, seeing the sobbing children and the frozen plants, she could not help wiping her eyes upon her apron. The little sufferer on the bed saw this action. Her voice was almost gone. "Never mind, mamma," she whispered, but the beautiful eyes were filled with tears, for she knew that mamma would mind, that she could not help it. Pete listened to all this attentively. Injun that he was, of course, he could not understand it all, yet he could hardly help seeing something of the sorrow that the loss of the flowers had brought upon the family. He finished his supper, then slunk out at the door again. Jeff followed him out. "Little gal ever get well?" asked Pete. "No, I don't s'pose she will," answered Jeff. "There ain't no hopes held out for her. Makes it kinder bad, you see. Nice clever little gal as ever lived, too. Stop in and get yer clothes when ye come back, will ye?" "All right," muttered Pete, as he trotted away toward town. I wonder what Pete was thinking about as he ran through the forest. An Injun's thoughts on any ordinary subject cannot be very deep, yet, when one comes from such a scene as Pete had just witnessed, and when such sad eyes as Marie's haunt one all along a lonely road, even an Injun's thoughts must be worth noticing. Let us imagine what Pete's thoughts were as he shuffled mile after mile through the snow. The scene he had just left rose before his dulled Injun mind. How kind Mrs. Hunt had always been to him. She was the only one that called him Mister. How queer it was that the children should cry because the flowers were killed. How little Marie had looked at him. Somehow Pete could not drive those sad eyes away. They seemed to be looking at him from every stump, from every tree. They were filled with tears now. Could it be because the flowers were frozen? It is no wonder that when the last few lingering village lights came into view, Pete was wondering how he could help matters out. It was quite late, and most of the shops were closed. Only here and there some late worker showed a light. The bar rooms were open full blast, and as Pete glided down the sawdust street, it needed all the remembrance of Bill's fist to keep him from parting with a portion of the jingling money for an equal amount of good cheer. But the fist had the best of it, and he went straight on to the last bar room. Surely Bill was right. Nothing but a miracle could stop him. But the miracle was performed, and when Pete least expected it. Pete knew better than to go to the front door of the bar room. He knew how well he and all his race are protected by the government. It had been decided that no one should be allowed to sell liquor to an Injun, at least at the regular bar. If an Injun, however, could so far lose sight of his personal dignity as to come sneaking in at the back door and pay an extra price for his liquor, whose business was it? Pete knew the way of the bartenders. He had been in the business before. He did not go in at the front door where the higher-bred white men were made welcome, but slunk down an alley by the side of the building, meaning to go in the back way. There was no light in the store next the bar room. It was a milliner's store and had been closed for some hours. But in the back room 2 women were working away to finish a hat, evidently intended for some village belle's Christmas. Pete stopped in the dark alley for a moment to watch them. A man sat asleep in a chair by the stove, but the women worked on with tireless fingers. The hat was growing more and more brilliant under their quick touches. By their side stood a basket of artificial flowers and bright ribbons. It seemed to Pete that he had never before seen anything so beautiful. Here were flowers. Why could he not get some for the little sick girl? It was a severe struggle for the poor Injun out there in the dark alley. The thought of the thrashing he would receive on the one hand, and the sad eyes of Marie on the other. What could he do? But even an Injun can remember a kindness. It may have been a miracle, or it may have been just the outcropping of the desire to repay a kindness which even an Indian is said to possess. At any rate, the eyes conquered, and Pete braved the fist of Bill. For fear that he should lose courage, he pushed against the door of the room and entered without ceremony. There was a great commotion, I can assure you. The idea of an Injun pushing his way into the back parlor of a milliner's shop was too much of a revolutionary proceeding to pass unnoticed. The women dropped their work with a little scream, while the man started from his chair with most violent intent upon poor Pete. "What you be after here, Injun?" he growled. "Hump yourself outer here. Get a goin'." But Pete pulled out his money, at the sight of which the standing army of the milliner's store paused. Money has smoothed over many an outrage. It may perhaps excuse even an action on the part of an Injun. "I want flowers," Pete said, pointing at the basket. "Give me flowers. I pay." "Oh, you want ter buy some of them artificial flowers, do ye? This is a pooty time o' night ter come flower huntin', ain't it? Just pick out your flowers and then climb out." And he held the basket out at arm's length for Pete to select. Pete took a great red rose and a white flower. There was not very much of a stock to select from, but Pete, with Injun instinct, selected the largest and gaudiest. "Them is worth about 10 shillin's," figured up the merchant, taking the money from Pete's hand. Pete carefully placed the flowers in the pocket of his ragged coat and started for the door. The milliner's man, rendered affable by the most surprising bargain he had just made, naturally wished to retain the patronage of such a model customer. "Want anything in our line, just call round and we'll please ye. Only come a little afore bedtime when ye come again." But Pete slunk out at the door and did not hear him. Pete's money was nearly gone, but he had a scheme in his head. He slunk into the back door of the bar room and obtained his jug and what whiskey he could buy with the rest of his money. Then up the street he ran again out of town, stopping only once at the pump to fill the jug to the top with water. Resolutely fastening in the stopper and not even raising the jug to his mouth, he started for camp at his long, swinging trot with the jug in his hand. Mile after mile was passed over, yet Pete did not stop till Jeff Hunt's cabin came in sight. Hiding his jug behind a log, he crept up to the window and looked in. The light was burning on the table, while Mrs. Hunt sat nodding over her work. She had been mending the clothes so that Pete could take them back with him. Tired out, she had fallen asleep. The box of frozen plants still stood by the table. Pete grinned as he saw them, thinking of the great flowers in his pocket. Marie was asleep. Over her head were hung long clusters of moss with masses of ground pine and red berries. Pete stole to the door and went in. Mrs. Hunt woke with a start, but at the sight of Pete smiled in her weary way. Pete made up his bundle of clothes, and then pulled out the great red rose and the white flower. He laid them on the table with "Flowers for little gal, sick. Make her think Christmas. Good flowers, all color, no fade, no smell, no wear out." Then, catching up his bundle, he slunk away without waiting for Mrs. Hunt's thanks. When Bill Gammon woke in the morning, he found the jug at the foot of his bunk. But Pete was nowhere to be seen. He had left the jug and fled. The Christmas celebration at Carter's was a very tame affair. Many were the curses showered upon Pete, and had that worthy been present, I doubt if even the thought of the famous miracle would have sustained him in the beating he would have received. But if Pete's conduct produced such a sad effect upon the festivities at Carter's, the joy it caused at Jeff Hunt's cabin made matters even. The glad Christmas sun, glad with the promise of the old story, came dancing and sparkling over the trees and looked down in wonderful tenderness upon the humble cabin. The first bright beams fell upon the bed where little Marie was lying. They showed her the rose and the white flower nestling in the evergreens. The children came and stood in wonder before the rude flowers. How wonderful they were! Where could they have come from? The face of the little girl was more patient than before. The eyes seemed more tender and yet not so sad. Perhaps the glad sun, the same good sun that had looked upon that far-away tomb from which the stone had rolled, whispered to her, as it played about her face, how soon the stone would roll from her life, how soon she would forget all her care and trouble, and enter the land of sunshine and flowers. It may be that the good old Christmas sun even hunted out poor, despised Pete, and told him something of its happiness. I am sure he deserved it. Let us hope so, at any rate. End of Indian Pete's Christmas Gift by Herbert W. Collingwood. Recorded by Don W. Jenkins, Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
A Short Christmas Sermon, Keeping Christmas, from The Spirit of Christmas, by Henry Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
A Short Christmas Sermon.
Keeping Christmas by Henry Van Dyke. Romans 14:6. He that regardeth the day regardeth it unto the Lord. It is a good thing to observe Christmas Day. The mere marking of times and seasons when men agree to stop work and make merry together is a wise and wholesome custom. It helps one to feel the supremacy of the common life over the individual life. It reminds a man to set his own little watch now and then by the great clock of humanity which runs on sun time. But there is a better thing than the observance of Christmas Day, and that is keeping Christmas. Are you willing to forget what you have done for other people, and to remember what other people have done for you, to ignore what the world owes you, and to think what you owe the world, to put your rights in the background and your duties in the middle distance, and your chances to do a little more than your duty in the foreground, to see that your fellow men are just as real as you are, and try to look behind their faces to their hearts, hungry for joy, to own that probably the only good reason for your existence is not what you are going to get out of life, but what you are going to give to life. To close your book of complaints against the management of the universe and look around you for a place where you can sow a few seeds of happiness. Are you willing to do these things, even for a day? Then you can keep Christmas. Are you willing to stoop down and consider the needs and the desires of little children? To remember the weakness and loneliness of people who are growing old? To stop asking how much your friends love you and ask yourself whether you love them enough? To bear in mind the things that other people have to bear on their hearts? To try to understand what those who live in the same house with you really want, without waiting for them to tell you? To trim your lamp so that it will give more light and less smoke, and to carry it in front so that your shadow will fall behind you? To make a grave for your ugly thoughts, and a garden for your kindly feelings, with the gate open? Are you willing to do these things, even for a day? Then you can keep Christmas. Are you willing to believe that love is the strongest thing in the world, stronger than hate, stronger than evil, stronger than death, and that the blessed life which began in Bethlehem 1900 years ago is the image and brightness of the eternal love? Then you can keep Christmas. And if you keep it for a day, why not always? But you can never keep it alone. End of
A Short Christmas Sermon.
Keeping Christmas by Henry Van Dyke. Recording by Bill Mosley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA. The Legend of the Christmas Tree by Charles Dickens. From A Budget of Christmas Tales by Charles Dickens and Others, by Various. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. The Legend of the Christmas Tree by Charles Dickens. Most children have seen a Christmas tree, and many know that the pretty and pleasant custom of hanging gifts on its boughs comes from Germany. But perhaps few have heard or read the story that is told to little German children respecting the origin of this custom. The story is called The Little Stranger, and runs thus. In a small cottage on the borders of a forest lived a poor laborer, who gained a scanty living by cutting wood. He had a wife and 2 children who helped him in his work. The boy's name was Valentine, and the girl was called Mary. They were obedient, good children, and a great comfort to their parents. One winter evening, this happy little family were sitting quietly round the hearth, the snow and the wind raging outside, while they ate their supper of dry bread, when a gentle tap was heard on the window, and a childish voice cried from without, "Oh, let me in, pray! I'm a poor little child with nothing to eat, and no home to go to, and I shall die of cold and hunger unless you let me in." Valentine and Mary jumped up from the table and ran to open the door, saying, "Come in, poor little child. We have not much to give you, but whatever we have we will share with you." The stranger child came in and warmed his frozen hands and feet at the fire, and the children gave him the best they had to eat, saying, "You must be tired too, poor child. Lie down on our bed. We can sleep on the bench for one night." Then said the little stranger child, "Thank God for all your kindness to me." So they took their little guest into their sleeping room, laid him on the bed, covered him over, and said to each other, "How thankful we ought to be! We have warm rooms and a cozy bed, while this poor child has only heaven for his roof and the cold earth for his sleeping place." When their father and mother went to bed, Mary and Valentine lay quite contentedly on the bench near the fire, saying, before they fell asleep, "The stranger child will be so happy tonight in his warm bed." These kind children had not slept many hours before Mary awoke and softly whispered to her brother, "Valentine, dear, wake and listen to the sweet music under the window." Then Valentine rubbed his eyes and listened. It was sweet music indeed. It sounded like beautiful voices singing to the tones of a harp. "O holy child, we greet thee, bringing sweet strains of harp to aid our singing. Thou holy child, in peace art sleeping, while we our watch without are keeping. Blessed be the house wherein thou liest, happiest on earth, to heaven the highest." The children listened while a solemn joy filled their hearts. Then they stepped softly to the window to see who might be without. In the east was a streak of rosy dawn, and in its light they saw a group of children standing before the house, clothed in silver garments, holding golden harps in their hands. Amazed at this sight, the children were still gazing out of the window when a light tap caused them to turn around. There stood the stranger child before them, clad in a golden dress, with a gleaming radiance round his curling hair. "I am the little Christ child," he said, "who wanders through the world bringing peace and happiness to good children. You took me in and cared for me when you thought me a poor child, and now you shall have my blessing for what you have done." A fir tree grew near the house, and from this he broke a twig, which he planted in the ground, saying, "This twig shall become a tree, and shall bring forth fruit year by year for you." No sooner had he done this than he vanished, and with him the little choir of angels. But the fir branch grew and became a Christmas tree, and on its branches hung golden apples and silver nuts every Christmas tide. Such is the story told to German children concerning their beautiful Christmas trees, though we know that the real little Christ child can never be wandering cold and homeless again in our world, inasmuch as he is safe in heaven by his Father's side. Yet we may gather from this story the same truth which the Bible plainly tells us, that anyone who helps a Christian child in distress, it will be counted unto him as if he had indeed done it unto Christ himself. Inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me. End of The Legend of the Christmas Tree by Charles Dickens. Recording by Bill Moseley, Frellsburg, Texas, USA.
Little Jean, A Christmas Story. Adapted from the French of Francois Coppée by Nanny Lee Fraser. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Long ago and far from here, in a country with a name too hard to pronounce, there lived a little boy named Jean. In many ways, he was just like the boys here, for there are many Johns over here, are there not? Then, too, Jean lived with his auntie, and some of our boys do that too. His father and mother were dead, and that is true here sometimes, isn't it? But in some ways things were quite different with Jean. In the first place, his auntie was very, very cross, and she often made him climb up his ladder to his little garret room to go to sleep on his pallet of straw without any supper save a dry crust. His stockings had holes in the heels and toes and knees because his auntie never had time to mend them, and his shoes would have been worn out all the time if they had not been such strong wooden shoes, for in that country the boys all wore wooden shoes. Jean did many a little service around the place, for his auntie made him work for his daily bread, and he chopped the wood and swept the paths and made the fires and ran the errands, but he never heard anyone say, "Thank you." Jean's happiest days were at school, and I wonder if he was like our boys in that. There his playmates wore much better clothes and good stockings too, and warm top coats, but they never thought of making fun of Jean, for they all loved to play with him. One morning Jean started off to school, which was next to the big church, and when he got there he found the children all so happy and gay and dressed in their best clothes, and he heard one boy say, "Won't it be jolly tomorrow, with the big tree full of oranges and popcorn and candy and the candles burning?" And another added, "Won't it be fun to see the things in our shoes in the morning, the goodies that boys love?" And another said, "My, but we have a big, fat goose at our house, stuffed with plums and just brown to a turn." And he smacked his lips as he thought of it. And Jean began to wonder about that beautiful tree, and wished that one would grow at his house. And he thought about his wooden shoes, and knew there would be no goodies in them for him in the morning. Then he heard one boy say, "Don't you love Christmas?" And Jean said, "Christmas? Why, what is Christmas?" But just then the teacher came in and said, "Boys, come into the church now and hear the music." And so the boys marched one behind the other, just as they do in school here, and they went into the great church. Jean thought it was beautiful in there. The soft light, the warm, pleasant air, the flowers, and the marble altar. And then the music. Oh, such music Jean had never heard. And somehow as he sat on the high-backed bench and listened, his own heart grew very warm, although he could not understand why. And he loved so to hear them singing, "Peace on earth, goodwill to men." And it began to sing itself over and over in his heart, this sweet, sweet song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Then the time came to go home, and the boys all shouted, "Goodbye, Jean, and Merry Christmas." And though Jean didn't know about Merry Christmas, he kept singing in his little warmed heart, "Peace on earth, goodwill to men." And then he was glad the other boys could have the tree and the goose and the wooden shoes full of goodies, even if he couldn't. As Jean went home, the snow began to fall, and the big flakes lodged on his shoulders and cap and hands. But he didn't mind the cold, for his heart was so warm. By and by, as he ran down the street, he passed a tall house with the steps going up from the street, and there, sitting on the bottom step, he saw a little boy with soft curling hair and a beautiful face, leaning his head against the stone house, fast asleep. Somehow, as Jean looked at the sleeping face, his own heart grew still and quiet and warm, and he felt like he could look at it forever, and suddenly he caught himself singing softly under his breath, "Peace on earth, goodwill to men." And then he looked down at the little boy's feet, and he saw that he was barefooted, and his little feet were purple with the cold. As Jean looked at the feet and then at the face of the child, and thought of the sweet song in his heart, he said, "Oh, I wish I could give him my shoes, for I have stockings to keep me warm, but Auntie would be so mad." And the more he looked and thought, the more he longed to give his shoes away, until all at once he said, "I know what I'll do. I'll give him one shoe and one stocking, and then he won't be so cold." And he felt as though he couldn't get his shoe and stocking off fast enough to give them to the little child. So gently and tenderly he lifted the little cold foot in his hand to put on the shoe, that he did not waken the sleeping boy, even when he had put the stocking on the other foot. And then, as he stood up again and took a last look at the lovely face, before he knew it, he was singing aloud, "Peace on earth, goodwill to men." Then he hopped off home in the snow with the happiest heart he had ever had. Now, I wish the story turned out differently, and that his auntie said when he told her about it, "I'm so glad you did it, Jean." But she was so very cross that she slapped Jean and sent him off to bed without any supper, saying, "You had no right to give away that shoe and stocking, for my money paid for them." Somehow Jean didn't mind doing without supper that night, and he soon went fast asleep and dreamed a beautiful dream, for he thought he was still singing, "Peace on earth, goodwill to men." And he saw a vision of the little sleeping boy that grew into a tall and gentle man with a radiant face, who walked to and fro in Jean's dream, singing with him, "Peace on earth, goodwill to men." Then morning came, and outside his window Jean heard the voices of children singing, "Glory to God in the highest, on earth peace, goodwill to men." And he heard a very strange sound too, for his auntie's voice, soft and gentle, said, "Jean, wake up, and come down and see what has happened." And Jean came down the ladder, and lo, there was a wonderful tree, just like the other boys were having today, and a goose, and by the fireplace his own wooden shoe, and beside it the mate that he had given to the sleeping child. And far in the distance Jean heard the children's voices singing as they ran down the street, "Peace, peace on earth, goodwill to men." Then the room grew very still and peaceful, and Jean's heart did too. And through the silence there came a voice, so tender and loving, so gentle that the auntie's eyes were full of tears. And Jean wanted to listen forever, and the voice said, "Jean, inasmuch as ye did it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye did it unto me." End of Little Jean, A Christmas Story, adapted from the French of François Coppée by Nanny Lee Fraser, read by Jack Herbert. The Little Match Girl by Hans Andersen, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was dreadfully cold. It was snowing fast and was almost dark as evening came on, the last evening of the year. In the cold and the darkness there went along the street a poor little girl, bareheaded and with naked feet. When she left home she had slippers on, it is true, but they were much too large for her feet, slippers that her mother had used until then, and the poor little girl lost them in running across the street when two carriages were passing terribly fast. When she looked for them, one was not to be found, and a boy seized the other and ran away with it, saying he would use it for a cradle some day when he had children of his own. So on the little girl went with her bare feet, that were red and blue with cold. In an old apron that she wore were bundles of matches, and she carried a bundle also in her hand. No one had bought so much as a bunch all the long day, and no one had given her even a penny. Poor little girl! Shivering with cold and hunger, she crept along, a perfect picture of misery. The snowflakes fell on her long flaxen hair, which hung in pretty curls about her throat, but she thought not of her beauty nor of the cold. Lights gleamed in every window, and there came to her the savory smell of roast goose, for it was New Year's Eve, and it was of this which she thought. In a corner formed by two houses, one of which projected beyond the other, she sat cowering down. She had drawn under her little feet, but still she grew colder and colder, yet she dared not go home, for she had sold no matches, and could not bring a penny of money. Her father would certainly beat her, and besides it was cold enough at home, for they had only the house roof above them, and though the largest holes had been stopped with straw and rags, there were left many through which the cold wind whistled. And now her little hands were nearly frozen with cold. Alas! A single match might do her good if she might only draw it from the bundle, rub it against the wall, and warm her fingers by it. So at last she drew one out. Whisht! How it blazed and burned! It gave out a warm, bright flame like a little candle, and she held her hands over it. A wonderful little light it was. It really seemed to the little girl as if she sat before a great iron stove, with polished brass feet and brass shovel and tongs. So blessedly it burned that the little maiden stretched out her feet to warm them also. How comfortable she was! But lo! The flame went out, the stove vanished, and nothing remained but the little burned match in her hand. She rubbed another match against the wall. It burned brightly, and where the light fell upon the wall it became transparent like a veil, so that she could see through it into the room. A snow-white cloth was spread upon the table, on which was a beautiful china dinner service, while a roast goose, stuffed with apples and prunes, steamed famously, and sent forth a most savory smell. And what was more delightful still, and wonderful, the goose jumped from the dish, with knife and fork still in its breast, and waddled along the floor straight to the little girl. But the match went out then, and nothing was left to her but the thick, damp wall. She lighted another match, and now she was under a most beautiful Christmas tree, larger and far more prettily trimmed than the one she had seen through the glass doors at the rich merchant's. Hundreds of wax tapers were burning on the green branches, and gay figures, such as she had seen in the shop windows, looked down upon her. The child stretched out her hands to them, then the match went out. Still the lights of the Christmas tree rose higher and higher. She saw them as stars in heaven, and one of them fell, forming a long trail of fire. "Now someone is dying," murmured the child softly, for her grandmother, the only person who had loved her, and who was now dead, had told her that whenever a star falls a soul mounts up to God. She struck yet another match against the wall, and again it was light, and in the brightness there appeared before her the dear old grandmother, bright and radiant, yet sweet and mild, and happy as she had never looked on earth. "Oh, grandmother," cried the child, "take me with you. I know you will go away when the match burns out. You too will vanish, like the warm stove, the splendid New Year's feast, the beautiful Christmas tree." And lest her grandmother should disappear, she rubbed the whole bundle of matches against the wall, and the matches burned with such a brilliant light that it became brighter than noonday. Her grandmother had never looked so grand and beautiful. She took the little girl in her arms, and both flew together joyously and gloriously, mounting higher and higher, far above the earth, and for them there was neither hunger nor cold nor care. They were with God. But in the corner, at the dawn of day, sat the poor girl, leaning against the wall, with red cheeks and smiling mouth, frozen to death on the last evening of the old year. Stiff and cold she sat, with the matches, one bundle of which was burned. She wanted to warm herself, poor little thing, people said. No one imagined what sweet visions she had had, or how gloriously she had gone with her grandmother to enter upon the joys of a new year. End of The Little Match Girl by Hans Andersen. Read by Jack Herbert.
Looking for Santa Claus by Francis J. Finn, S.J. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Looking for Santa Claus. 1. On Christmas Eve, towards nightfall, Johnny Graham and his sister Minnie were curled upon the floor near the kitchen stove, looking over the pictures in an old magazine. Little Minnie was explaining the pictures to her brother. The Kansas wind was howling about the house and driving the snow high against the window panes. Without, all was darkness, save for the few lights to the west, where lay the village of St. Mars. At a table beside the children, Mrs. Graham was washing the dishes. "Halloa!" cried Johnny, jumping to his feet. "I hear someone a-coming." And he rushed eagerly to the door. The sound of feet shuffling through the snow was followed by an impatient knock. Johnny threw open the door and found himself facing a man with a telegram in his hand. "It's for your father, and immediate." And with these words the messenger disappeared into the darkness. "I hope it is not bad news," said Mrs. Graham. "May I run to the stable and bring it to papa?" cries Johnny. "Yes, dear." "And may I go too, mamma?" asked Minnie. Forthwith, at the mother's nod, the two go tripping through the snow, and soon reach the stable, a stout structure distant a stone's throw from the house. There are 4 horses in it, one of them, Witch Winnie, is the finest horse in the West. Mr. Graham is a lover of horses. "Papa, here's a telegram," cries Johnny. "And it's marked immediate," adds Minnie. Mr. Graham, who had been fondly stroking his favorite racer, hurried from the stall and tore open the enclosure. His face changed as he read these words: "Topeka, Kansas. Your sister is dying and calls for you. Not an hour to spare. John Talbot." "Is it something bad, papa?" asked Minnie, catching her father's right hand, while Johnny, saying nothing, but looking no less sympathetic, takes the other. "Yes, your auntie is very sick, and I have just about 3/4 of an hour to get ready and take the train. Come, little ones, we must tell mother at once." "Surely it never rains but it pours," exclaimed Mrs. Graham on hearing the news. "Yesterday poor John was called away to the side of his dying mother in Kansas City." John was their man of all work, a steady, faithful young fellow, who, after his love for each and every one of the Grahams, was devoted heart and soul to the horses. "I don't like to leave you alone on any night, my dear," said Mr. Graham, "but especially on Christmas night." "But you must go to Annie's side, and besides, I'm not afraid. Everything is secure. We've lived here now for over 2 years, and nothing has gone wrong." "And, papa, if you go, do you think Santa Claus will come?" asked Johnny anxiously. "Why, of course. I've sent him word that I've put the Christmas tree in the hayloft, so that he won't make the mistake of coming to our house. Tomorrow, when you and Minnie wake up, you may run over to the stable, and you'll find out that Santa Claus can get through the stoutest door in Kansas, even though it has the strongest kind of a lock." "And, papa," said Minnie, "what time does Santa Claus come?" "Oh, about 12 o'clock." Half an hour later Mr. Graham was kissing them all farewell. "Papa, may I keep the key of the stable?" asked Johnny. "Here it is. Don't lose it, my little man." "And may we go over and see Witch Winnie just one more time tonight, papa?" chimed in Minnie. "Of course. Well, good-bye, dear, and God bless you." 2. Johnny had been sleeping for some hours in his little cot when Minnie tiptoed into the room. "Johnny," she whispered at his ear. The child turned uneasily. "Johnny," she whispered again. "What's the matter? Is it Christmas?" "Oh, Johnny," she continued as the boy sat up in bed, "it's just 11 o'clock." "I want to go to sleep. Go away," said the brother, lying down again. "But wouldn't you like to see Santa Claus?" "What?" cried the lad, leaping out of his bed. "You know papa said he would come about midnight. I haven't been able to sleep for thinking of it. Let us go over to the stable and keep perfectly quiet, and maybe we shall see him." "We dasn't go," said Johnny. "Yes, we may go," answered Minnie. "Don't you remember that I asked papa to go over and see Witch Winnie tonight?" "That's so." A few minutes later 2 little forms glided over the snow, unlocked the door, and slipped into the stable. "Shall we leave the door open for Santa Claus?" asked Johnny. "I think not," Minnie answered. It might hurt his feelings." Johnny locked the door. "Ooh, it's dark in here. I'm afraid." "Shh!" cried Minnie. "I have matches, dear, and we can light the candles if we wish. But then Santa Claus might see that you and I were watching for him, and then maybe he would be displeased. Come, let us get in Witch Winnie's stall and climb into the manger. She'll be company for us." Witch Winnie gave a little neigh of joy when she felt the hands of her two dearest little friends caressing her. Then there was an unbroken silence. 1 minute passed, though Johnny thought it an hour, when a stealthy step was heard without. "He's coming!" cried Minnie, breathing quickly. The step ceased at the door, then there came a low whistle. At the sound, Witch Winnie gave another neigh of joy. "Why, even our horse is glad that Santa Claus is coming," whispered Johnny. "Shh!" hissed Missy. For a minute or two there was a fumbling at the lock. "I think I'll go and help Santy," whispered Johnny. "Maybe he's not used to that kind of a lock." He was about to leap from the manger to carry out his purpose, when the lock turned. The door opened, and in the light afforded by a lantern in his hand they saw a man standing in the doorway. He was wrapped in a heavy coat, encrusted by snow, and so far resembled the pictures of Santa Claus. He wore a beard, too, but it was black. There was no pack upon his shoulders, no smile on his face. In one hand was a lantern, in the other a pistol. He was frowning, too, and did not look at all jolly. Johnny's heart sank. In fact, he began to doubt whether it was Santa Claus. The man stood still for 1 moment and then whistled as before. Witch Winnie answered by a low, joyful neigh. "Ah, there she is," muttered the man under his breath. Johnny could stand it no longer. "Hello, Santy Claus!" he cried in nervous tones. The man gave a start, and then, raising his pistol at full cock, threw the glare of the lantern full upon Witch Winnie and the two little ones. It was a pretty picture. The mare standing with her superb head turned eagerly toward the newcomer, Minnie clasping her on one side and Johnny on the other. Both of them looked fearlessly at the man with the cocked pistol. "Aren't you Santa Claus?" cried Minnie. The stranger lowered his pistol in advance. "Yes, my little ones," he said, "I am Santa Claus." "I knew it!" cried Johnny. "Even Witch Winnie knows it. See how glad she is to see you. Why, she looks at you just the same as she looks at Papa. Oh, I'm awful glad to see you, Santy. But where is your pack?" "It's outside. Do you little ones expect any presents?" "Of course we do," answered Minnie. "This little boy is Johnny, and I am Minnie. Papa told us you were coming tonight, so we stole over to see you come in." "Well, little ones," said Santa Claus in a rather stern voice, "it's against my rules to allow anyone to see me at work. Now, if you want to get a lot of the very nicest presents, you must make me a promise." "All right, Santy Claus," cried Johnny. "You must go right back to the house and go to sleep, and not say another word till sunrise tomorrow. Now do you promise?" "Cross my heart," cried the boy. "And so shall I promise," added Minnie. "But first, dear Santa Claus, I want you to do me a favor. Papa told us that you came in place of the infant Jesus. Is that so?" Yes," said Santa Claus, coughing uneasily, and putting away his pistol as though he were ashamed of it. "Well, we know how much you must love the little infant, and I thought that you would like to take a look at the crib which Papa fixed up for us. There are 20 candles, and the little infant is just lovely. Come on, Santa Claus, here's my hand." Santa Claus shivered as the child put her confiding hand in his. He was in a great hurry, but the little child led him to the other side of the stable into a vacant stall. Striking a match, Minnie lighted a number of colored candles, revealing a beautiful wax figure of the child Jesus, lying with folded arms upon a small square platform, hardly more than an inch in thickness. "Auntie Jane was over in Paris," explained Minnie, "and she brought this for us. Isn't it sweet?" "It is," said the man, upon whose brow a faint moisture had broken out. "Now, Santa Claus, I know you want to kneel down and pray. Johnny and I always do." Santa Claus knelt. He bowed his head, and did not see what Minnie was doing. Suddenly he gave a start, and looking up, saw Minnie sinking to her knees, while from the little platform which supported the figure came a sweet tinkling Christmas melody. It was the Adams' Noel, and he shivered again, and the moisture upon his forehead gathered into beads as he listened to the sweetly sad strains. "Look!" whispered Minnie. Suddenly the waxen infant opened its sweet blue eyes, while the tiny, sweet, waxen arms uncrossed themselves and were extended as though they would enfold the whole world in their warm, loving embrace. "Isn't it beautiful?" whispered Johnny, in a tone that was a prayer. Then the arms slowly folded again, and the sweet blue eyes were again curtained by the lovely lids. Jesus was asleep. After a moment's pause, the tinkle of the Adeste Fideles made the silence lovely. "Let us sing for Santa Claus," whispered Johnny. At the word, both broke into the glad notes of the Christmas hymn, and sang with the sweetness of fresh and touching voices, with the grand manner of a living faith. Before they had ended, Santa Claus threw his pistol before the shrine as an offering. He was done with it. "Would you like to kiss the infant?" asked Minnie. "I dare not," he answered hoarsely. There was a faint sound in the distance, as of a horse galloping at full speed. "God bless you, you darlings. God bless you, and forgive me." With the last words he was rushing for the door, where he disappeared as though he had not been, while nearer, louder, clearer came the tramping of the horse. The children hurried to the door and looked in vain for a sight of Santa Claus. Even as they were straining their eyes into the darkness, there dashed up a horseman upon a foaming charger. "Why, it's Papa!" cried Minnie. "Merry Christmas, Papa, and we've seen Santa Claus, and he ran away when he heard you coming." "Is Witch Winnie all right?" cried Mr. Graham, jumping from his horse. "Sure," answered Johnny, and, supplemented by Minnie, he proceeded to tell of their night's adventures. Mr. Graham listened with his features under a forced restraint. "It's too bad, Papa, that you frightened Santy away. He didn't bring our Christmas presents yet," said Minnie, when Johnny had concluded his account. "Yes, he did. Come up, my little ones, and see." And they went up and saw. It was the finest Christmas tree in Kansas, and every gift that Minnie and Johnny could desire was there. "Now, my little darlings, let us go down to the crib and thank the little infant." And they went down, and kneeling, thanked the little infant, Minnie and Johnny for their beautiful Christmas gifts, and their father for the safety of Witch Winnie from the clutches of her former groom, who had forged 2 telegrams, who had entered the stable as a horse thief, had remained in it as Santa Claus, and left it touched and softened and repentant through the sweet visions of innocence and love which the infant Jesus had there vouchsafed him. End of Looking for Santa Claus by Frances J. Finn, S.J. Read by Maria Therese.
A Matter of System by Eleanor H. Porter. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. At the office of Hawkins and Hawkins, system was everything. Even the trotter boy was reduced to an orbit that ignored craps and marbles, and the stenographer went about her work like a well-oiled bit of machinery. It is not strange, then, that Jasper Hawkins, senior member of the firm, was particularly incensed at the confusion that Christmas always brought to his home. For years he bore, with such patience as he could muster, the attack of nervous prostration that regularly, on the 26th day of December, laid his wife upon a bed of invalidism. Then, in the face of the unmistakable evidence that the malady would this year precede the holy day of peace and goodwill, he burst his bonds of self-control and spoke his mind. It was upon the morning of the 21st. "Edith," he began, in what his young daughter called his "now mind" voice, "this thing has got to stop." "What thing?" "Christmas." "Jasper!" It was as if she thought he had the power to sweep goodwill itself from the earth. "Christmas! Stop!" "Yes. My dear, how did you spend yesterday?" "I was shopping." "Exactly. And the day before? And the day before that? And before that?" "You needn't answer, for I know. And you were shopping for?"
He paused expectantly. "Presents." Something quite outside herself had forced the answer.
"Exactly. Now, Edith, surely it need not take all your time for a month before Christmas to buy a few paltry presents, and all of it for 2 months afterward to get over buying them."
"But, Jasper, they aren't few, and are anything but paltry. Imagine giving Uncle Harold a paltry present," retorted Edith, with some spirit.
The man waved an impatient hand. "Very well, we will call them magnificent, then," he conceded. "But even in that case, surely the countless stores full of beautiful and useful articles, and with a list properly tabulated, and a sufficiency of money—"
An expressive gesture finished his sentence. The woman shook her head. "I know, it sounds easy," she sighed, "but it isn't. It's so hard to think up what to give, and after I've thought it up and bought it, I'm just sure I ought to have got the other thing."
"But you should have some system about it."
"Oh, I had a list," she replied dispiritedly. "But I'm so tired."
Jasper Hawkins suddenly squared his shoulders. "How many names have you left now to buy presents for?" he demanded briskly.
"3. Aunt Harriet and Jimmy and Uncle Harold. They always get left to the last. They're so impossible."
"Impossible? Nonsense! And I'll prove it to you, too. Give yourself no further concern, Edith, about Christmas. If that is all there is left to do, just consider it done."
"Do you mean you'll get the presents for them?"
"Most certainly."
"But, Jasper, you know—"
An imperative gesture silenced her. "My dear, I'm doing this to relieve you, and that means that you are not even to think of it again."
"Very well. Thank you," sighed the woman, but her eyes were troubled.
Not so Jasper's. His eyes quite sparkled with anticipation as he left the house some minutes later. On the way downtown he made his plans and arranged his list. He wished it were longer, that list. 3 names were hardly sufficient to demonstrate his theories and display his ability. As for Aunt Harriet, Jimmy, and Uncle Harold being impossible, that was all nonsense, as he had said, and before his eyes rose a vision of the 3. Aunt Harriet, a middle-aged spinster, poor, half-sick, and chronically discontented with the world. Jimmy, a white-faced lad who was always reading a book, and Uncle Harold, red-faced, red-headed, and red-tempered. Jasper smiled all to himself at this last thought. Red-tempered, that was good. He would tell Edith, but he would not tell others. Witticisms at the expense of a rich old bachelor uncle, whose heir was a matter of his own choosing, were best kept pretty much to oneself. Edith was right, however, in one thing, Jasper decided. Uncle Harold surely could not be given a paltry present. He must be given something fine, expensive, and desirable, something that one would like oneself. And immediately there popped into Jasper's mind the thought of a certain exquisitely carved meerschaum, which he had seen in a window, and which he had greatly coveted. As for Aunt Harriet and Jimmy, their case was too simple for even a second thought. To one he would give a pair of bed-slippers, to the other a book. Some minutes later Jasper Hawkins tucked into his pocket-book an oblong bit of paper on which had been neatly written, "Presents to be bought for Christmas, 1908. Aunt Harriet, spinster, 58 years old? Bed-slippers. Uncle Harold, bachelor, 65 years old. Pipe. Jimmy, boy, 12 years old. Book." In the office of Hawkins and Hawkins that morning, the senior member of the firm found a man waiting for him. This man was the emissary of his mighty chief, and upon this chief rested the whole structure of a deal which was just then looming large on the horizon of Hawkins and Hawkins, and in which the oblong bit of paper in Jasper's pocket-book had no part. Mrs. Jasper Hawkins greeted her husband with palpitating interest that evening.
"Well, what did you get?" she asked.
The man of business lifted his chin triumphantly. "Not everything we asked for, to be sure," he began, "but we got more than we expected, and—" He stopped abruptly. The expression on his wife's face had suddenly reminded him that by no possible chance could she know what he was talking about. What do you mean?" he demanded. "Why, Jasper, there's only one thing I could mean. The presents, you know." A curious something clutched at Jasper's breath and held it for a moment suspended. Then Jasper throttled the something and raised his chin even higher. "Time enough for that tomorrow," he retorted lightly. "I didn't promise to get to them today, you know." "But Jasper, tomorrow's the 22nd. "And 3 whole days before Christmas." "Yes, but they must be sent the 24th. "And they'll be sent, my dear," declared Jasper, in a tone of voice that was a cold dismissal of the subject. On the morning of the 22nd, Jasper Hawkins told himself that he would not forget the presents this time. He decided, however, that there was no need for him to take the whole day to select a pipe, a book, and a pair of slippers. There would be quite time enough after luncheon. And he smiled to himself in a superior way as he thought of the dizzying rush and the early start that always marked his wife's shopping excursions. He was still smiling happily when he sallied forth at 2 o'clock that afternoon, leaving word at the office that he would return in an hour. He decided to buy the meerschaum first, and with unhesitating steps he sought the tobacco store in whose window he had seen it. The pipe was gone, however, and there really was no other in the place that just suited him, though he spent fully half an hour trying to find one. He decided then to look elsewhere. He would try the department store in which he intended to buy the book and the slippers. It was better, anyway, that he should do all his shopping under one roof. It was more systematic. The great clock in the department store tower had just struck 3 when Jasper stalked through the swinging doors on the street floor. He had been delayed. Window displays had allured him, and dawdling throngs of Christmas shoppers had forced his feet into a snail's pace. He drew now a sigh of relief. He had reached his destination. He would make short work of his purchases. And, with a dignified stride, he turned toward the nearest counter. At once, however, he found himself caught in a swirl of humanity that swept him along like a useless chip and flung him against a counter much further down the aisle. With what dignity he could summon to his aid, he righted himself and addressed the smiling girl behind it. "I'm looking for pipes," he announced severely. "Perhaps you can tell me where they are." She shook her head. "Ask him," she suggested, with a nod and a jerk of her thumb. And Jasper, looking in the direction indicated, saw a frock-coated man standing like a rock where the streams of humanity broke and surged to the right and to the left. By some manoeuvring, Jasper managed, in time, to confront this man. "Pipes," he panted anxiously. He was reduced now to the single word. "Annex, 2nd floor, elevator to your right." "Thanks," fervently breathed the senior member of the firm of Hawkins and Hawkins, muttering as he turned away, "Then they have got some system in this infernal bedlam." The crisp directions had sounded simple, but they proved to be anything but simple to follow. Like a shuttlecock, Jasper was tossed from clerk to clerk, until by the time he reached his destination, he was confused, breathless, and cross. The pipes, however, were numerous and beautiful, and the girl behind the counter was both pretty and attentive. Moreover, pipes did not happen to be popular that day, and the corner was a little paradise of quietness and rest. The man drew a long breath of relief and bent to his task. In his mind was the one thought uppermost. He must select just such a pipe as he himself would like, and for long minutes he pondered whether this, that, or another would best please him. So absorbed was he, indeed, in this phase of the question, that he had made his selection and taken out his money, when the sickening truth came to him. Uncle Harold did not smoke. To Jasper it seemed incredible that he had not thought of this before, but not until he pictured his purchase in his uncle's hand had he realized that the thing was not for himself after all, but for a man who not only did not smoke, but who abhorred the habit in others. With a muttered something that the righteously indignant pretty girl could not hear, Jasper Hawkins thrust his money into his pocket and rushed blindly away from the pipe counter. Long minutes later, in the street, he adjusted his tie, jerked his coat into place, straightened his hat, and looked at his watch. It was 4 o'clock. and he must go back to the office before starting for home. There was still another whole day before him, he remembered, and after all it was a very simple matter to buy the book and the slippers, and then look around a little for something for Uncle Harold. In the morning he would doubtless light upon the very thing. And with this comforting thought he dismissed the subject and went back to the office. Mrs. Hawkins did not question her husband that night about what he had bought. Something in his face stayed the words on her lips. Jasper Hawkins went early to the office the next morning, but it was fully 11 o'clock before he could begin his shopping. He told himself, however, that there was quite time enough for the little he had to do, and he stepped off very briskly in the direction of the department store he had left the night before. He had decided that he preferred this one to the intricacies of a new one. Besides, he was very sure that there would not now be so many people in it. Just here, however, Jasper met with a disappointment. Not only was everyone there who had been there the day before, but most of them had brought friends. And in dismay Jasper clung to the post near the door while he tried to rally his courage for the plunge. In the distance the frock-coated man was still the rock where the stream foamed and broke, and after a long wait and a longer struggle, Jasper stood once more before him. "I want slippers, bed slippers for women," he muttered. "4th floor, front, elevator to your left," declaimed the man. And Jasper quite glowed with awe at the thought of a brain so stupendous that it could ticket and tell each shelf and counter in that vast domain of confusion. Jasper himself had been swept to the right on the crest of a particularly aggressive wave, formed by the determined shoulders of a huge fat woman who wished to go in that direction, so it was some time before he could stem the current and make an effort to reach the elevator on the other side of the store. It was then that he suddenly decided to grasp this opportunity for looking about a little to find something for Uncle Harold. And it was then that he was lost, for no longer had he compass, captain, or a port in view, but oarless and rudderless he drifted. Then indeed did the department store, in all its allurements of glitter and show and competing attractions, burst on Jasper's eyes, benumbing his senses and overthrowing his judgment. For long minutes he hung entranced above a tray of jewelled side-combs, and for other long minutes he critically weighed the charms of a spangled fan against those of one that was merely painted, before he suddenly awoke to the realization that he was looking for something for Uncle Harold, and that Uncle Harold did not wear side-combs, nor disport himself with gauze fans. "Where do you keep things for men?" he demanded then, aggrievedly, of the demure-faced girl behind the counter. And it was while he was on the ensuing frantic search for "things for men" that he stumbled upon the book department. "To be sure, a book for Jimmy," he muttered, and confidently approached a girl who was already trying to wait on 3 customers at once. "I want a book for a boy," he observed, and was surprised that no one answered. "I want a book for a boy," he urged in a louder tone. Still no one answered. "I want a book for a boy," he reiterated distinctly, and this time the girl flicked her ear, as at the singing of an annoying insect. "Juveniles 3 aisles over to your left," she snapped glibly, and after a puzzled pondering on her words, Jasper concluded that they were meant for him. In the juvenile department, Jasper wondered why everyone in the store had chosen that particular minute to come there and buy a book for a child. Everywhere were haste and confusion. Nowhere was there anyone who paid the least attention to himself. At his right, a pretty girl chatted fluently of this, that, and another series, and at his left a severe-faced woman with glasses discoursed on the great responsibility of selecting reading for the young, and uttered fearsome prophecies of the dire evil that was sure to result from indiscriminate buying. Her words were not meant for Jasper's ears, but they reached them nevertheless. The man shuddered and grew pale. With soft steps he slunk out of the book department. To think that he who knew nothing whatever about books for boys, had nearly bought one of the risky things for Jimmy. And to Jasper's perverted imagination it almost seemed that Jimmy, white-faced and sad-eyed, had already gone wrong, and through him. Jasper looked at his watch then and decided it was time for luncheon. After that he could look around for something else for Jimmy. It was 6 o'clock when Jasper, flushed, tired, and anxious, looked at his watch again and took account of stock. He had a string of beads and a pair of skates. The skates, of course, were for Jimmy. He was pleased with those. It was a girl who had helped him in that decision, a very obliging girl who had found him in the toy department, confusedly eyeing an array of flaxen-haired dolls, and who had gently asked him the age of the boy for whom he desired a present. He thought of that girl now with gratitude. The string of beads did not so well please him. He was a little doubtful, anyway, how he happened to buy them. He had a dim recollection that they looked wonderfully pretty, with the light bringing out sparkles of green and gold, and that the girl who tended them did not happen to have anything to do but wait on him. So he had bought them. They were handsome beads and not at all cheap. They would do for someone, he assured himself. And not until he had dropped them in his pocket did it occur to him that he was buying presents for only a boy, a bachelor, and a middle-aged spinster. Manifestly a string of beads would not do for Jimmy or Uncle Harold, so they must do for Aunt Harriet. He had meant to buy bed-slippers for her, but perhaps after all she would prefer beads. At all events he had bought them, and they would have to go. And with that he dismissed the beads. As yet he had nothing for Uncle Harold. There seemed to be nothing really that he could make up his mind to give. The more he searched, the more undecided he grew. The affair of the pipe had frightened him, and had sown distrust in his heart. He would have to buy something this evening, of course, for it must be sent tomorrow. He would telephone Edith that he could not be home for dinner, that business detained him. Then he would eat a hasty luncheon and buy Uncle Harold's present. And with this decision Jasper wearily turned his steps toward a telephone booth. Jasper Hawkins went home at 10 o'clock. He still had nothing for Uncle Harold. The stores had closed before he could find anything. But there was yet until noon the next day. Mrs. Hawkins did not question her husband. In the morning she only reminded him timidly, "You know those things must get off by 12 o'clock, Jasper." "Oh, yes, they'll go all right," her husband had replied, in a particularly cheery voice. Jasper was not cheery, however, within. He was nervous and anxious. A terrible fear had clutched his heart. What if he could not? But then he must find something, he enjoined himself. And with that he started downtown at once. He did not go to the office this time, but sought the stores immediately. He found conditions now even worse than before. Everyone seemed to have an Uncle Harold for whom was frenziedly being sought the unattainable. If at 9 o'clock Jasper had been nervous, at 10 he was terrified, and at 11 he was nearly frantic. All power of decision seemed to have left him, and he stumbled vaguely on and on, scarcely knowing what he was doing. It was then that his eye fell on a huge sign. "Just the thing for Christmas. When in doubt, buy me." There was a crowd before the sign, but Jasper knew now how to use his elbows. Once at his goal he stared in amazement. Then the tension snapped, and he laughed outright. Before him were half a dozen cages of waltzing mice. For a long time the curious whirls and antics of the odd little creatures in their black and white coats held Jasper's gaze in a fascinated stare. Then the man, obeying an impulse that he scarcely understood himself, made his purchase, gave explicit directions where and when it was to be sent, and left the store. Then, and not until then, did Jasper Hawkins fully realize that to his Uncle Harold, the rich old man who must be petted and pampered and never by any chance offended, he had sent, as a Christmas present, a cage of dancing mice. That night Mrs. Hawkins fearlessly asked her questions, and as fearlessly her husband answered them. He had determined to assume a bold front. However grave might be his own doubts and fears, he had resolved that she should not know of them. "Presents? Of course. They went today with our love," he answered gaily. "And what did you send?" "The simplest things in the world. A string of handsome beads to Aunt Harriet, a pair of skates to Jimmy, and a cage of the funniest little waltzing mice you ever saw to Uncle Harold. You see, it all resolves itself down to a mere matter of system," he went on. But at the real agony in his wife's face he stopped in dismay. "Why, Edith!"
"Jasper, you didn't! You didn't send skates to Jimmy!"
"But I did. Why not?"
"But Jasper, he's lame."
Jasper fell back limply. All the bravado fled from his face.
"Edith, how could I forget a thing like that?" he groaned.
"And beads for Aunt Harriet. Why, Jasper, I never saw a bead on her neck. You know how poor she is, and how plain she dresses. I always give her useful, practical things."
Jasper said nothing. He was still with Jimmy and the skates. He wished he had bought a book, a wicked book if need be. Anything would be better than those skates.
"And mice for Uncle Harold," wept Edith. "Why, Jasper, how could you? Dirty little beasts that Uncle Harold can only feed to his cat. And I had hoped so much from Uncle Harold. Oh, Jasper, Jasper, how could you?"
"I don't know," said Jasper dully, as he got up to leave the room. To Jasper it was not a happy Christmas. There were those 3 letters of thanks to come, and he did not want to read them. As it chanced, they all came the same day, the 28th. They were addressed to Mrs. Hawkins, and naturally she read them first. When Jasper came home that night they lay waiting for him on his desk. He saw them, but he decided not to read them until after dinner. He felt that he needed all the fortification he could obtain. He hoped that his wife would not mention them, and yet he was conscious of a vague disappointment when, as time passed, she did not mention them. Dinner over, further delay was impossible, and very slowly he picked up the letters. He singled out Aunt Harriet's first. Dimly, he felt that this might be a sort of preparation for the wrath to follow.
"Dear niece and nephew," he read, and he sat suddenly erect. "However in the world did you guess that it was beads I wanted more than anything else in the world? And these are such handsome ones. Ever since beads and chains have been worn so much, I have longed for one all my own. But I have tried to crush the feeling and hide it, for I feared it might be silly. And me so old and faded and out of date. But I know now that it isn't, and that I needn't be ashamed of it any more. For, of course, you and Jasper would never give me anything silly. And thank you ever and ever so much."
With a slightly dazed expression, Jasper Hawkins laid down Aunt Harriet's letter, when he had finished it, and picked up the one from Uncle Harold. As he did so he glanced at his wife, but she was sewing and did not appear to be noticing him.
"Well, children, you have done it this time," read Jasper with fearful eyes. "The little beasts came on Christmas morning, and never have I—"
Jasper turned the page, and relaxed suddenly.
"Stopped laughing since, I believe. How in the world did you happen to think of a present so original, so cute, and so everlastingly entertaining? The whole house, and I might say the whole town, is in a fever over them, and there is already a constant stream of children past my window. You see, I've got the little devils where they can best be seen and appreciated."
There was more, much more, and all in the same strain, and again, as Jasper laid the letter down, he glanced at his wife, only to find a demure, downcast gaze. But one letter now remained, and in spite of what had gone before, Jasper picked this up with dread. Surely nothing, nothing could reconcile Jimmy and those awful skates. He winced as he opened the letter and saw that Jimmy's mother had written. Poor Jimmy's mother, how her heart must have ached. And then he stared in unbelieving wonder at the words, and read them over and over, lest he had in some way misconstrued their meaning.
"My dear sister and brother," Jimmy's mother had written. "I wish you could have seen Jimmy when your beautiful skates arrived. He will write you himself and thank you, but I know he can't half make you understand just what that present means to him. So I am going to write you myself and tell you what he said, then maybe you can realize a little what a great joy you have brought into his life. And let me say right here that I myself have been blind all these years.
I haven't understood. And what I want to know is, how did you find it out? What Jimmy wanted? How did you know? When I, his own mother, never guessed. Why, even when the skates came on Christmas Day, I was frightened and angry because you had been so thoughtless as to send my poor lame boy skates. And then I could hardly believe my own eyes and ears, for Jimmy, his face one flame of joy, was waving a skate in each hand. "Mother, mother!" he was shouting. "See, I've got a boy present, a real boy present, just as if I was, like other boys. I've always had books and puzzles and girl presents. Everybody's thought of them when they thought of me," he cried, thumping the crutches at his side. "But this is a real present. Now I've got something to show, and to lend. Something that is something." And on he chattered, with me staring at him as if I thought he was out of his head. But he wasn't out of his head. He was happy, happier than I've ever seen him since he was hurt. And it still lasts. He shows those skates to everyone, and talks about them, and has already made plans to let his dearest friends try them. Best of all, they have given him a new interest in life, and he is actually better. The doctors say at this rate he'll be using the skates himself some day. And now, how can I thank you, you who have done this thing, who have been so wise beyond his mother? I can only thank and thank you, and send you my dearest love. Your affectionate sister, Bertha. The senior member of the firm of Hawkins and Hawkins folded the letter very hurriedly and tucked it into its envelope. There was a mist in his eyes and a lump in his throat, two most uncalled for, unwelcome phenomena. With a determined effort he cleared his throat and began to speak. "You see, Edith," he observed pompously, "your fears were quite groundless after all. This Christmas shopping, if reduced to a system—" He paused suddenly. His wife had stopped her sewing and was looking straight into his eyes. End of A Matter of System by Eleanor H. Porter. Read by Corrie Samuel.
Mateus, capítulo 1, versículo 18 a capítulo 2, versículo 23, from Santa Bíblia, read in Portuguese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Santa Bíblia, contendo o Velho e o Novo Testamento. Tradução de Antônio Pereira de Figueiredo. Mateus, capítulo 1, versículo 18. Ora, a conceição de Jesus Cristo foi desta maneira. Estando já Maria, sua mãe, desposada com José, antes de coabitarem, se achou ter ela concebido, por obra do Espírito Santo. E José, seu esposo, como era justo e não queria infamá-la, resolveu deixá-la secretamente. Mas andando ele com isto no pensamento, eis que lhe apareceu em sonhos um anjo do Senhor, dizendo: José, filho de Davi, não temas receber a Maria, tua mulher, porque o que nela se gerou é obra do Espírito Santo. E ela parirá um filho, e lhe chamarás por nome Jesus, porque ele salvará o seu povo dos pecados deles. Mas tudo isto aconteceu para que se cumprisse o que falou o Senhor pelo profeta, que diz: Eis uma virgem conceberá, e parirá um filho, e apelidá-lo-ão pelo nome de Emanuel, que quer dizer Deus conosco. E despertando José do sono, fez como o anjo do Senhor lhe havia mandado, e recebeu a sua mulher. E ele não a conheceu, enquanto ela não pariu ao seu primogênito, e lhe pôs por nome Jesus. Tendo, pois, nascido Jesus em Belém de Judá, em tempo do rei Herodes, eis que vieram do Oriente uns magos a Jerusalém, dizendo: Onde está o rei dos judeus que é nascido? Porque nós vimos no Oriente a sua estrela, e viemos a adorá-lo. E o rei Herodes, ouvindo isto, se turbou, e toda Jerusalém com ele. E convocando todos os príncipes dos sacerdotes e os escribas do povo, lhes perguntava onde havia de nascer o Cristo. E eles lhe disseram: em Belém de Judá, porque assim está escrito pelo profeta. E tu, Belém, terra de Judá, não és a de menos consideração entre as principais de Judá, porque de ti sairá o condutor, que há de comandar o meu povo de Israel. Então Herodes, tendo chamado secretamente os magos, inquiriu deles com todo o cuidado, que tempo havia que lhes aparecera a estrela. E enviando-os a Belém, disse-lhes: ide, e informai-vos bem que menino é esse. E depois que o houverdes achado, vinde-mo dizer, para eu ir também adorá-lo. Eles, tendo ouvido as palavras do rei, partiram. E logo a estrela que tinham visto no oriente lhes apareceu, indo adiante deles, até que, chegando, parou sobre onde estava o menino. E quando eles viram a estrela, foi sobremaneira grande o júbilo que sentiram. E entrando na casa, acharam o menino com Maria, sua mãe, e prostrando-se, o adoraram, e abrindo os seus cofres, lhes fizeram suas ofertas de ouro, incenso e mirra. E havida resposta em sonhos, que não tornassem a Herodes, voltaram por outro caminho para a sua terra. Partidos que eles foram, eis que apareceu um anjo do Senhor em sonhos a José, e lhe disse: levanta-te, e toma o menino e sua mãe, e foge para o Egito, e fica-te lá até que eu te avise, porque Herodes tem de buscar o menino para o matar. José, levantando-se, tomou de noite o menino e sua mãe, e retirou-se para o Egito. E ali esteve até a morte de Herodes, para se cumprir o que proferira o Senhor pelo profeta, que diz: do Egito chamei a meu filho. Herodes, então, vendo que tinha sido iludido dos magos, ficou muito irado por isso, e mandou matar todos os meninos que havia em Belém e em todo o seu termo, que tivessem 2 anos e daí para baixo, regulando-se nisto pelo tempo que tinha exatamente averiguado dos magos. Então se cumpriu o que estava anunciado pelo profeta Jeremias, que diz: em Ramá se ouviu um clamor, um choro e um grande lamento. Vinha a ser Raquel chorando a seus filhos, sem admitir consolação pela falta deles. E sendo morto Herodes, eis que o anjo do Senhor apareceu em sonhos a José no Egito, dizendo: levanta-te e toma o menino e sua mãe, e vai para a terra de Israel, porque são mortos os que buscavam o menino para o matar. José, levantando-se, tomou o menino e sua mãe, e veio para a terra de Israel. Mas ouvindo que Arquelau reinava na Judéia em lugar de seu pai Herodes, temeu ir para lá, e avisado em sonhos, se retirou para as partes de Galiléia. E veio morar em uma cidade que se chama Nazaré, para se cumprir o que fora dito pelos profetas, que será chamado Nazareno. End of Mateus, capítulo 1, versículo 18 a capítulo 2, versículo 23. From A Santa Bíblia.
Mistletoe by Walter de la Mare, read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sitting under the mistletoe, pale green, fairy mistletoe, one last candle burning low, all the sleepy dancers gone, just one candle burning on, shadows lurking everywhere, someone came and kissed me there. Tired I was, my head would go nodding under the mistletoe, pale green, fairy mistletoe. No footsteps came, no voice, but only, just as I sat there, sleepy, lonely, stooped in the still and shadowy air, lips unseen, and kissed me there. End of Mistletoe by Walter de la Mare, read by Winston Tharp.
The Mystic's Christmas by John Greenleaf Whittier. Read by Gemma Blythe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. All hail, the bells of Christmas rang, all hail the monks that Christmas sang. The merry monks who kept with cheer the gladdest day of all their year. But still apart, unmoved thereat, a pious elder brother sat, silent in his accustomed place, with God's sweet peace upon his face. "Why sittest thou thus?" his brethren cried. "It is the blessed Christmas tide. The Christmas lights are all aglow, the sacred lilies bud and blow. Above our heads the joy bells ring, without the happy children sing, and all God's creatures hail the morn on which the holy Christ was born. Rejoice with us, no more rebuke our gladness with thy quiet look." The gray monk answered, "Keep, I pray, even if ye list, the Lord's birthday. Let heathen Yule fires flicker red, where thronged refectory feasts are spread, with mystery play and mask and mime, and wait song speed the holy time. The blindest faith may haply save, the Lord accepts the things we have, and reverence, howsoever it strays, may find at last the shining ways. They needs must grope who cannot see, the blade before the ear must be. As ye are feeling, I have felt, and where ye dwell, I too have dwelt. But now beyond the things of sense, beyond occasions and events, I know through God's exceeding grace release from form and time and space. I listen from no mortal tongue to hear the song the angels sung, and wait within myself to know the Christmas lilies bud and blow. The outward symbols disappear from him whose inward sight is clear, and small must be the choice of days to him who fills them all with praise. Keep while you need it, brothers mind, with honest seal your Christmas sign, but judge not him who every morn feels in his heart the Lord Christ born. End of The Mystic's Christmas by John Greenleaf Whittier.
Myths and Legends of Christmastide by Bertha F. Herrick. Read in English by Maria Grazia Tundo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lo, now is come our joyful feast. Let every man be jolly. Each room with ivy leaves is dressed, and every post with holly. Now all our neighbours' chimneys smoke, and Christmas blocks are burning. Their ovens they with baked meat choke, and all their spits are turning. The celebration of Christmas, which was considered by the Puritans to be idolatrous, has for many centuries been so universal that it might prove of interest to contrast the rites, ceremonies, and quaint beliefs of foreign lands with those of matter-of-fact America. Many curious customs live only in tradition, but it is surprising to find what singular superstitions still exist among credulous classes, even in the light of the 20th century. In certain parts of England, the peasantry formerly asserted that, on the anniversary of the Nativity, oxen knelt in their stalls at midnight, the supposed hour of Christ's birth, while in other localities bees were said to sing in their hives and subterranean bells to ring a merry peal. According to legends of ancient Britain, cocks crew lustily all night on December the 24th, to scare away witches and evil spirits. And in Bavaria, some of the countrymen made frequent and apparently aimless trips in their sledges to cause the ham to grow thick and tall. In many lands there is still expressed the beautiful sentiment that the gates of heaven stand wide open on Christmas Eve, and that he whose soul takes flight during its hallowed hours arrives straightway at the throne of grace. A time-honoured custom in Norway and Sweden is that of fastening a sheaf of wheat to a long pole on the barn or top-house for the wild birds' holiday cheer, and in Holland the young men of the towns sometimes bear a large silver star through the snowy streets, collecting alms from pedestrians for the helpless or the aged sick. Russia has no Santa Claus or Christmas tree, although the festival is celebrated by church services and by ceremonies similar to those of Halloween. In some of the villages in Wales, a Christmas pudding is boiled for each of the disciples, with the exception of Judas, and in rural districts of Scotland, bread baked on Christmas Eve is said to indefinitely retain its freshness. The fatherland is the home of the Christmas tree, which is thought to be symbolical of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden. And candles were first used to typify the power of Christianity over the darkness of paganism, being sometimes arranged in a triangular form to represent the Trinity. Pines and firs being unattainable in the tropical islands of the Pacific, the white residents sometimes cut down a fruit tree, such as an orange or guava, or actually manufacture a tree from wood, covering the bare, stiff boughs with clinging vines or evergreen. In the Holy Land at this season, the place of greatest interest is naturally the Church of the Nativity at Bethlehem, erected on the supposed location where Christ was born. It is said to be the oldest Christian church in existence, having been built more than 15 centuries ago by the Empress Helena, mother of Constantine. Repairs were made later by Edward IV of England, but it is now again fast falling into decay. The roof was originally composed of cedar of Lebanon, and the walls were studded with precious jewels, while numerous lamps of silver and gold were suspended from the rafters. The Greeks, Latins, and Armenians now claim joint possession of the structure, and jealously guard its sacred precincts. Immediately beneath the nave of the cathedral is a commodious marble chamber, constructed over the spot where the far-famed stable was said to have stood, and reached by a flight of stone steps, worn smooth by the tread and kisses of multitudes of worshippers. The manger is represented by a marble slab a couple of feet in height, decorated with tinsel and blue satin, and marked at the head with a chiselled star, bearing above it the inscription in Latin, "Here was Jesus Christ, born of the Virgin Mary." At the foot are several altars, on which incense is kept burning, and from which Mass is conducted, while a score of hanging lamps shed a fitful light over the apartment. Many theories have been advanced as to the explanation of the mysterious star in the east, which guided the wandering shepherds, but it is now thought to have been Venus at the height of his splendour. The early Christians decorated their churches with evergreens, out of respect to the passage of Scripture in Isaiah, "The glory of Lebanon shall come unto thee, the fir tree, the pine tree, and the box together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary," and the pagans believed them to be omens of good, as the spirits of the woods remained in their branches. Holly is known in Germany and Scandinavia as Christ's thorn, and is emblematic everywhere of cheerfulness, forgiveness, peace on earth, and goodwill to man. The oak mistletoe or missel was held in high veneration by the ancient Druids, who, regarding its parasitic character as a miracle and its evergreen nature as a symbol of immortality, worshipped it in their temples, and used it as a panacea for the physical ailments of their followers. When the moon was 6 days old, the bunches were ceremoniously cut with a golden sickle by the chief priest of the order, and received with care into the spotless robes of one of the company, for if they fell to the unholy ground, their virtues were considered lost. Then, crowned with oak leaves and singing songs of thanksgiving, they bore the branches in solemn procession to the altars, where 2 white oxen were sacrificed to the gods. The custom of kissing under the mistletoe dates back to the days of Scandinavian mythology, when the god of darkness shot his rival, the immortal Apollo of the North, with an arrow made from its boughs, but the supposed victim being miraculously restored to life, the mistletoe was given into the keeping of the goddess of affection, as a symbol of love and not of death, to those who passed beneath it. A berry was required to be picked with every kiss, and presented to the maiden as a sign of good fortune, the privilege ceasing while all the berries were gathered. One of the most beautiful legends of the Black Forest in Germany is that of the origin of the chrysanthemum, or Christ flower. On a dark, stormy Christmas Eve, a poor charcoal burner was wending his way homeward through the deep snowdrifts under the pine trees, with a loaf of coarse black bread and a piece of goat's milk cheese as contributions to the holiday cheer. Suddenly, during a brief lull in the tempest, he heard a low wailing cry, and searching patiently, at length discovered a benumbed and half-clad child, but little more than an infant in years or size. Wrapping him snugly in his cloak, he hurried onward toward the Hummel cottage, from which rays of light streamed cheerfully through the uncurtained windows. The good Hausmutter sat before the fire with her little ones anxiously awaiting her husband's return, and when the poor frozen waif was placed upon her knee, her heart overflowed with compassion, and before long he was comfortably warmed and fed, while the children vied with each other in displaying the attractions of the pretty fir tree, with its tiny coloured tapers and papered ornaments. All at once a mist appeared, enveloping the timid stranger. A halo formed around his brow, and two silvery wings sprang magically from his shoulders. Gradually rising higher and higher, he finally disappeared from sight, his hands outspread in benediction, while the terror-stricken family fell upon their knees, crossing themselves, and murmuring in awe-struck whispers, "The Holy Christ Child!" The next morning the father found, on the bleak, cold spot where the child had lain, a lovely blossom of dazzling white, which he bore reverently homeward, and named the chrysanthemum, or flower of Christ. In each succeeding festival season, some starved and neglected orphan was bidden to his frugal board in memory of the time when he entertained an angel unawares. In Merry England, Christmas was the chief event of the entire year, and sometimes celebrated for nearly a month. The tables of the wealthy literally groaned with plenty, but the poor without their gates were not forgotten, for all Christmas had come for to keep open house, it scorned to be guilty of starving a mouse. During the reign of Elizabeth, the boar's head was the favourite holiday dish, and was served with mustard, then a rare and costly condiment, and decorated with bay leaves and with rosemary, which was said to strengthen the memory, to clear the brain, and to stimulate affection. Boars were originally sacrificed to the Scandinavian gods of peace and plenty, and many odes were composed in their honour. That remarkable compound known as wassail was compounded of warm ale or wine, sweetened with sugar and flavoured with spices, and bearing upon its surface floating bits of toast and roasted crabs and apples. The huge bowl, gaily decorated with ribbons, was passed from hand to hand around the table, each guest taking a portion of its content as a sign of joviality and good fellowship. But the triumph of the pastry cook's art was the rare minced pie, the use of which is of great antiquity. The shape was formerly a narrow oblong, representing the celebrated manger at Bethlehem, and the fruits and spices of which it was composed were symbolic of those that the wise men of the Orient brought as offerings to their new-born king, while the partake of such a pie was considered a proof that the eater was a Christian and not a Jew. All sorts of games were immensely popular with the English, whether king or serf, aristocrat or pauper, merchant or apprentice. A Christmas gambol often could cheer the poor man's heart through half the year, Everyone has heard of the matchless Lord of Misrule, also known as the Abbot of Unreason and Master of Merry Disputes, who, attended by his mock court, King's Jester, and grotesquely masked revellers, visited the castles of lords and princes to entertain them with strange antics and uproarious merriment. His reign lasted until Twelfth Night, during which period he was treated as became a genuine monarch, being fêted and feasted with all his train, and having absolute authority over individuals and state affairs. The great event of the evening, after the holiday feast, was the bringing in of the famous Yule log, which was often the entire root of a tree. Much ceremony and rejoicing attending this performance, as it was considered lucky to help pull the rope. It was lighted by a person with freshly washed hands, with a brand saved from the last year's fire, and was never allowed to be extinguished, as the witches would then come down the chimney. The presence of a barefooted or cross-eyed individual, or of a woman with flat feet, was thought to foretell misfortune for the coming year. The games of snapdragon and hot cockles are supposed to be relics either of the ordeal by fire or of the days of the ancient fire-worshippers. The former consists of snatching raisins from a bowl of burning brandy or alcohol, and the latter of taking frantic bites at a red apple revolving rapidly upon a pivot in alternation with a lighted taper. Christmas carols are commemorative of the angels' song to the shepherds on the plains of Bethlehem, and are seldom heard in America, save by the surpliced choirs of the Episcopal churches. The English waits or serenaders, who sang under the squire's windows in hopes of receiving a Christmas box, unconsciously add a touch of romance and picturesqueness to the association of the season. For upon the frosty evening air arose such strain as "Awake, glad heart, arise and sing, it is the birthday of thy King," or "God rest you, merry gentlemen, let nothing you dismay, for Jesus Christ our Saviour was born upon this day." Most of the old-time favourites are too well known for repetition. The mere mention of their names recalls the scent of evergreens, the pealing of the organ, the tinkle of sleigh bells, and the music of the Christmas chimes. "Hark the herald angels sing," while shepherds watch their flocks by night, "Gloria in excelsis," and many others embody the very spirit of the season, and will live till time shall cease to be. Sing the song of great joy that the angels began, sing of glory to God and of good will to man, while joining in chorus the heavens bend over us, the dark night is ending and dawn has begun. End of Myths and Legends of Christmastide by Bertha F. Herrick.
O Anjo, from Mistério do Natal, by Henrique Coelho Neto, read in Portuguese. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. O Anjo. A noite, profundamente escura e fria, atravessada de vento, atroava o fragor de ramagens estortegadas e dáguas precipitosas que se despenhavam, aos jorros, pelos algares. Nas chãs ainda o trânsito era fácil, sem o varejo da ventania que repulsava os caminhantes, como a impedir-lhes a marcha. Mas nas gargantas, entre alcantis, as lufadas, abocando a entrada, esfuziavam desabridas, uivando com a fúria de alcateias famintas em ronda ceva a fariscar redis. Todas as estrelas haviam-se apagado, apenas rutilava, enorme, como o lumaréu de vigília em torre, a que surgira e brilhava sobre Belém. Os passos estrepitavam nos seixos, estalavam nas folhas e no ramalho seco. Um ramo que bulisse, o lento defluir de um fio d'água por entre pedras, levantavam ruídos temerosos. Às vezes José detinha-se, hesitante, na bifurcação de duas trilhas, mas pouco durava a dúvida, porque uma das veredas enegrecia ainda mais, ao passo que a outra rutilava fúlgida, como calçada a diamantes, oferecendo-se, clara e segura, aos peregrinos. Como entrassem em sinuosa e esgalgada passagem, murada de rochas anfratuosas, eriçada de agaves e ecoando como o âmbito de uma caverna, ouviram leve, frouxo ruído, como de esfrolar dasas. Uma águia, talvez, que acordara em algum teso e de pé, atenta, alargando as asas, ficara em atitude hostil, pronta a arremeter em defesa do ninho. O patriarca, acolhendo a esposa meiga, cujas faces pareciam de neve, apertou com força o cajado e levantou os olhos. Maria, sentindo o perigo, tartamudeou, tímida e trêmula, uma oração ao Senhor. O receio de um ataque em sítio tão desolado, longe de toda habitação, onde nem choça de pegureiro havia, deteve o homem. Os corações batiam. Nela era o pavor do desconhecido, o grande medo trágico das sombras do Sheol, que erram, à noite, pelos descampados. Nele era temor por ela. Não falavam, de olhos muito abertos, quietos, imóveis como os rochedos que os emparedavam. De repente, um clarão fulgurou. A passagem iluminou-se, as pedras cintilaram e as palmouras dos cardos ficaram como de prata. E eles viram uma grande luz à flor da terra e clareando as rochas. Aves despertando galreavam festivamente o canto da madrugada. Levantando o olhar, viram os dois a fonte do esplendor. Era um anjo que os precedia, ora trilhando os caminhos, ora voando acima das rochas, pousando nos alcandores quando o lento e fatigado andar de Maria retardava a marcha. A Virgem sorria de enlevo, e José, tolhido de comoção, não se atrevia a encarar o guia resplandecente, cujo reflexo abria na terra um clarão de luar. E as asas aflavam docemente no silêncio. A Virgem reconheceu no anjo o mancebo que a saudara com as palavras misteriosas, cuja promessa cumpria-se, e José reviu o divino emissário que lhe aparecera em sonho, sob a figueira do horto, defendendo a inocência de Maria, em cujo seio, semo em corola de flor, a graça perpassava, em gênese imareável, fecundando-o como o sol fecunda a leiva, eternamente pura. End of O Anjo, by Henrique Coelho Neto.
The Peace Egg by Juliana Horatia Ewing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don W. Jenkins. 1. Everyone ought to be happy at Christmas, but there are many things which ought to be and yet are not. And people are sometimes sad even in the Christmas holidays. The captain and his wife were sad, though it was Christmas Eve. Sad though they were in the prime of life, blessed with good health, devoted to each other and to their children, with competent means, a comfortable house on a little freehold property of their own, and, one might say, everything that heart could desire. Sad though they were good people, whose peace of mind had a firmer foundation than their earthly goods alone. Contented people, too, with plenty of occupation for mind and body. Sad, and in the nursery this was held to be past all reason, though the children were performing that ancient and most entertaining play or Christmas mystery known as the Peace Egg for their benefit and behoof alone. The play was none the worse that most of the actors were too young to learn parts, so that there was very little of the rather tedious dialogue, only plenty of dress and ribbons and of fighting with the wooden swords. But though Robert, the eldest of the 5 children, looked bonny enough to warm any father's heart, as he marched up and down with an air learned by watching many a parade in barrack square and drill ground, and though Nicholas did not cry in spite of falling hard, and Dora, who took the part of the doctor, treading accidentally on his little finger in picking him up, still the captain and his wife sighed nearly as often as they smiled, and the mother dropped tears as well as pennies into the cap which Tom, as the King of Egypt, brought round after the performance. 2. Many, many years back the captain's wife had been a child herself, and had laughed to see the village mummers act the peace egg, and had been quite happy on Christmas Eve, happy though she had no mother, happy though her father was a stern man, very fond of his only child, but with an obstinate will that not even she dared thwart. She had lived to thwart it, and he had never forgiven her. It was when she married the captain. The old man had a prejudice against soldiers, which was quite reason enough, in his opinion, for his daughter to sacrifice the happiness of her future life by giving up the soldier she loved. At last he gave her her choice between the captain and his own favour and money. She chose the captain, and was disowned and disinherited. The captain bore a high character, and was a good and clever officer, but that went for nothing against the old man's whim. He made a very good husband, too, but even this did not move his father-in-law, who had never held any intercourse with him or his wife since the day of their marriage, and who had never seen his own grandchildren. Amid the ups and downs of their wanderings, the discomforts of shipboard and of stations in the colonies, bad servants and unwanted sicknesses, the captain's tenderness never failed. If the life was rough, the captain was ready. He had been, by turns, in one strait or another, sick nurse, doctor, carpenter, nursemaid, and cook to his family, and had moreover an idea that nobody filled these offices quite so well as himself. Withal, his very profession kept him neat, well-dressed, and active. In the roughest of their ever-changing quarters he was a smart man, and never changed his manner from that of the lover of his wife's young days. As years went and children came, the captain and his wife grew tired of traveling. New scenes were small comfort when they heard of the death of old friends. 1 foot of the dear, old, dull home sky was dearer, after all, than miles of the unclouded heavens of the south. The gray hills and overgrown lanes of her old home haunted the captain's wife by night and day, and homesickness, that weariest of all sicknesses, began to take the light out of her eyes before their time. It preyed upon the captain, too. Now and then he would say, fretfully, "I should like a resting place in our own country, however small, before everybody is dead. But the children's prospects have to be considered." The continued estrangement from the old man was an abiding sorrow also, and they had hopes that, if only they could get home, he might be persuaded to peace and charity this time. At last they were sent home, but the hard old father still would not relent. He returned their letters unopened. This bitter disappointment made the captain's wife so ill that she almost died, and in 1 month the captain's hair became iron-gray. He reproached himself for having ever taken the daughter from her father, to kill her at last, as he said, and, thinking of his own children, he even reproached himself for having robbed the old widower of his only child. After 2 years at home, his regiment was ordered again on foreign duty. He failed to effect an exchange, and they prepared to move once more, from Chatham to Calcutta. Never before had the packing to which she was so well accustomed been so bitter a task to the captain's wife. It was at the darkest hour of this gloomy time that the captain came in, waving above his head a letter which changed all their plans. Now, close by the old home of the captain's wife there had lived a man, much older than herself, who yet had loved her with a devotion as great as that of the young captain. She never knew it, for when he saw that she had given her heart to his younger rival, he kept silence, and he never asked for what he knew he might have had, the old man's authority in his favour. So generous was the affection which he could never conquer, that he constantly tried to reconcile the father to his children whilst he lived, and when he died he bequeathed his house and small estate to the woman he had loved. It will be a legacy of peace, he thought on his death-bed. The old man cannot hold out when she and her children are constantly in sight, and it may please God that I shall know of the reunion I have not been permitted to see with my eyes. And thus it came about that the captain's regiment went to India without him, and that the captain's wife and her father lived on opposite sides of the same road. 3. The eldest of the captain's children was a boy. He was named Robert after his grandfather, and seemed to have inherited a good deal of the old gentleman's character, mixed with gentler traits. He was a fair, fine boy, tall and stout for his age, with the captain's regular features, and, he flattered himself, the captain's firm step and martial bearing. He was apt, like his grandfather, to hold his own will to be other people's law, and, happily for the peace of the nursery, this opinion was devoutly shared by his brother Nicholas. Though the captain had left the army, Robin continued to command an irregular force of volunteers in the nursery, and never was colonel more despotic. His brothers and sisters were by turn infantry, cavalry, engineers, and artillery, according to his whim. The captain alone was a match for his strong-willed son. "If you please, sir," said Sarah one morning, flouncing in upon the captain just as he was about to start for the neighbouring town, "if you please, sir, I wish you'd speak to Master Robert. He's past my powers." "I've no doubt about it," thought the captain, but he only said, "Well, what's the matter?" "Night after night do I put him to bed," said Sarah, "and night after night does he get up as soon as I'm out of the room, and says he's orderly officer for the evening, and goes about in his nightshirt and his feet as bare as boards." The captain fingered his heavy moustache to hide a smile, but he listened patiently to Sarah's complaints. "It ain't so much him I should mind, sir," she continued, "but he goes round the beds and wakes up the other young gentlemen and Miss Dora, one after another, and when I speak to him he gives me all the sauce he can lay his tongue to, and says he's going round the guards. The other night I tried to put him back in his bed, but he got away and ran all over the house, me hunting him everywhere, and not a sign of him, till he jumps out on me from the garret stairs and nearly knocks me down. 'I visited the outposts, Sarah,' says he. 'All's well.' And off he goes to bed, bold as brass." "Have you spoken to your mistress?" asked the captain. "Yes, sir," said Sarah, "and missus spoke to him, and he promised not to go round the guards again." "Has he broken his promise?" asked the captain, with a look of anger and also of surprise. "When I opened the door last night, sir," continued Sarah, in her shrill treble, "what should I see in the dark but Master Robert a-walking up and down with the carpet-brush stuck in his arm. 'Who goes there?' says he. 'You audacious boy,' says I. 'Didn't you promise your ma you'd leave off them tricks?' 'I'm not going round the guards,' says he. 'I promised not, but I'm for sentry duty to-night.' And say what I would to him, all he had for me was, 'You mustn't speak to a sentry on duty.' So I says, 'As sure as I live till morning I'll go to your pa,' for he pays no more attention to his ma than to me, nor to anyone else." "Please to see that the bed is taken out of my dressing-room," said the captain. "I will attend to Master Robert." With this Sarah had to content herself, and she went back to the nursery. Robert was nowhere to be seen, and made no reply to her summons. On this the unwary nursemaid flounced into the bedroom to look for him, when Robert, who was hidden beneath a table, darted forth and promptly locked her in. "You're under arrest!" he shouted through the keyhole. "Let me out!" shrieked Sarah. "I'll send a file of the guard to fetch you to the orderly room by and by," said Robert, "for preferring frivolous complaints," and he departed to the farmyard to look at the ducks. That night, when Robert went up to bed, the captain quietly locked him into his dressing-room, from which the bed had been removed. "You're for sentry duty to-night," said the captain. "The carpet-brush is in the corner. Good evening." As his father anticipated, Robert was soon tired of the sentry game in these new circumstances, and long before the night had half worn away he wished himself safely undressed and in his own comfortable bed. At 12:30 he felt as if he could bear it no longer, and knocked at the captain's door. "Who goes there?" said the captain. "Mayn't I go to bed, please?" whined poor Robert. "Certainly not," said the captain. "You're on duty." And on duty poor Robert had to remain, for the captain had a will as well as his son. So he rolled himself up in his father's railway rug and slept on the floor. The next night he was very glad to go quietly to bed, and remained there. 4. The captain's children sat at breakfast in a large, bright nursery. It was the room where the old bachelor had died, and now her children made it merry. This was just what he would have wished. They all sat around the table, for it was breakfast time. There were 5 of them, and 5 bowls of boiled bread and milk smoked before them. Sarah, a foolish, gossiping girl who acted as nurse till better could be found, was waiting on them, and by the table sat Darkie, the black retriever, his long curly back swaying slightly from the difficulty of holding himself up, and his solemn hazel eyes fixed very intently on each and all of the breakfast bowls. He was as silent and sagacious as Sarah was talkative and empty-headed. Though large, he was unassuming. Pax, the pug, on the contrary, who came up to the first joint of Darkie's leg, stood defiantly on his dignity and his short stumps. He always placed himself in front of the bigger dog, and made a point of hustling him in doorways, and of going first downstairs. Robert's tongue was seldom idle, even at meals. "Sarah, who is that tall old gentleman at church, in the seat near the pulpit?" he asked. "He wears a cloak like what the Blues wear, only all blue, and is tall enough for a life guardsman. He stood when we were kneeling down, and said, 'Almighty and most merciful Father,' louder than anybody." Sarah knew who the old gentleman was, and knew also that the children did not know, and that their parents did not see fit to tell them as yet. But she had a passion for telling and hearing news, and would rather gossip with a child than not gossip at all. "Never you mind, Master Robin," she said, nodding sagaciously. "Little boys aren't to know everything." "Ah, then, I know you don't know," replied Robert. "If you did, you'd tell." "I do," said Sarah. "You don't," said Robin. "Your ma's forbid you to contradict, Master Robin," said Sarah. "And if you do, I shall tell her. I know well enough who the old gentleman is, and perhaps I might tell you, only you'd go straight off and tell again." "No, no, I wouldn't," shouted Robin. "I can keep a secret, indeed I can. Pinch my little finger and try. Do tell me, Sarah. There's a dear Sarah, and then I shall know you know." And he danced round her, catching at her skirts. To keep a secret was beyond Sarah's powers. "Do let my dress be, Master Robin," she said. "You're ripping out all the gathers. And listen while I whisper. As sure as you're a living boy, the gentleman's your own grandpapa." Robin lost his hold on Sarah's dress, his arms fell by his side, and he stood with his brows knit for some minutes, thinking. Then he said emphatically, "What lies you do tell, Sarah?" "Oh, Robin," cried Nicholas, who had drawn near, his thick curls standing stark with curiosity, "Mamma said lies wasn't the proper word, and you promised not to say it again." "I forgot," said Robin. "I didn't mean to break my promise, but she does tell, you know what." "You wicked boy!" cried the enraged Sarah. "How dare you say such a thing? And everybody in the place knows he's your ma's own pa." "I'll go and ask her," said Robin, and he was at the door in a moment, but Sarah, alarmed by the thought of getting into a scrape herself, caught him by the arm. "Don't you go, love. It'll only make your ma angry. There, it was all my nonsense." "Then it's not true?" said Robin, indignantly. "What did you tell me so for?" "It was all my jokes and nonsense," said the unscrupulous Sarah. "But your ma wouldn't like to know I've said such a thing, and Master Robert wouldn't be so mean as to tell tales, would he, love?" "I'm not mean," said Robin stoutly, "and I don't tell tales, but you do, and you tell you know what besides. However, I won't go this time. But I'll tell you what, if you tell tales of me to papa any more, I'll tell him what you said about the old gentleman in the blue cloak." With which parting threat Robin strode off to join his brothers and sisters. 5. After Robert left the nursery he strolled out of doors, and peeping through the gate at the end of the drive, he saw a party of boys going through what looked like a military exercise with sticks and a good deal of stamping. But instead of mere words of command they all spoke by turns as in a play. Not being at all shy, he joined them and asked so many questions that he soon got to know all about it. They were practicing a Christmas mumming play called The Peace Egg. Why it was called thus they could not tell him, as there was nothing whatever about eggs in it. And so far from being a play of peace, it was made up of a series of battles between certain valiant knights and princes. The rehearsal being over, Robin went with the boys to the sexton's house (he was father to one of the characters called the King of Egypt), where they showed him the dresses they were to wear. These were made of gay-colored materials and covered with ribbons, except that of the Black Prince of Paradine, which was black, as became his title. The boys also showed him the book from which they learned their parts, and which was to be bought at the post-office store. "Then are you the mummers who come around at Christmas and act in people's kitchens, and people give them money, that Mamma used to tell us about?" said Robin. The boy hesitated a moment, and then said, "Well, I suppose we are." "And do you go out in the snow from one house to another at night, and, oh, don't you enjoy it?" cried Robin. "We like it well enough," the lad admitted. Robin bought a copy of The Peace Egg. He was resolved to have a nursery performance, and to take the chief part himself. The others were willing for what he wished, but there were difficulties. In the first place, there are 8 characters in the play, and there were only 5 children. They decided among themselves to leave out the Fool, and Mamma said that another character was not to be acted by any of them, or indeed mentioned. "The little one who comes in at the end," Robin explained. Mamma had her reasons, and these were always good. She had not been altogether pleased that Robin had bought the play. It was a very old thing, she said, and very queer, not adapted for a child's play. If Mamma thought the parts not quite fit for the children to learn, they found them much too long. So in the end she picked out some bits for each, which they learned easily, and which, with a good deal of fighting, made quite as good a story of it as if they had done the whole. What may have been wanting otherwise was made up for by the dresses, which were charming. Robin was St. George, Nicholas the valiant slasher, Dora the doctor, and the other 2 Hector and the King of Egypt. "And now we've no Black Prince," cried Robin in dismay. "Let Darkie be the Black Prince," said Nicholas. "When you wave your stick he'll jump for it. Then you can pretend to fight with him." "It's not a stick, it's a sword," said Robin. "However, Darkie may be the Black Prince." "And what's Pax to be?" asked Dora. "For you know he will come if Darkie does, and he'll run in before everybody else too." "Then he must be the Fool," said Robin. "And it will do very well, for the Fool comes in before the rest, and Pax can have his red coat on, and the collar with the little bells." 6. Robin thought that Christmas would never come. To the captain and his wife it seemed to come too fast. They had hoped it might bring reconciliation with the old man, but it seemed they had hoped in vain. There were times now that the captain almost regretted the old bachelor's bequest. The familiar scenes of her old home sharpened his wife's grief. To see her father every Sunday in church with marks of age and infirmity on him, but with not a look of tenderness for his only child, this tried her sorely. "She felt it less abroad," thought the captain. "A home in which she frets herself to death is, after all, no great boon." Christmas Eve came. "I'm sure it's quite Christmas enough now," said Robin. "We'll have the Peace Egg to-night." So, as the captain and his wife sat sadly over their fire, the door opened, and Pax ran in shaking bells, followed by the nursery mummers. The performance was most successful. It was by no means pathetic, and yet, as has been said, the captain's wife shed tears. "What is the matter, Mamma?" said Robert, abruptly dropping his sword and running up to her. "Don't tease Mamma with questions," said the captain. "She is not very well, and rather sad. We must all be very kind and good to poor dear Mamma," and the captain raised his wife's hand to his lips as he spoke. Robin seized the other hand and kissed it tenderly. He was very fond of his mother. At this moment Pax took a little run, and jumped onto Mamma's lap, where, sitting facing the company, he opened his black mouth and yawned, with a ludicrous inappropriateness worthy of any clown. It made everybody laugh. "And now we'll go act in the kitchen," said Nicholas. "Supper at 9 o'clock, remember," shouted the captain. "And we are going to have real frumenty and Yule cakes, such as Mamma used to tell us of when we were abroad." "Hooray!" shouted the mummers, and they ran off, Pax leaping from his seat just in time to hustle the Black Prince in the doorway. When the dining-room door was shut, Robert raised his hand and shouted, "Hush!" The mummers pricked their ears, but there was only a distant harsh and scraping sound, as of stones rubbed together. "They're cleaning the passages," Robert went on, "and Sarah told me they meant to finish the mistletoe and have everything cleaned up by supper time. They don't want us, I know. Look here, we'll go real mumming instead. That will be fun." Nicholas grinned with delight. "But will Mamma let us?" he inquired. "Oh, it will be all right if we're back by supper time," said Robert hastily. "Only, of course, we must take care not to catch cold. Come and help me get some wraps." The old oak chest in which spare shawls, rugs, and coats were kept was soon ransacked, and the mummers' gay dresses hidden by motley wrappers. But no sooner did Darkie and Pax behold the coats, etc., than they at once began to leap and bark, as it was their custom to do when they saw anyone dressing to go out. Robin was sorely afraid that this would betray them, but though the captain and his wife heard the barking, they did not guess the cause. So the front door being very gently opened and closed, the nursery mummers stole away. 7. It was a very fine night. The snow was well trodden on the drive, so that it did not wet their feet, but on the trees and shrubs it hung soft and white. "It's much jollier being out at night than in the daytime," said Robin. "Much," responded Nicholas with intense feeling. "We'll go a wassailing next week," said Robin. "I know all about it, and perhaps we shall get a good lot of money, and then we'll buy tin swords with scabbards for next year. I don't like these sticks. Oh dear, I wish it wasn't so long between one Christmas and another." "Where shall we go first?" asked Nicholas, as they turned into the high road. "This is the first house," he said. "We'll act here," and all pressed in as quickly as possible. Once safe within the grounds, they shouldered their sticks and marched with composure. "You're going to the front door," said Nicholas. "Mummers ought to go to the back." "We don't know where it is," said Robin, and he rang the front door bell. There was a pause. Then lights shone, steps were heard, and at last a sound of much unbarring, unbolting, and unlocking. It might have been a prison. Then the door was opened by an elderly, timid-looking woman who held a tallow candle above her head. "Who's there?" she said, "at this time of night?" "We're Christmas mummers," said Robin stoutly. "We didn't know the way to the back door, but—" "And don't you know better than to come here?" said the woman. "Be off with you as fast as you can." "You're only the servant," said Robin. "Go and ask your master and mistress if they wouldn't like to see us act. We do it very well." "You impudent boy, be off with you," repeated the woman. "Master'd no more let you nor any other such rubbish set foot in this house." "Woman!" shouted a voice close behind her, which made her start as if she had been shot. "Who authorizes you to say what your master will or will not do before you asked him? The boy is right. You are the servant, and it is not your business to choose for me whom I shall or shall not see." "I meant no harm, sir, I'm sure," said the housekeeper. "But I thought you'd never—" "My good woman," said her master, "if I had wanted somebody to think for me, you're the last person I should have employed. I hire you to obey orders, not to think." "I'm sure, sir," said the housekeeper, whose only form of argument was reiteration, "I never thought you would have seen them." "Then you were wrong," shouted the master. "I will see them. Bring them in." He was a tall, gaunt old man, and Robin stared at him for some minutes, wondering where he could have seen somebody very like him. At last he remembered. It was the old gentleman of the blue cloak. The children threw off their wraps, the housekeeper helping them, and chattering ceaselessly from sheer nervousness. "Well, to be sure," said she, "their dresses are pretty, too, and they seem quite a better sort of children. They talk quite genteel. I might have knowed they weren't like common mummers, but I was so flusterated hearing the bell go so late, and—" "Are they ready?" said the old man, who stood like a ghost in the dim light of the flaring tallow candle, grimly watching the proceedings. "Yes, sir. Shall I take them to the kitchen, sir?" "For you and the other idle hussies to gape and grin at? No! Bring them to the library," he snapped, and then stalked off, leading the way. The housekeeper accordingly led them to the library, and then withdrew, nearly falling on her face as she left the room by stumbling over Darkie, who slipped in last like a black shadow. The old man was seated in a carved oak chair by the fire. "I never said the dogs were to come in," he said. "But we can't do without them, please," said Robin boldly. "You see, there are 8 people in the Peace Egg, and there are only 5 of us, so Darkie has to be the Black Prince, and Pax has to be the Fool, so we have to have them." "5 and 2 make 7," said the old man with a grim smile. "What do you do for the 8th?" "Oh, that's the one at the end," said Robin confidently. Mamma said we weren't to mention him, but I think that's because we're children. You're grown up, you know, so I'll show you the book, and you can see for yourself," he went on, drawing the peace egg from his pocket. "There, that's the picture of him on the last page, black, with horns and a tail." The old man's stern face relaxed into a broad smile as he examined the grotesque woodcut, but when he turned to the first page the smile vanished into a deep frown, and his eyes shone like hot coals with anger. He had seen Robin's name. "Who sent you here?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Speak, and speak the truth. Did your mother send you here?" Robin thought the old man was angry with them for playing truant. He said slowly, "No, she didn't exactly send us, but I don't think she'll mind our having come if we get back in time for supper. Mamma never forbid our going mumming, you know." "I don't suppose she ever thought of it," Nicholas said candidly, wagging his curly head from side to side. "She knows we're mummers," said Robin, "for she helped us. When we were abroad, you know, she used to tell us about the mummers acting at Christmas, when she was a little girl. So we thought we'd be mummers, and so we acted to Papa and Mamma, and so we thought we'd act to the maids. But they were cleaning the passages, so we thought we'd really go mumming, and we'd got several other houses to go to before supper time. We'd better begin, I think," said Robin, and without more ado he began to march round and round, raising his sword, and the performance went off quite as creditably as before. As the children acted, the old man's anger wore off. He watched them with an interest he could not repress. When Nicholas took some hard thwacks from Robert without flinching, the old man clapped his hands. And after the encounter was over, he said he would not have had the dogs excluded on any consideration. It was just at the end, when they were all marching round and round, holding on by each other's swords over the shoulder, and singing, "A mumming we will go," etc., that Nicholas suddenly brought the circle to a standstill by stopping dead short and staring up at the wall before him. "What are you stopping for?" said Robert, turning indignantly around. "Look there!" cried Nicholas, pointing to a little painting which hung above the old man's head. Robin looked, and said abruptly, "It's Dora!" "Which is Dora?" asked the old man in a strange, sharp tone. "Here she is," said Robin and Nicholas in one breath, as they dragged her forward. "She's the doctor," said Robin, "and you can't see her face for her things. Dora, take off your cap and pull back that hood. There! Oh, it is like her." It was the portrait of her mother as a child, but of this the nursery mummers knew nothing. The old man looked as the peaked cap and hood fell away from Dora's face and fair curls, and then he uttered a sharp cry and buried his head upon his hands. The boys stood stupefied, but Dora ran up to him, and putting her little hands on his arms, said in childish, pitying tones, "Oh, I am so sorry. Have you got a headache? May Robin put the shovel in the fire for you? Mamma has hot shovels for her headaches." And though the old man did not speak or move, she went on coaxing him, and stroking his head, on which the hair was white. At this moment Pax took one of his unexpected runs, and jumped onto the old man's knee, in his own particular fashion, and then yawned at the company. The old man was startled, and lifted his face suddenly. It was wet with tears. "Why, you're crying!" exclaimed the children with one breath. "It's very odd," said Robin fretfully. "I can't think what's the matter to-night. Mamma was crying too when we were acting, and Papa said we weren't to tease her with questions, and he kissed her hand, and I kissed her hand too, and Papa said we must all be very good and kind to dear poor Mamma, and so I mean to be, she's so good. And I think we'd better go home, or perhaps she'll be frightened," Robin added. "She's so good, is she?" asked the old man. He had put Pax off his knee and taken Dora onto it. "Oh, isn't she?" said Nicholas, swaying his curly head from side to side as usual. "She is always good," said Robin emphatically, "and so's Papa. But I'm always doing something I oughtn't to," he added slowly. "But then, you know, I don't pretend to obey Sarah. I don't care a fig for Sarah, and I won't obey any woman but Mamma." "Who's Sarah?" asked Grandfather. "She's our nurse," said Robin, "and she tells—I mustn't say what she tells, but it's not the truth. She told one about you the other day," he added. "About me?" said the old man. "She said that you were our grandpapa, so then I knew she was telling—you know what." "How did you know it wasn't true?" the old man asked. "Why, of course," said Robin, "if you were our mamma's father, you'd know her, and be very fond of her, and come to see her, and then you'd be our grandfather too, and you'd have us to see you, and perhaps give us Christmas boxes. I wish you were," Robin added with a sigh. "It would be very nice." "Would you like it?" asked the old man of Dora. And Dora, who was half asleep and very comfortable, put her little arms about his neck, as she was wont to put them around the captain's, and said, "Very much." He put her down at last, very tenderly, almost unwillingly, and left the children alone. By and by he returned, dressed in the blue cloak, and took Dora up again. "I will see you home," he said. The children had not been missed. The clock had only just struck 9 when there came a knock on the door of the dining room, where the captain and his wife still sat by the Yule log. She said, "Come in," wearily, thinking it was the frumenty and the Christmas cakes. But it was her father, and her child in his arms. 8. The captain had many friends who knew of the sad estrangement between his wife and her father. Some of them were in church the next day, which was Christmas Day, when the captain's wife came in. They would have hid their faces but for the startling sight that met the gaze of the congregation. The old grandfather walked into church abreast of the captain. "They've met in the porch," whispered one under the shelter of his hat. "They can't quarrel publicly in a place of worship," said another, turning pale. "She's gone into his seat," cried a girl in a shrill whisper. "And the children after her," added her sister, incautiously aloud. There was now no doubt about the matter. The old man in his blue cloak stood for a few moments politely disputing the question of precedence with his handsome son-in-law. Then the captain bowed and passed in, and the old man followed him. By the time the service was ended, everybody knew of the happy peacemaking and was glad. One old friend after another came up with blessings and good wishes. This was a proper Christmas indeed, they said. There was a general rejoicing. But only the grandfather and his children knew that it was hatched from the peace egg. End of The Peace Egg by Juliana Horatia Ewing. Read by Don W. Jenkins. Rancho San Diego, California. shaggybark.blogspot.com.
A Story of the Christ Child by Elizabeth Harkinson. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit www.librivox.org. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago, on the night before Christmas, a little child was wandering all alone through the streets of a great city. There were many people on the streets, fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers, uncles and aunts, and even gray-haired grandfathers and grandmothers, all of whom were hurrying home with bundles of presents for each other and for their little ones. Fine carriages rolled by, express wagons rattled past, even old carts were pressed into service, and all things seemed in a hurry and glad with expectation of the coming Christmas morning. From some of the windows bright lights were already beginning to stream, until it was almost as bright as day. But the little child seemed to have no home, and wandered about listlessly from street to street. No one took any notice of him, except, perhaps, Jack Frost, who bit his bare toes and made the ends of his fingers tingle. The north wind, too, seemed to notice the child, for it blew against him and pierced his ragged garments through and through, causing him to shiver with cold. Home after home he passed, looking with longing eyes through the windows, in upon the glad, happy children, most of whom were helping to trim the Christmas trees for the coming morrow. "Surely," said the child to himself, "where there is so much gladness and happiness, some of it may be for me." So, with timid steps, he approached a large and handsome house. Through the windows he could see a tall and stately Christmas tree already lighted. Many presents hung upon it. Its green boughs were trimmed with gold and silver ornaments. Slowly he climbed up the broad steps and gently rapped at the door. It was opened by a large manservant. He had a kindly face, although his voice was deep and gruff. He looked at the little child for a moment, then sadly shook his head and said, "Go off down the steps. There is no room here for such as you." He looked sorry as he spoke, Possibly he remembered his own little ones at home, and was glad that they were not out in this cold and bitter night. Through the open door a bright light shone, and the warm air, filled with the fragrance of the Christmas pine, rushed out from the inner room and greeted the little wanderer with a kiss. As the child turned back into the cold and darkness, he wondered why the footman had spoken thus. For surely, thought he, those little children would love to have another companion join them in their joyous Christmas festival. But the little children inside did not even know that he had knocked at the door. The street grew colder and darker as the child passed on. He went sadly forward, saying to himself, "Is there no one in all this great city who will share the Christmas with me?" Farther and farther down the street he wandered, to where the homes were not so large and beautiful. There seemed to be little children inside of nearly all the houses. They were dancing and frolicking about. Christmas trees could be seen in nearly every window, with beautiful dolls and trumpets and picture books and balls and tops and other dainty toys hung upon them. In one window the child noticed a little lamb, made of soft white wool. Around its neck was tied a red ribbon. It had evidently been hung on the tree for one of the children. The little stranger stopped before this window and looked long and earnestly at the beautiful things inside, but most of all was drawn toward the white lamb. At last, creeping up to the window pane, he gently tapped upon it. A little girl came to the window and looked out into the dark street where the snow had now begun to fall. She saw the child, but she only frowned and shook her head and said, "Go away and come some other time. We are too busy to take care of you now." Back into the dark, cold streets he turned again. The wind was whirling past him and seemed to say, hurry on, we have no time to stop. 'Tis Christmas Eve, and everybody is in a hurry tonight." Again and again the little child rapped softly at door or window pane. At each place he was refused admission. One mother feared he might have some ugly disease which her darlings would catch. Another father said he had only enough for his own children, and none to spare for beggars. Still another told him to go home where he belonged, and not to trouble other folks. The hours passed, later grew the night, and colder grew the wind, and darker seemed the street. Farther and farther the little one wandered. There was scarcely any one left upon the street by this time, and the few who remained did not seem to see the child, when suddenly ahead of him there appeared a bright, single ray of light. It shone through the darkness into the child's eyes. He looked up smilingly and said, "I will go where the small light beckons. Perhaps they will share their Christmas with me." Hurrying past all the other houses, he soon reached the end of the street, and went straight up to the window from which the light was streaming. It was a poor, little, low house, but the child cared not for that. The light seemed still to call him in. From what do you suppose the light came? Nothing but a tallow candle, which had been placed in an old cup with a broken handle, in the window as a glad token of Christmas Eve. There was neither curtain nor shade to the small, square window, and as the little child looked in, he saw standing upon a neat wooden table a branch of a Christmas tree. The room was plainly furnished, but it was very clean. Near the fireplace sat a lovely-faced mother with a little 2-year-old on her knee, and an older child beside her. The two children were looking into their mother's face and listening to a story. She must have been telling them a Christmas story, I think. A few bright coals were burning in the fireplace, and all seemed light and warm within. The little wanderer crept closer and closer to the window pane. So sweet was the mother's face, so loving seemed the little children, that at last he took courage and tapped gently, very gently, on the door. The mother stopped talking. The little children looked up. "What was that, mother?" asked the little girl at her side. "I think it was someone tapping on the door," replied the mother. "Run as quickly as you can and open it, dear, for it is a bitter cold night to keep anyone waiting in this storm." "Oh, mother, I think it was a bough of the tree tapping against the window pane," said the little girl. "Do please go on with our story." Again the little wanderer tapped upon the door. My child," exclaimed the mother, rising. "That certainly was a rap on the door. Run quickly and open it. No one must be left out in the cold on our beautiful Christmas Eve." The child ran to the door and threw it wide open. The mother saw the ragged stranger standing without, cold and shivering, with bare head and almost bare feet. She held out both hands and drew him into the warm, bright room. "You poor, dear child," was all she said, and putting her arms around him, she drew him close to her breast. "He is very cold, my children," she exclaimed. "We must warm him. And," added the little girl, "we must love him, and give him some of our Christmas, too." "Yes," said the mother, "but first let us warm him." The mother sat down by the fire with the little child on her lap, and her own little ones warmed his half-frozen hands in theirs. The mother smoothed his tangled curls, and bending low over his head, kissed the child's face. She gathered the three little ones in her arms, and the candle and the firelight shone over them. For a moment the room was very still. By and by the little girl said softly to her mother, "May we not light the Christmas tree, and let him see how beautiful it looks?" "Yes," said the mother. With that she seated the child on a low stool beside the fire, and went herself to fetch the few simple ornaments, which from year to year she had saved for her children's Christmas tree. They were soon so busy that they did not notice the room had filled with a strange and brilliant light. They turned and looked at the spot where the little wanderer sat. His ragged clothes had changed to garments white and beautiful. His tangled curls seemed like a halo of golden light about his head. But most glorious of all was his face, which shone with a light so dazzling that they could scarcely look upon it. In silent wonder they gazed at the child. Their little room seemed to grow larger and larger, until it was as wide as the whole world. The roof of their low house seemed to expand and rise until it reached to the sky. With a sweet and gentle smile the wonderful child looked upon them for a moment, and then slowly rose and floated through the air. Above the tree-tops, beyond the church spire, higher even than the clouds themselves, until he appeared to them to be a shining star in the sky above. At last he disappeared from sight. The astonished children turned in hushed awe to their mother, and said in a whisper, "Oh, mother, it was the Christ-child, was it not?" And the mother answered in a low tone, "Yes." And it is said, dear children, that each Christmas Eve the little Christ-child wanders through some town or village, and those who receive him and take him into their homes and hearts have given to them this marvelous vision which is denied to others. End of A Story of the Christ-Child by Elizabeth Harkinson. Read by Garth Comera.
The Wager of Gerald O'Rourke, A Christmas Story by Francis J. Finn, S.J. Read in English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was 5 minutes after 9 on the morning of December 23rd, when a small boy with an expression akin to the pathetic upon his smug features entered the second academic classroom of Marquette College, Milwaukee, and handed his teacher this note: 9:04 a.m. Gerald O'Rourke. Late. Please admit. A. Mosher, S.J. Mr. Lawton read this communication with a frown. He was impatient of latecomers, as are all earnest teachers. His frown quickly disappeared, however, as a grin, at once cheerful and deprecating, came upon Gerald's upturned face. "Don't mind it this time, sir. I was up late last night practicing the Christmas Mass, and Mama couldn't get me up this morning. I've got to stay after class for Father Mosher, anyhow." And then Gerald's face, which had grown gloomy as he recalled his after-class engagement with the Reverend Prefect of Discipline, lightened up with a smile as he caught the teacher's assumed expression of delight at this announcement. With a cheerfulness that expressed itself even unto levity in his walk, he went to his seat beside Maurice Desmond, and giving that young classmate a stealthy but sharp dig in the ribs, he unstrapped his books and prepared himself for the labor of the day. "Are you kept in?" whispered Maurice, as he brought his head below the lid of his desk in simulated quest of a penholder. "Sure." Maurice grinned, and was about to duck his head again, when he noticed that Mr. Lawton was taking an exaggerated interest in his movements. Maurice grew very solemn and attentive. Having in a very short time thus regained the confidence of his teacher, he slowly and surreptitiously composed the following note: "Dear Gerald, I'll bet you 1 pair of beads that you'll be late for the 4 o'clock Christmas Mass. Maurice Desmond." Gerald, after the consumption of much time and patience, answered: "Dear Maurice, I take your bet, and give you 1 more pair, that I call at your house and wake you up at 3:15 Christmas morning. Gerald O'Rourke, Esquire." Half an hour elapsed before Maurice had succeeded in penning this delectable answer: "Gerald O'Rourke, Esquire. You're out of your senses, you old sleepy head, but I'll take you anyhow. You'll say those 2 pair of beads Christmas Day, and don't you forget it either. Yours, the Honorable Maurice Desmond, LL.D." At this stage of the communications Mr. Lawton broke in: "Gerald and Maurice, bring me those papers." And thus ended the correspondence. There may be heavier sleepers in this world than Gerald O'Rourke, but if so, they are unknown to the present writer. Not that his sleepiness came upon him at early nightfall. Oh, no! He was wont to tease his mother when 9 o'clock, the appointed hour, came, to let him stay up just a little longer. Mamma was quite indulgent to her eloquent little darling, and it not unfrequently happened that Gerald wheedled his way to 10:30 of the night. On the following day, of course, Mrs. O'Rourke had the giant's task of bringing the youngster out of the land of Nod. Sometimes it was a matter of 15 or 20 minutes. When, then, Mrs. O'Rourke, on Christmas Eve, heard from the lips of her sanguine son the account of his wager with Maurice, she smiled. "You foolish boy, why didn't you content yourself with the first bet? I am quite sure we shall be able to get you over to church by 4 o'clock, but if I want to have you out so as to call Maurice at 3:30, I shall have to get up at midnight, and I can't afford to do that, my dear." "You don't have to, mamma," cried the eager child. "Don't you think I'm able to get up by myself?" "Decidedly not." "Well, I'll fool every one of you. Don't you remember our class picnic last June, when we all had to be at college at 7 o'clock sharp, and wasn't I up at 6? And didn't I wake you and papa and Uncle Edward, who got up so mad and offered to throw his big shoes at me? You just wait, mamma, and see." "Picnics are a different thing, my dear. You were so in love with the idea of spending a day out in the country and by the shore of Lake Michigan that you were too excited to sleep soundly. Besides, it was warm and pleasant weather. But think of getting up at 3 tomorrow in the dark and the cold, and of getting out into the freezing air. Singing at Mass is not precisely a picnic." "But, mamma, I am going to sing the solo part of the Adeste Fideles at the offertory, and if I were late, our choir director would have a right to be disgusted. He's taken such pains with me. And then, too, I want to make a good Holy Communion. And, I've got a plan to get up at 3 o'clock sharp." "What is that, Gerald?" asked his father. "Why, I'm a-going to have my alarm clock set to go off at 3 o'clock sharp, and—" At this stage of Gerald's plan his father, mother, uncle, and 2 sisters broke into laughter. The idea that any alarm clock could produce the least effect on Gerald, once he was asleep, struck them as being exquisitely ridiculous. Uncle Edward clothed this idea in words. "If you were to stack your room from floor to ceiling with alarm clocks, and if you had the biggest kind of an alarm clock for a bolster, and if all these alarm clocks were, I don't say to go off, but to explode at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning, I am willing to bet anything I own that you'd snooze right along till your mother got at you." Again the laugh arose. Gerald was in a hopeless minority. "Huh!" snarled Gerald. "Confound you girls!" You see, Gerald chose to shower his wrath upon his sisters, who, to tell the truth, were loudest in their merriment. "Huh! I will be up, and," he added with striking inconsequence, "I can dress 6 times over while you 2 are combing and pinning and banging your hair." Then, changing his tone, the orator addressed himself to the grown-up members of his family. You needn't think that I'm trusting to that alarm clock alone. That's only part of the plan." "Indeed! Let's hear the other parts," chuckled Uncle Edward. I got it from my teacher. You see, he knows all about that bet, because he captured the notes about it, and could hardly keep from laughing when he read 'em. Well, he said, just set your alarm clock for 3, and ask the souls in purgatory to see to it that you hear it go off. If you promise in turn to do something for them, they'll be pretty sure to take care of you. And I've done it too, and I'll be up on time tomorrow as sure as—" "What were you going to observe?" asked Uncle Edward. Gerald had been on the point of saying, "as sure as shooting," but there was in the family what he considered a prejudice against boyish slang. And so, at a loss for some less commonplace expression, he paused, unable to conclude his peroration. "But what was it you promised?" continued Uncle Edward. "Say, Ma, I want to get a piece of bread and butter, please. I'm almost starving," cried Gerald as he hurried from the room, feeling that he had already said too much. Like many a good, pious, Catholic boy, he was, while over frank in general, somewhat reticent in regard to his devotions, and in his joyous little breast was enshrined many a pretty little practice of piety about which even his mother knew nothing. However, before retiring, he communicated to her that should he win his bet, he was going to give $1 out of his Christmas money to the poor for the benefit of the suffering souls. Mrs. O'Rourke kissed him. "And say, Mamma, what are we going to have for dinner tomorrow?" This was his last question. But it was not his last thought, for Gerald made it a point on the eve of a communion day to try to think of nothing, once he was snug in bed, but the Blessed Sacrament, and he actually succeeded in this, though I am bound to say that he seldom lay awake for more than 4 or 5 minutes. On this blessed night he had just put his mind into this pious frame when there came a sharp knock at his door, followed by the entrance of his father. "Why, Papa, did I forget to bid you good night?" "No, Gerald, but you needn't look so surprised. I've just one word to say to you. I like your plan very much. You want the souls in purgatory to do you a favor. Now, I'm in trouble, Gerald, and perhaps they may help me too. Tomorrow I want you to pray for me at Holy Communion, and you must try to get the Holy Souls interested in my case. I'm going to leave $10 in your coat pocket to add to your $1, which your mother told me about. It's all I can afford at present, perhaps more than I can afford. Don't tell anyone what I've said to you. Your mother is the only one that knows my trouble." "Oh, Papa, is that why she looked as if she'd been crying? Her eyes were red this evening." "She did cry at first, Gerald, but she is brave, and so will you be, my boy, if I lose my place." "What?" cried Gerald, sitting bolt upright in his bed. "Is Mr. Bush going to get another business manager?" "I fear so, Gerald. He told me today that great pressure is being brought to bear upon him by a number of capitalists interested in the company to put in another man. He has no complaint against me, but he fears that he will have to give in." "Why, hasn't he got the say of it himself, Papa?" "Yes, but then he's a weak man in some things, and he is afraid of losing his popularity with the members of a certain secret society to which he belongs. I wish he were braver. As it stands, it is now next to certain that I shall lose my place at the end of this year. So pray, pray hard, my boy, and don't fail to get the Holy Souls interested too. Good night." And with a smile and a kiss, Mr. O'Rourke left the room. Gerald lay awake for full 15 minutes after this interview, and you may be sure he did not lie idle. Prayer that comes from the heart and idleness live far apart. "You are out of sorts, Henry," Mrs. Bush remarked to her husband toward sundown of the same day. "So I am, Margaret. I don't feel at all well in body, and besides I'm distressed about a business matter. I'm afraid I shall be obliged to get a new manager." "What? Discharge Mr. O'Rourke? Why, you used to say that he was the best and longest sighted business man you ever met, and that he was worth far more than his $6,000 a year." "I say so yet. By rights he should have 8 or 10,000. But instead of thinking of raising his salary, I'm worried night and day, by word and by letter, to replace him with a John Landon. Landon has many wondrous advantages over O'Rourke," added Mr. Bush in bitter sarcasm. "In the first place, Landon is not a Catholic, and in the second, He belongs to at least 5 secret societies. In one of them he is several degrees above me. It was a sad day for you, Henry, when you joined that society." "No, it wasn't. It brought me business." "Yes, but it took away your religion." "Not at all, Margaret. I'm a Catholic, and what's more, I'll die a Catholic." "In the meantime, Henry, couldn't you manage to live one?" For answer Mr. Bush gave a growl and took up the evening paper. "Tomorrow, my dear, is Christmas. Won't you please promise to come to Mass with me? The children are all praying so earnestly. They are sure that they are to be heard this time. It's 15 years nearly since you entered the church. Come, dear, promise." There were tears in Mrs. Bush's eyes as she spoke, and a perceptible trembling in her voice. Mr. Bush was moved. He was now growing gray, and age was telling upon his health. For a moment he pondered the request, and, as he pondered, a sharp pain shot through his head. "I'm too worried just now, Margaret. Some other Christmas. I'll go yet." "But, Henry, how can you promise yourself another Christmas?" "Margaret, Margaret," he cried, rising impatiently from his chair, tossing the evening paper upon a table, and putting his hands to his head, "for God's sake, don't worry me. I'm wretched." The poor, good lady had unwittingly jarred upon her husband's feelings. All that day had the thought of death pursued him, and he had built his heaven upon this earth. Mr. Bush was a millionaire many times over. When a young man he had been a practical Catholic, but business and gain had gradually drawn him away from his religious practices, till he had been content with fulfilling his Easter duty. Then had come the allurement of a secret society. Against this temptation he held out for some time, but unfortunately for him, at this period of trial there arose an unpleasantness between him and his parish priest. Mr. Bush was in the wrong, yet in a fit of passion he joined the secret society, and his place in church knew him no more. At supper time that evening his little daughter said, "Papa, won't you please take me to Mass tomorrow?" All the children, as Laura spoke, looked earnestly at their father. "I can't, my little one. I'm not well." And Mr. Bush, not without emotion, saw the signs of bitter disappointment upon their young faces. "There must have been something wrong about the novena of ours," growled Harry, a classmate of Gerald's. Mary, the eldest of the 3 sisters, motioned to him to be quiet. "Oh, I guess I can talk a little," pursued the undaunted youth. "At least, papa, you ought to come and hear the singing. I'm in the chorus myself, but I'm nothing extra. Gerald O'Rourke's the boy. He's got a voice like an angel, only angels don't play tricks. You just ought to hear him. You'd be willing to go out and die. Gerald's one of the nicest boys in Milwaukee, a heap nicer than I am. I like him immensely. Say, papa, I'm going to bring him home with me tomorrow. I'm sure you'd like to talk to him. You haven't seen him now for almost a year. He's nicer than ever." "Whatever else you do," roared Mr. Bush, bringing down his fist on the table and scowling fiercely, "don't bring that boy near this house. I don't want to see him." And to the consternation of all, Mr. Bush hurried from the room. He was very ill and very wretched. Poor millionaire! The children, some hours later, were sleeping peacefully, when Mr. Bush entered the large room, devoted to Laura and Edith and Mary. They had very long stockings, these little mites, which were carefully pinned to the mantel over the fireplace. Prominent among the bric-a-brac on the mantelpiece stood a statue of the Sacred Heart. Mr. Bush dropped a shining yellow coin into each stocking, one of which fell to the floor. He picked it up carefully, and not finding the pin, caught hold of the statue with the intention of using it as a weight to hold the stocking in place. There was a letter, an open letter, under the statue. Mr. Bush adjusted his glasses and read: "Dear Babe of Bethlehem, a Merry Christmas to you. It will surely be merry to you if people love you who do not love you now. It will be very merry to us if Papa comes to Mass with us. Oh, he's such a good Papa. We are sure you would like him if you knew him better. Now please get Papa to come to Mass. I have made the 9 First Fridays, all for Papa, and we're sure that Papa will come to Mass, and we're going to give all the money that Papa drops in our stockings to a priest to put flowers on the altar. When we get up on Christmas, dear Babe of Bethlehem, we expect that this letter will not be here. That is to be the sign that Papa will go to Mass on Christmas Day. With much love, dear baby Bethlehem, we are your dear little ones. Mary. I'm 10 and I wrote this letter by myself. Edith. She's 8. Laura. She's 6. After some moments of irresolution, Mr. Bush put this letter in his pocket, and with swimming eyes turned to leave the room. He stopped on the threshold, passed his hands through his hair, groaned, and then with an expression of extreme misery returned to place the letter where he had found it. He departed very ill, very unhappy. Tossing restlessly, he got no wink of sleep that night. Poor millionaire! Whirr! Gerald leaped from his bed and into his knickerbockers before the clock had quite finished with its noisy Christmas greeting. In an incredibly short space of time he had completed his toilet and was out in the cold, biting air of the city. It was very dark and gloomy, and Gerald felt tempted to return to his bed. But he shook off the feeling at once and turned his attention to what his father had told him the night before. "I do hope that my toes will ache, and that my hands will get chapped, and that my ears will pain me like everything, and I offer it all up for the holy souls, and if any of them get to heaven on account of a cold little boy, I hope they'll remember to pay it back to his papa." Saying which, the merry-faced ascetic, as he skipped along with unmistakable signs of levity, removed his gloves and his earmuffs, and beyond devoutly wishing that it were colder, paid no attention to the biting blast. After walking several squares, he stopped at a street corner, and peered through the darkness at the shadowy outlines of a large house. "Does Maurice live on 18th or 17th Street? I can't remember. Yes, that's the house, I'm sure." And recklessly trampling over the lawn, so beloved of Milwaukee people, Gerald tripped up the stone steps, put his finger to the electric button, and held it there, quite tranquilly, while the bell tinkled away as though it would never stop. It had been tinkling for something over 60 seconds, when Gerald heard heavy footsteps upon the staircase within, and in some inexplicable way Gerald caught that, in their fall, which gave him reason to believe that they were the footsteps of a very angry man, and he took his finger off the electric button. When the door was thrown open with a bang, Gerald gasped in horror, for there, glaring at him fiercely, full dressed, spectacles on nose, fire in his eyes, stood Mr. Bush. "You little rascal!" roared the victim of insomnia and dyspepsia and an uneasy conscience, as he saw the dim shape of a small boy standing in the doorway. "You little rascal! What do you mean by your infernal noise at this time of the night? Answer me at once. What do you want?" Gerald gasped, shivered, and was within a little of sinking down upon the threshold in his agony. Finally, in desperation, and with a determined effort, he blurted forth, "Mister, what did you get in your stocking?" And then he dashed down the steps in a manner that would have brought instant death to any one who was not a small boy, realizing as he fled into the darkness that Mr. Bush had recognized him by his voice, and feeling certain that his father's hopes, frail as they had been, were now completely shattered. For some moments Mr. Bush stood stock still, then clapping his hands together and taking his overcoat from the rack, he too went out into the darkness. The offertory of the early Christmas Mass had come. The organ played a few soft strains of the Adeste Fideles, and Gerald, standing in the choir by his friend Maurice, whom he actually had awakened before 3:30, trilled forth that sweetest and grandest of hymns. His voice, clear and firm, filled the church with its liquid sweetness, but as he came to the words, Venite adoremus, it trembled, quivered, faltered, and softened so rarely that gentleness, love, and pathos seemed to have found perfect expression in his wondrous notes, and on the concluding word, Dominum, it dissolved in a musical sigh or sob of reverential awe. Thus it seemed to the listeners, and many an eye filled, and many a heart was exalted in unwonted tenderness. But no one in the church had the least conception of what had brought out this prodigal wealth of pathos and love and awe. This is the fact of the matter. As Gerald came to the verse beginning with Venite adoremus, his eye chanced to wander among the worshippers, and there, almost immediately before him, sat Mr. Bush, his spectacled eyes bent full upon the soloist. Gerald was at once seized with nervous dread. He could scarcely go on. But he struggled bravely, and thus it came about that his nervousness produced an effect at once so beautiful and so rare that Mr. Bush took out his handkerchief and rubbed his eyes for full 5 minutes, Mr. Bush's presence surprised Gerald very much. He knew that the millionaire was not a church-goer. On the other hand, Mr. Bush was surprising himself. Acting upon impulse, he had left his house. Acting upon impulse, an impulse of grace, you may be sure, he had entered the church. And now, how beautiful it all seemed! The singing, the lights, the solemn ceremonial. There at the altar as celebrant stood Father H., Mr. Bush's former parish priest. How venerable he looked! And as after the communion this kindly-faced old man turned to say a few words to his congregation, words of peace, of love, of goodwill, Mr. Bush took out his handkerchief again. When Gerald had concluded his thanksgiving and, accompanied by Maurice, was tripping down the front steps of the church, he saw Mr. Bush advancing towards him. To Maurice's astonishment, Gerald took 1, 2 flying leaps, and dashed down the street at full speed. "What's the matter with Gerald O'Rourke?" asked Mr. Bush, not a little astonished. "He's all right." "Oh, I beg your pardon, sir," answered Maurice. "He's not all right. I really believe he's going crazy, sir. He never acted that way in church before. Merry Christmas, sir." "Thank you, thank you. Same to you. Look here, my boy, would you do me a favor?" "Certainly, sir." "Go to Father H. in the sacristy, and tell him there's a man in his confessional waiting to see him. Tell him it's an old friend that he hasn't seen for over 14 years, and wants to go to Holy Communion right away." "All right, sir," and Maurice was turning away. "Hold on, another thing. My name is Bush. Do you know where I live?" "Of course I do. You live on 18th, and I live on 17th and State Streets, and our houses look almost like twins, and that's why Gerald O'Rourke missed my house this morning and went to yours. He told me about it, sir, and he's nearly scared to death. I used to think that Gerald didn't know what fear meant." "Very good. Now I begin to understand. Well, go to my house, please, and give my wife this message. Tell her I've been to Mass and am now going to Holy Communion. Tell her also to go up to our little girl's room and to take away the letter that she will find under the statue of the Sacred Heart on the mantelpiece, to read it, and then lock it up in my desk without letting the little darlings, girls, I mean, know anything about it. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Repeat," said Mr. Bush sententiously. A minute later, Maurice, having summoned Father H. from the sacristy, was racing along the street as though bound on a message of life and death. "Ooh!" screamed Edith, dancing barefoot upon the carpet. "What? What?" cried Mary. "It's gone! The letter! The infant Jesus has read it!" Then Mrs. Bush, her face beaming and tears of happiness in her eyes, entered and kissed her little ones. And when they told her of how the letter had been taken away by the little babe of Bethlehem, she kissed them again, and left the room to conceal her emotion. Mr. Bush presently entered, and it was hard to believe that this cheerful, happy, radiant man had passed the night without a moment's sleep. He was still romping with the little ones, and listening for the 100th time to the story of the letter, when there came a ring at the doorbell. "Say, papa," cried Harry Bush, "Gerald O'Rourke's here, and says he wants to see you." "Bring him here at once." Gerald entered, pale and nervous. He had come to apologize, to brave, poor little hero, the lion in his den. But before he could open his mouth, Mr. Bush sprang forward and caught him in his arms. "It's all right, Gerald. You needn't explain. It was the right doorbell. Tell me the whole story, my boy, and I'll promise you a bit of good news." "Well, you see, sir, I'm an awful heavy sleeper," began Gerald, very much astonished and delighted, "and still I made a bet that I'd wake Maurice Desmond up for the 4 o'clock Mass. Then I got the souls in purgatory interested in waking me up, and maybe they didn't get me out. And then, sir, when I came to your house by mistake, and found myself facing you, I felt just dead certain that it was all up with my father. Of course you can't expect the Holy Souls to do everything. It's easy enough to rout a small boy out of bed, but it's harder to keep a man in a good position when everyone's against him, sir, and, oh my, I've let it out." "What were you good enough to let out, sir?" "Why, I promised papa to say nothing about it to anyone, and here I've gone and blabbed it the first chance I got." "Gerald O'Rourke," said Mr. Bush, "you're a smart boy, but you don't know it all. Now, sir, it was the Holy Souls sent you ringing at my bell." "And the Babe of Bethlehem," added Edith. If you hadn't rung that bell, I should not have gone to church. And if I hadn't gone to church, your father would have lost his place. But now tell him this: he shall stay in his position as long as I live, and," he added in a whisper to his wife, "from the 1st of January next he shall get the salary he deserves. And, Gerald, I owe the Holy Soul something too. Tell your father that if he can make it convenient, I should like to go round with him this afternoon and help him distribute that $10 plus my share." When Gerald reached the foot of the steps, he broke into a run which promised to outdistance his record of the early morning. And so Gerald was happy, and his father was happy, and his family was happy, and Mr. Bush and his family were happy, and many a poor man was happy. And best of all, I doubt not that many a poor suffering soul winged its flight that day to heaven, all on account of a harmless little wager, of which everyone came out winner. End of The Wager of Gerald O'Rourke, A Christmas Story, by Francis J. Finn, S.J. Read by Maria Therese.
Weihnachten by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, read in German. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Bäume leuchtend, Bäume blendend, überall das Süße spendend, in dem Glanze sich bewegend, alt und junges Herz erregend. Solch ein Fest ist uns bescheret, mancher Gaben Schmuck verehret. Staunend schauen wir auf und nieder, hin und her und immer wieder. Aber Fürst, wenn dir's begegnet und ein Abend so dich segnet, dass als Lichter, dass als Flammen vor dir glänzten, all zusammen, alles, was du ausgerichtet, alle, die sich dir verpflichtet. Mit erhöhten Geistesblicken fühltest herrliches Entzücken. End of Weihnachten by Johann Wolfgang von Goethe.